problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Oh, Maria, she's going to be taken out too. Just caught in the front. The bat's hitting again, and they're going to jump in. Lunar finds that one. Kuru in trouble again too, as she falls. 2 members left of UAE. They look to end the game already for KSA, even without a Lord. Yuki in trouble, will be able to survive though. Couple minions left, the base is going to be worked on, and that looks like it might be it for UAE as they face a defeat.
And all these players come through. The bomb has been spotted, but the trades come through either way. It doesn't matter. It looks like Serbia can just get themselves over the line.
Somebody gone. Will be spotted. Tapped away as well. Funny enough, Dragon's not going to rotate back over. They hear him in towards game. Indo will not be playing.
The playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to our final day of the group stage for MLBB Women's at WEC 2024. Now the big question remains, which teams will be able to move forward to the playoffs and which teams will unfortunately have to be eliminated today. We have 18 matches ahead of us for the rest of the group stages, but only 6 will be played out on the main stage. So with that, just a quick reminder for all of you out there, you guys can check out the official standings and the updates on the official website IESF.gg, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching the English broadcast with me, Eterna, as your desk host, and alongside with me we have Renmar as our analyst.
I'm glad that you instantly reminded us that there will be broadcasted and non-broadcasted games. When you said 18 series, I was like, no, are we doing 18 best of ones? No, I'm not going to complain. Like, more MLBB action, especially for today. I believe, as you mentioned, 6 is what we're going to be seeing here on broadcast. We've seen a lot of surprises, for better or sometimes for worse, but I still like being surprised.
Me too, and I'm in for it today. I think we're gonna have a whirlwind of matches as we get into the updated standings from yesterday, because obviously, again, there were some matches that were being held that were not on broadcast. So just a quick update for you. For Group A, we have Indonesia as well as Egypt taking that 1st and 2nd place. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia coming closer on 3rd. So this is the standings that we're getting here. What do you think about this, Renmar?
Well, as expected, Indonesia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, regions that we're more familiar with in the men's scene, shining, and of course, as carrying on over to the women's scene, Indonesia dominating, Egypt, of course, being able to get wins over, if I'm not mistaken, Saudi Arabia and Uzbekistan. Hopefully, we get to see better showings from Uzbekistan and UAE today.
And it's important to remember that both Saudi Arabia and Guatemala are tied in points. So honestly, with how things are going, this could go either way. I mean, who knows? We might even see a huge upset in this particular group. But let's bring out Group B and their updated standings as well. Here, number 1, number 2, we have Nepal and Cambodia, but Mongolia is not falling far behind. And I think one of the craziest things that we saw, especially with how strong we thought that Mongolia was, is the fact that they lost to Nepal.
I'm surprised. My queens.
Your
My
queens.
Mongolian queens. What happened? But Nepal and Cambodia are standing tall in this group. Of course, Ukraine and Argentina was what Leo and I were having our eyes on, but then now it's Nepal at the top. Cambodia, of course, still up there, and I'm not going to be surprised if they continue their domination today. Let's see if Mongolia will come back, and let's see if Argentina and Colombia will be able to shine for LATAM and be able to get some wins in.
So let's take a look at the schedule for both of these groups, but we're going to start off with Group A. So as you can see here, there are a few matches ahead of us. Again, for Group A, we are going to be seeing Indonesia versus Saudi for our first match of the day, followed in by Saudi versus Uzbekistan. And our final match for this group will be Egypt versus Indo. 2 of my personal favorites here, Enmar.
Oh, they're your personal favorites.
Personal favorites.
I agree with you on the Indonesia side, but of course, for Egypt, they're a personal... I wouldn't call them a favorite of myself, but let's be real. Like our friend Yasu, a fellow Egyptian, like really hyped up the Egyptian team, and he said, yeah, how proud he was of their development. So more opportunities I get to see this squad perform, to play on the big stage. it's just more learnings for me and a better experience for me because I get to see them in action.
Learnzings.
Learns.
Learnzings.
Is that what Mirko calls it? I
Yes.
thought it was just learns.
Yeah, but if you want to add the ing, you have to add the s between the learn.
Learnzings.
Learnzings.
All right, so you're expanding my vocabulary today. Is that the goal for today? Just because Leo's not here, you're like, hey, I'm gonna look at Renmar and expand his vocabulary.
Hey guys, I'm known to make my own words at this point.
Really?
Yeah.
You have another word?
I don't know if sportivity was actually a word.
Yeah.
But it made sense in my head.
I feel like it makes sense in the context. It is, what is it? An adverb? A verb? An adjective? It's just a word.
It's been a
then.
while since school, guys. It's been a while. I'm gonna have to admit that. But yeah, so
But with life, the learnings never end.
the learn things never ends. You know what doesn't end?
What?
I don't know. I was gonna bridge into something, but I completely
You
forgot.
just completely
Let's
flew.
just focus on the schedule for Group B. How about that?
All right, yeah.
All right, let's
Fair,
pull it up. Let's
fair.
pull it up. Thanks, Zipper, Mr. Producer Man. Here it is, Group B schedule. For Group B, we have yet another 3 set of matches. Cambodia versus Mongolia is going to be our first match from this particular group, where it's going to be followed in by Nepal versus Cambodia. And
I
then
believe. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
okay, I was like, did I get something wrong?
No, you're
Okay.
right. You're right.
Our third match of the day will be Colombia versus Mongolia from Group B.
Yeah, Cambodia versus Mongolia first. Ooh, I like this. And we're gonna see Nepal. What I like about this Group B schedule that we have today is we're gonna be seeing the top 2 teams, well, top 3 teams in action. So by the end of it all, I think by the first series, we'll get a pretty good idea of who's going to be really lording over this group. If it's going to be Cambodia, if Mongolia is going to make a sudden surge of surprise, like, hey, yeah, we may have dropped in the ball, but then we took down the group favorites down. Again, here in Group B, the story is it's the Cambodian group, and everyone else is like the big mystery. But so far, it's the Asian teams that have come out on top from different parts of Asia. If that continues today, or in the first 1 or 2 matches, we'll see. But hopefully the Latin American teams can really start getting some wins in here. I want to see Group B get a little bit more tightly contested.
Because if not, at worst, 3rd place.
Yeah.
And you still can make it into the playoffs from the lower brackets.
And it's better to be in the lower brackets than in the no bracket at all.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I hope we get live updates. We should be able to get live updates from the producer later on as the other matches actually progress.
Of course.
So yeah, we should be getting an idea of who will be making it to the playoffs and who will unfortunately have to be eliminated here.
Yeah. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, though, that we might be ready to talk about the first matchup.
Are you hearing something?
Yeah. I feel like the first matchup is ready, if I'm not mistaken.
It is?
Yeah. We might be able to start talking about the rosters now.
Okay, so let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you're right. The official team roster from Indonesia. We have Shell, Vivian, Sini, Vival, as well as Fumi Echo. Still the strong 5 making their way onto the stage.
My eyes are still locked in on Vivian right now. If she's going to continue what she did yesterday. But then, as much as we want to talk about specific players, I know Fumi Echo and the EXP lane was a favorite of yours yesterday. Indonesia, in the matches that we got to see, they were just, well, Team Indonesia. The best women's team in the world going into this tournament, and it looks like nothing stopping that.
Very template performance coming out from them, a very standard, but I'm going to see, and I'm anticipating somebody can actually take them by surprise. So let's see if Saudi Arabia is going to be the team to do that as we take a look at their official team roster as well. We have Lurks, Rafa, Livin, Pink, as well as Lunar. So also no changes from this team.
You know, if there's any team, or at least teams from a specific region that might actually give Indonesia a surprise, it would have to be the teams from MENA, and one of them, of course, being Saudi Arabia. We saw how they drafted, how they rotated around the map, of course, with their coach being part of the MPL MENA Season 6 championship-winning lineup of Twisted Minds and Coach Daliot. With him guiding this group of young women, they look like they could be in the run of the money here to give Indonesia some surprise and maybe shock all of us by being able to take a point away from, again, arguably the best women's team in the world in Indonesia.
I feel like they play with experience.
Yeah,
Right?
that's a good way to
The way
put
that
it.
they played.
Yeah, it's just something about their decisiveness. I mean, it's not the cleanest of games from the Saudi Arabian squad, but knowing that they were up against a lineup that was so Magic heavy coded, it had a Harley in the opposing side. They just made it look like as if this is what it feels like to go up against a Harley, where I wouldn't call it easy, but they barely broke a sweat in yesterday's series. If ever them breaking a sweat was them trying to be, was just a little over eager and trying to end, but that was far and few. At the end of the day, that was still a very good trade. They'd lose 1 or 2 members, but they end up taking 3 or 4. And then, of course, they'd go back and then regain the minion waves. So experienced is a good way to describe how this Saudi Arabian team plays.
So coming into this matchup, obviously everyone is thinking of Indonesia as the one to be able to win this best of 1.
Yeah.
But if we had to argue a case for Saudi Arabia, what would be their strength against Indonesia today?
Well, in the games where we got to see Saudi Arabia, and this is why it's quite difficult to answer this question, is that we saw them in a position of in the lead, like dominating. They dominated that. If Saudi Arabia is surprisingly a team that's good with coming from deficits, they might be able to make the most out of an Indonesia overheat.
So let's see if they're going to be able to pull that off, ladies and gentlemen, because it looks like both teams are ready and they are going to be walking on to the stage. So with that, let's throw it over to our hosts.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're back again with another action-packed match and day taking place right here at the WEC24 IESF. I'm Bara Abdallah along with the queen herself, Yasmin. How are you today?
A queen, a princess, most people would probably say, but I'm doing pretty darn good to be up here on the big stage once again with some more MLBB action with our women's tournament. I feel like we've had action thus far. A few quick games here and there, obviously with our best of 1s as well. But I'm hoping, maybe, just maybe, our matches might be a little bit closer today.
Totally. So I guess we are ready right now to start the day with an action-packed match. Let's go.
Go on, Bara, you want to introduce the first team?
Let's go with that. So ladies and gentlemen, introducing the team right now getting on stage. Let's see it for Team Indonesia. They come right now. Our princesses and queens, our Wonder Womans, taking the stage with their might. Let's see what's gonna happen as they continue their journey right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh with WEC24. And their competition is?
Their competition is none other than, they don't really need much of an introduction. Considering the fact that we are on their home soil, it is Team Saudi Arabia. Now, but these ladies are currently 1-1 in our group stages. They lost, unfortunately, that best of 1 versus the UAE yesterday. The real question is, though, whether or not they will be able to step up to the occasion when it really matters in our group stage.
Let's see what's going to take place right here, ladies and gentlemen. It is Indonesia going against Saudi Arabia right here. So, shall we?
You know what I really want to know? I'm going to throw it over to the desk, but Turner & Co., would you be satisfied with a group stage finish, considering the fact that we have a 120,000 prize pool? Let me know your thoughts on that.
We think that's crazy. 120,000 US dollars?
Huh? Just a group stage, though? I feel like we could go for more. Why settle for a group stage prize when you can go for a playoffs prize, top 3 prize, top 1 prize?
Top 1? How much does number 1 get?
If I recall correctly, $70,000. I mean, that could have been the men's side. 50? 70? $50,000? It's a lot of money.
You're close.
What is it?
It's 50K.
So it is 50K.
50K USD.
It's 50 G's. That's a lot of money.
That's so much. What would you do with that money?
What would I do with 50 G's? I did not expect that to come out of here. I don't know.
Right?
I'll set up my own esports team.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm trying to get at, right? Because I think even from the qualifiers, we were talking about how much this amount of money can actually help develop these teams and develop the leagues in their particular regions, right? Because some of these teams are coming in without a coach. They're coming in with the non-usual facilities that usually pro players get, like a gaming house and so on and so forth. But with that amount of money, that can change the scene. as a whole.
And again, this is why you gotta love tournaments like IESF, of course. It may not be club championships, but at the same time on the national level, you get the interest coming in from countries, governments, and all of that. And it's really great. That's why if ever we get to see upsets today, especially against established teams, against teams that the world isn't really that familiar with, it adds to the story and the lore of up-and-coming regions even more.
And I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. We're all for it. We're really passionate about the MLB women's scene and considering how much progress things are going for. But
Yeah.
coming back into our upcoming match, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia and Saudi Arabia. So far, both of these teams have played 2 matches,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, 2 matches. I believe the series that the squad from Saudi Arabia lost to was against Egypt, while they were able to get the victory against UAE. Now, finally, in the draft, I feel like if I'm Saudi Arabia here, I am still going to look into taking at least one roamer away from Vivian. If not that, a mid laner away from Chinny. But the problem is, Chinny showing the Lunox right away, it's a sign that even if you take away the favorites and the Eve, the Valentina, that they still have picks in that lane that will make you struggle and punish you. So, as we mentioned earlier, Saudi Arabia decides to take a pick away from Vivian with the Matilda ban, and Indonesia just as basic as you can get. If you're on the red side, you take away the chip.
Basic, but necessary.
Yes, necessary.
Necessary.
Just because I say it's basic doesn't mean it's a bad thing. That
Okay.
is something you 100% have to do for majority of your matches in MLBB Pro scene.
Because honestly, if they let it go, I would have been quite curious whether or not Saudi Arabia have the chip in their hero pool.
Exactly.
Because I feel like the chip is a hero that can go really right for your team or just really wrong for your team.
And yeah, that's so true. When you're going up against a team like Indonesia, you're Saudi Arabia, that's a really important question. Are you willing to play that hero that is very good or could potentially be very bad for what you want to do in the game? So I like their drafting approach right now. They take away the Matilda, of course, and they take away the Hilda. You take away something that's very strong for top teams in the world with how well it rotates and controls the map. And then, of course, you take away the Hilda, which is like the best pick right now in the EXP lane with just how well that she can do in bullying her lane counterpart and being able to rotate around the map. I won't be surprised if somehow they decide to take away a high loss as the last one, or if ever, they'll take out the Suyo, which will make Indonesia think about banning out the Alpha. So you take away 2 of the strongest junglers right now and you play on a different playing field. There's also a possibility that they might pin down an assassin pickup for the jungle in Indonesia. Of course, that's still something you have to respect that might pop up for their squad.
Honestly, I feel like that's the case for Saudi Arabia. That's why I think the Hilda, other than all the things that you mentioned earlier, Renmar, is also the fact that the Hilda is so great at invading enemy junglers,
Yeah.
especially if they're on assassins. And that's a Rafa specialty. So far at WEC, she's picked up the Nolan as well as the Hayabusa. So are we inching closer to maybe Saudi Arabia wanting to pick up an assassin here?
Yeah, that is a possibility. With them taking out the Khalid,
And
that,
the Khalid
yeah,
too.
that increases now. So when you take away those 3 heroes that Saudi Arabia have banned, you've taken away some of the best in terms of controlling the map. Question is, are they going to be contesting for the Cho? Is that something that they're thinking that maybe Vivian will be able to play comfortably enough? Because if I'm Saudi Arabia here, maybe they might go down one of the drafting routes which we saw, which is they will take away something like the Harith right away. But honestly, with how much we've talked about it, that has to be either Alpha, Suyo, or Jushin first pick, while Indonesia will choose to ban out one of those.
Renmar,
Yeah?
what about the Fanny?
I always forget about that one.
Is
oh,
it
and they
Fanny
take away
time?
the Angela too. Is that an Indonesia thing? Fanny time?
Could be.
Could be. Nah,
I mean-
it is now. It is now.
Knowing Viva?
Yeah, knowing Vival, I mean, like, why not? So if Saudi Arabia, if you have a Cho locked in, maybe you could even go for that too. Because if you first pick the Suyo and then you pick Fanny gets picked up by Indonesia, that's not going to be a good time for Suyo. A lot of Suyos would rather not go up against the Fanny. Because right now, in terms of the drafting, trading, other than the fact that it's just hard for the Suyo alone, unless you have a Cho with you, then there's really not much stopping a Fanny invading your jungle.
So let's see the answer from Saudi Arabia. Wow, they're taking their dear time because essentially if they don't want to take this assassin route,
Yeah.
Alpha's still on the table. But no, they're gonna go for comfort. They're gonna go for power. They're gonna go for the Hayabusa early for the first phase. Indonesia, how do they respond?
Not always the biggest fan of immediately getting an assassin such as the Hayabusa. The best assassin you can get in the first pick is just two. You go for the Suyo or the Fanny. So they go for the Hayabusa route here, which is, again, they take away a pick from Vival, and it's strength for them. So why the heck not? So Indonesia will pick up the Hylos, the last hero that is good for a counter invade and invading as well. Pair that up with the Jushin. Now Saudi Arabia needs to match that front line. The problem is that front line might be susceptible to just getting crowd controlled and constantly taking magic damage from a Hylos and a Jushin together.
And technically the Hylos is still flexed too.
Oh yes, of course, of course.
Depending on how Indonesia, feel out the drafts coming in from Saudi Arabia. But so it's the pressure's on Saudi Arabia right now. Do they want to take away maybe the Cho? Deny that away?
Yeah, I'm okay with it, but right now you don't. Other than the Jushin, that's the only one that you can kick. They could consider Edith, Valentina, or maybe Valentina and another pick.
Do they want to set up for the gold lane maybe?
Ooh, well, they did get their goal laner. They go ahead and went for the 1-1, and it's the Gatot Kaca picked up by Saudi Arabia. So right now for Indonesia, with the high loss there, should be relatively, I'm not saying it's going to be the easiest, but relatively it might be a little bit easier for 1-1 to get some weakness marks locked down, or weakness points hit. While picking up the Gatot Kaca just takes away what could have been a powerful combo with the Gatot Kaca high loss. And of course, Indonesia will go into the second phase with their assassin already. So it's an assassin-assassin matchup. So we might be seeing a option for Indonesia to go magic damage for the gold lane. Considering that there's a 1-1 there, they might actually think about taking away the Harith as one of the things that could really mess up the 1-1 in lane. But if it's not going to be the 1-1, I mean, the Harith, they can still default and just say, hey, you know what? Maybe we have enough magic damage on the Jushin and high. Let's just go ahead and give Shella Bruno again.
That's possible. That's possible. If they do want to try and win that lane. We saw what Shella was able to do when she dominates the lane. She's able to carry forward and be that main carry that she's supposed to be. But for now, Indonesia, they ban out the Yves. I think against the Hylos, maybe they want to take Livin's Aurora away. It is one of her heroes right now. Because I think if they want to go in for a Sicilian, I think the Aurora would be a lot more expensive against the drafts that we're seeing from Indonesia.
Oh yeah, for sure. Wait, you'd rather get the Sicilian than the Aurora?
I'd rather Indo ban the Aurora than the Sicilian.
Oh no, yeah, totally, I agree with that too. You see, they're also still respecting the Lunox of Ginny, and the Aurora would actually round up the lineup of Saudi Arabia very well. Knowing that you're up against the high loss and then the Jushin, you might as well get some good source of AoE crowd control and freezes and immobilize, so that the 1-1 would have a little bit of an easier time to get those weakness points hit. Now, Indonesia.
Here's the thing, Renmar. This is a Jushin pickup for Indonesia.
Yeah.
So that ban would be towards Shell. Are they thinking that they would pick the Lunox in the gold lane against the 1-1? Is that a good lane?
Yeah, that is a possibility. I think as a 1-1, you just really would rather not go up against the magic damage dealing gold laners that are very strong once they hit level 4. And at the same time, you call the Aurora ban. Is Saudi Arabia thinking that maybe this Jushin is gonna go elsewhere? Because there have been some teams in other parts of Southeast Asia, I'm looking at Mekong, who actually pick up Jushin in the EXP lane. But sometimes it's not even an EXP laner pickup, it's they put their mid laner in the EXP lane and the EXP lane in the mid. So let's see if that's something Saudi Arabia is considering, but I agree with you, it might most likely just be a gold lane ban.
Okay, Moskov gets banned out now from Saudi Arabia. I think for Saudi Arabia, if you want to go full dive, just go full dive, right? Go for a hero in the mid lane like a Valentina or even a Lilia that can work well with the composition that you already have.
I agree. If this is a slower EXP laner, something that doesn't really have a lot of dashes, is just gonna eat up a lot of damage, and a Lilia would be okay. But really looking at the line of Saudi Arabia, I need to see more crowd control for them to help set up, especially now that they're going up against a Beatrix. So they still go down the physical route. We thought that they'd be going Bruno, but with that is a lineup that will do well damage-wise. It won't fall off really that bad into the late game because the Matrix is still there. Saudi Arabia might want to consider matching that. If they're not matching that, then they play for late game. They pick up Sicilian and then just hope that they could turtle out a little bit longer and then just play around that as their centerpiece instead of the 1-1. However, I'd want to see them get crowd control, so maybe a Vexana. Edith Vexana would be good, yeah. I like that. Or Edith Valentina. I feel like I'd be worried for a Valentina.
Yeah.
I'd want to see more of a backline mage. Yeah.
So, Vexana, Edith.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
That's aggressive. Okay.
CC and Vexana. Okay, so the Vexana does come through, but it is going to be paired in with the CC. So Gatot flexed into the roam, I believe, CC in the EXP lane. And now Indonesia, with the flex potential they have with the Hylos, now they get to decide. Who do they want to be laning against this CC?
Yeah. Trying to remember the CC matchups. It's been quite a while. For a lane bully, they want more magic than they go Edith, but then CC is just going to rotate around the map a little bit faster. Unless this Hylos is already parked on the EXP and we're waiting for a Vivian pick. At this point now, Indonesia, they don't necessarily need to go for something super tanky. They can go something a little bit more dual focused.
I just fear for the lack of control on the Hayabusa.
Yeah. Yeah, like hard single target control. So they do switch it up. It is Vivian going to be playing this Hylos already, and the Arlot goes to Fumi Echo. So yeah, it's just Arlot CC, crowd control. Hopefully, even though Flicker would be good, I'd actually prefer to see if the Vexana pick up something like a Purify. And for sure, a Vengeance on the CC. You wouldn't need to go for Flicker or Fury. Just go Vengeance right away so that you can dish out a little bit more damage, and the damage reduction will help.
What do you think about the lane matchups?
The lane matchups. Right now I'm a little bit worried for the 1-1. With Shell being, well, Shell, and with Beatrix being Beatrix, I wouldn't be surprised if Indonesia just decides to commit maybe after the first turtle. And the one turtle and 1 minion wave after, then they'll go into the gold lane and just make that 1-1 already like gone.
So if you had to choose?
Indonesia's lineup here. But there's something about the CC pick that maybe might just be the X factor for Saudi Arabia.
All right, let's get an opinion from the casters now, ladies and gentlemen, as we are ready to head in to our first match of the day. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Eterna and Renmar, to break down our first game here, first best of one for today. Again, it's day number 2, the group stage here. I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko once again. Mirko, how are you feeling about this?
Feeling good, honestly. I mean, looking at the drafts again, I agree with what Renmar said earlier. You know, Indonesia definitely looked like they have a better lineup, but there are a few shock factors, I would say. A few X factors that could work for Saudi Arabia. And it would just really come down to the executions of the players. And usually, Naisu, when we say that, especially for Indonesia, they're the more experienced team. They've been all around the world. Right before, you know, the previous major international event just across the street, they were unbeatable. 13 win streak, was it?
13.
It got to a point where even I lost count. I think even the players lost count.
I think a lot of people were just like, man, you know, what team or, you know, what country would actually be going toe-to-toe with a team that had that much experience, that much, you know, accolades to their name. And you know, I think still for the most part, like Indonesia, obviously we talked about this yesterday, how they are this tournament favorite. For most of the tournaments they compete in, they're the favorite, right?
Yep.
And this time around, like I said, because you have certain teams that aren't here that do usually contest really well with Indonesia, it's time for these other countries to shine, you know, for them to go ahead and step up to the plate and go against a team like this. And I think that's the main thing that we even saw in the live streamed game yesterday with Indonesia.
Yes.
And usually if you've been watching them for the women's team here for Indonesia, you already know the way they like to play, the way they like to draft, the way they like to even move around the map is, I think, one of the biggest things that teams have to kind of keep an eye for and look out for. Because even in their match yesterday, you know, we just saw how synergized they are. And that's what, honestly, that's what makes any team that is at the top of MLBB so well. Because even when the meta changes, and we've been through
Different metas.
pretty different, quite different metas in the past even 2 years, the way you look at it, is that synergy between the members of the team, right? And I would say Indonesia, especially here, just on point in every role. And that's one of the hard things to do, is even if you have a great draft, let's say your draft, you know, we usually have our indexes, right? And when you have an index that actually is a good counter to the draft, you have to take in that execution factor. And every time Indonesia, I think, down the line is their peak gameplay, really.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to find loopholes in their gameplay, definitely. You know, all around the map, they just seem so damn solid. And that's why the Beatrix pick even here against the 1-1, in most cases, is probably a skill matchup here. The 1-1 versus the Beatrix, right? For the Beatrix, you do have an advantage when it comes to the range when you use Renner, and you can poke the 1-1 out, but it requires a lot of skill to actually land those basic attacks. It's all skill shots, right, with the Renner. And the way you trade with the 1-1, it's really about how you can use your dash to escape from the skill 1 to get away from the weakness point in the back, right? So again, it should be a skill matchup, but as Renmar pointed out, this is Chell that we're talking about in the gold lane on a Beatrix, one of their signature picks too. So she knows how to go up against the 1-1. She knows exactly how this matchup plays out, and if Saudi Arabia make a little bit of a mistake in the gold lane, it's going to be tough, because I agree with what he said too. After Turtle 1, they're probably going to just look at the gold lane and look to play towards gold. Beatrix, Skypiercer early has been quite a disgusting way to start games, especially when you have an early game composition, and that's exactly what Indonesia have. We were so surprised that the Suyo was left open alongside the Alpha, but we didn't see the Alpha pick, nor the Suyo pick as first pick. It was Hayabusa over the Suyo. That's why Indonesia were just like, all right, we're going to get the Suyo, we're going to get that Soul 7. It's still broken, by the way, even after the hot fix.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, it's a hot fix,
does
it's a
quite a
change,
bit
it's
of
a
damage.
nerf, but damn, that's a lot of damage.
It is, and you know, part of that too is, again, when you look at blue side, I can't remember the specific statistic that we started the tournament with, even back with the men's group. Like, remember, blue side was lower win rate than red, right?
And it was completely different from
completely different than what we're used to. And also part of that is, in your first pick on blue side, you're going to pick up a Hayabusa. It's a statement, man. You know, you got to be able to make that work. That's confidence, and hopefully, you know, we see Saudi Arabia actually able to use that confidence, that pick. But you also know that obviously with the Hayabusa, you can go ahead and snowball out of control. I think the hard part about this, again, is when you have a Hylos and an Arlot across from you, and you know you're going to be playing against even a Revitalize. This is the troublesome part, because Arlot doesn't pop up too much, but when he does, all part of that game plan, again, is every time you see the Hylos cut people off or initiate with that Glorious Pathway, the Arlot too, man. Final Slash is going to be such a good initiator to just kind of swoop people where you want them. Swish. And I think that's what's hard here for Saudi Arabia, is kind of dealing with that. And, you know, so we are going to have to wait before we jump into the game a little bit more.
Please be patient with us.
Yep, they are getting things situated before we jump into this first best of one for the day.
Yep.
But yeah, you know, I think it's broken down really well from the panel on both drafts, and I will agree with Renmar too. I think obviously for a lot of people, when they look at Indonesia's lineup, it's looking strong. It's looking like it's going to win this match, but you never know, because I think one of the big things about MLBB women's especially is some of the surprises. Now, I don't know if we'll still see some surprise picks like yesterday, man. You know, the Harley, the Cyclops, Hanabi. Maybe we do, though, because we have, what, six matches today for the stream.
Yeah, so a lot of different matches. Indonesia, I want to take back to what they were talking about.
Tell me.
Earlier, the panel. Do you guys remember what they were talking about? We're talking about the prize pool. Nice. First place, second place.
It's
absolutely ridiculous, but they didn't get to third place.
They didn't get. I was
actually
hoping.
Genuinely wanted to know what third place got. They were
I don't know
talking
why
about
they
first
didn't
place,
cover it.
70,000, right?
Yeah, 70.
Second place, crazy by the way. 50,000 for second place. What about third place?
Third place. You know what? I know we got some reactions over there too. Third place is crazy. I gotta do quick math though.
Yeah.
70 plus 50. It's like 30.
30,000.
$30,000.
What would you do with that much money? Nice.
You know what? As an avid MLBB fan myself, I'd probably buy all the skins in the game. That's number one.
Wow, that's a really good answer.
I wonder how much that would actually cost. Well, there's some skins you can't buy, by the way.
There are some skins you can't buy. Maybe then you can buy an account, right? You can buy an account with 30K, and then you can get an account with all those skins.
Well, I'd buy myself into the game, because that looks like what we're doing here. Jumping to the land of Dawn, this best of one. Saudi Arabia versus Indonesia here. Taking a look as well at the emblems as we talked about the drafts. Once again, you have so much tankiness over on this other side. Again, 2 Revitalize, 1 for each team. I think Pink also, you know, she's going to have to be able to set things up with that Avatar of the Guardian.
Oh, yeah.
My biggest question from this draft, too, was the fact that, you know, we don't see CC too often anymore, man. And, you know, do you think it's still a good, valuable pick for certain compositions, or is it just so niche now in the current meta?
I think it's a great pick up against the high-lows, up against usually very, very high HP opponents. But the thing is, I think Indonesia kind of baited the CC pick with the high-lows pick. They, again, high-lows, even though most of the time we do see him more in towards the roam, or actually more in XP, right? We see it way more in XP. It doesn't mean you can't utilize it as roam. So Indonesia picked it up very early, showed Saudi Arabia their cards, and Saudi Arabia was like, all right, we're going to pick up the CC. It's probably going to be an XP high-lows because we're not really used to seeing Vivian on a roamer like this. We're used to seeing those big moments from Vivian. They got baited completely. Indonesia said, we didn't even want to put the high-lows into XP. We're going to go and Arlet it out, put the high-lows in roam, and get the same amount of pressure on the map with the high-lows.
I think that's one of the great things, though, and even though we've seen those changes in our meta, when it comes to the drafting, you're still able to go flex on City.
A few stacks down onto Sage, still able to survive now. Lancer Flare just on Pink, putting in damage down. Whoa, Pink walking up a bit aggressive. Senior is very low, brought back under the turret, now stunned up by Vivel. It's a shadow kill defensively with a Curse Blast as well, but the Execute is still ready. Vivel doesn't even need it. We'll just basic attack Rafa down. 2-0 start for Indonesia.
And this is why that Jushin pick is either banned out quite often or it's picked up.
Countered by Eve.
Or countered by Eve. How do you play against this Lantern Flare and just being thrown into the turret this time around? And this early in the game, those turret shots, even if it's just one, it's going to take quite a bit of health. And look at the pressure now on the purple buff.
Yep.
Going to zone them out. Objective is secured by Indonesia.
Uh-oh.
Now they're going to have to deal with this.
Pink thrown back again. Vivel still in the midst of it all. Now dishing out damage again. Assassinating the Gatakacha. Flourish Pathway zoning them all the way to final slash to displace her. Still able to escape for a bit. Rafa walks in with a quad shadow. Able to get a kill back now. Purple buff. Going to be contested. Vivel takes it away. We'll lose out on City. But they get a whole lot of even Shell. Rotates to the mid lane, gets the Menace Rage, and shoves the wave back in towards Saudi Arabia.
That's a whole lot, once again, this early on for Indonesia. At least, Saudi Arabia will get a kill, and it also goes in the hands of Rafa. That's great as a Hayabusa, but still, you want to be able to go ahead and secure your purple buff as much as possible, right? And that's why we're already, too. You can see the damage coming out from just from Chell here, using that Renner and keeping Lunar in check, so she might actually need some backup here. Pink is nearly level 4, but look at the response. The rotation's already coming down. They know half health for Lunar. They might want to actually put some pressure here, and that's the thing. Every time Cine rotates to these lanes, it's so difficult to play against because even if you're trying to get the positioning, whoa, that was a Renner shot that goes and gets the kill on Lunar.
Oh, Lunar definitely has to be a bit more, mobile with the 1-1 here in the gold lane. I get that she was trying to... another shot, by the way, for Chell. She's just hitting every single shot. Now another. Okay, Pink will be able to dodge. But like Renmar said and speculated, they're just going to go into the bottom lane now. Vivian taking a few of those turret shots. The Lancer Flare counters or cancels the AOG. They still get to the end. The stun comes in as well with the Eternal Guard there to provide enough peel so that Indonesia can't get that kill. But again, Lunar has been standing still a lot in the lane, man. Easy target for Chell.
Yeah, Chell's been on point with the shots so far, but I will say, for Saudi Arabia, at least they didn't go down, any further there. I almost expected Pink to go ahead and defensively use the Avatar of the Guardian out a little bit further.
Oh, man.
Looks like she actually able to secure that buff there. Lyric's going to be in trouble here.
Yeah,
Multiple members. Rafa did get it. So they might just be prepping up once again. Fighting for these buffs are the main point for Saudi Arabia to go ahead and allow Rafa to get to a point where she's a threat because you're taking a look at the items, still doesn't have that first one locked in. You already had the Hunter Strike, though, on the other side here for Vivel. So we'll see. Do they actually contest this objective, or do they let it go? They're lacking some of the damage from lane to lane. It looks like they'll have to give up the turtle. Once again, the fight, though.
Possibly the orange buff here. Good time over with the AOG. Rafa going to be poked down now as Doris Pathway gets placed out with the Revitalize. Crossbow attack, translating over to Vivel, but she's still able to blink away. And Indonesia will get a turtle, and they won't be able to get a kill. Chell back in the mid lane, just double laning at this point.
How much gold, she's already got. That's why she's essentially double laning at this point. And yeah, an objective secured is great for Indonesia. Lunar, though, the fact that she wants to go ahead and contest and fight in a lot of these situations where she's got to also rely on Pink, she might have to be careful in the positioning. That's the biggest thing. Shell patiently waiting, line up a shot. Won't land it that time. Might as well continue to take those shots if you can, too, because at some point, Miracle, Lunar is going to be providing that good damage burst once she pops that crossbow of Tang. The hardest part about it is obviously getting it activated and then using it at the right moment. Looks like they're going to go ahead and switch lanes up too. Still, the purple buff battle continues for Rafa.
Yeah, just pure aggro now. Livin pops in an Eternal Guard. Fumieko just escapes from it. It's a free purple buff take for Indonesia. Nothing they can even do about it. They walk up, they're dead, right? Vivo is 3 levels ahead now. Oh man. They're looking to go for the bottom lane trade, perhaps onto Chell. Let's see if Chell reads this out. Oh, Cine just opens it up. Rafa will have to just walk away, and you can see the pressure now.
Oh no.
Down onto Lyrics. She does have the Vengeance already. AOG going to be coming down with the Lantern Flare, but still the Nibiru's Bastion will be able to take her down. Cine in the midst of it all, popping in the Crimson Beacon, and Pink will just be thrown back and forth into Indonesia again.
Feels bad, you know, to get caught under that turret with nowhere to go and just 4 members of Indonesia staring you down. And even when you try to pop that Vengeance, it's just not enough. You can see this Rafa, she might be gone this time around. Shadow Kill gonna be popped. She gets the buff, is she gonna get out with her life though? Glorious Pathway, able to juke down to the turret.
Yep, Bennett's Rage 2, Vival just needs one last hit. Chell goes in for the Nibiru to get the final basic attack as Lyrics actually dishes out a bit of damage over towards Vival. Lantern Flare into the Nibiru's Bastion, gunning her down inside of the tier 2. Getting the kill too, man, and the tier 2 is already at half HP. As it's perfect timing now for the 3rd and final turtle of the game. Lunar sniped down Cine now, popping a Lantern on her. AOG, Crimson Beacon, Cine looking for the damage. Now with the flicker forward, Lunar trying to outplay the situation with the Inspire, but still will be taken down. Pink getting a trade, but it's an MM4, a mid lane as Vival, again, just clears out the wave, and on the Suyo, you're just so hard to catch.
This is where that point, you know you have this lead, you know you have pressure, you just continue to put it on too. Malefic Gun now picked up by Shell, so, you know, she's been on point with all the shots for the most part. Even if it doesn't get a kill, but you get someone down less than half health, you know that you can also secure that kill. And that's what they're doing. Again, massive lead here in terms of economy and everything else. They're going to force it.
Oh, final slash from Fumieko, binding 3. Just slashing them all the way back to Chell to go for the free hits. And even with Rafa popping a Shadow Kill, she gets stunned up and just gunned down Chell. Look at the shot, now sniping them down. Livin will take the shot, another snipe from Viva with the arrow. And Indonesia gets 2, trading it in just for Fumieko.
Think how many things you have to dodge here, Mirko. You have to dodge.
Too many.
A shot from Shell plus the arrow from the Suyo for Vival. It's too much, you know, even when you get collapsed down to the turret, you're just playing a minigame at that point, you know, trying to dodge the most lethal weapon. And with that, so Lord's already secured here. And so Indonesia will prep up and get ready. Shell just working slowly on that turret, obviously from range. They might force a situation again, just whittling down these health bars with a couple shots.
Man, Pink's already down to half, making a quarter now with the Nibiru's Bastion 2, stun over to Lyrics. Curse Blast to help her to AOG, dodge away from with the Curtain Call already placed on them. I thought that would hit, but Chell was able to just space out perfectly as Cine has the Crimson Beacon, will use it to get away from the last weakness point that was about to be popped down by Lunar. She used the Inspire, Rafa in the bush, and Lord in the bottom lane already spawning in, but Indonesia are just taking it as slow as possible.
Yeah. They're waiting for that wave to push in, and man, Rafa is starving for buffs and everything else on this Hayabusa. She might have to go ahead and just rely on the team. At least Vivian goes down. They do pick up a kill here for Saudi Arabia, so, and that was a revitalized popped as well from Vivian. So they work with this Lord. The waves are pushing in, top and mid. That tier 2 in the bottom side finally going down. Where does Indonesia go from here?
Curtain Call with Taunt 2, Fumieko! Cine Vengeance walks up and gets taken down. Lord in the bottom lane, already dealt with, kinda, right? You take him for a detour, get him to a point where he can actually just go for the free hits. That's a tier 2 up top, but considering the lead, Indonesia really didn't get too much out of that Lord. You would expect all the tier 2s to be taken down here.
Yeah, they hold on to 1. And that's the thing, you know, the biggest gap that we saw there in terms of the gold, obviously, is the jungle. Rafa's been struggling, but if they continue to buy time like this, they find a little, you know, pickoffs here and there because Indonesia is overextending a little bit, but maybe they're getting a little confident in what that pressure can do, then they should be able to punish and actually crawl back into this game. It is a long way to go for them, though, but they might get cut off here. Vivian looking to make a play. Not going to be able to get the sandwich, but there's the pathway.
The AOG to the back though. They're going to be caught in a bad spot right now. She's going to be taunted down, but Lunar just burst it down. City with a Sky Piercer takes her out. Emiru's Passion and Fumi echo with a vengeance as Vival dashes forward, gets the unstoppable 3-0. No Lord, but they actually might be able to go for the end of the bottom lane.
That's going to be tough here. 2 members left to defend this push. Some of the resources going to be taken down. That turret's worked on from afar. They got to clear out the minion. Raffle will do that, but whoa, the damage from Michelle, able to take out that base turret. Now eyes set here in that mid lane. Saudi Arabia will go ahead and have the rest of the members for this defense. So the Holy Shield's still up. They will pop now mid lane. Lunar taking the shot. You know, that last team fight, I was surprised at just how fast she got bursted down. You know, she was really looking for that airtime, but wasn't able to get it because of how fast she just got blown up.
It's too fast, man. For Indonesia at this point, they have everything. They got the damage down, I assume. They have several executes. Early on, maybe we would just think about Viva when it comes to executing members, but Sydney, I think, has gotten to a very comfortable spot with the Sky Piercer to a point where it's a built-in execute. That's why you go Lantern Flare. That's why you go Sky Piercer on the Juicin. It's because of the Lantern Flare. You can just constantly put it on members, and it just becomes an auto execute whenever someone gets low enough.
At this point, once again, surely this Lord will be one.
Pink?
They knock into the base. Pink could be in trouble. She's going to Avatar the Guardian defensively. Gets a distance, but that's unfortunate because now you don't have this ultimate for this push in. So, you know, she was trying to push that top wave in. Indonesia swings over, and now they get ready. They know they have that Lord. You have Vival walking with it. So they're going to focus here on the top side. Eternal Guard gets dropped down. Pink
bursted down with the final slash as well. Just brought back everything. And a kitchen sink used at Pink. With the Revitalize too, you'd think maybe she'd be able to survive a bit longer. But at the bottom lane, Lord has actually done quite a lot of damage over to the base, half HP. Lunar taking a half as well, sitting now with the Crimson Beacon very aggressively. Vival with the stun, Lyrics still able to escape with the vengeance as Sydney just Lantern Flares and Sky pierces her way to the kill. Living is next to the chopping block as Vival goes over the stun, but it's not going to be enough right now. Sydney flickers forward, looking for the final one. It's a shutdown for Lunar. But Indonesia will just go and take the base.
Indonesia doing what was expected with the lineup that they brought to this game. Very decisive once again, a synergy off the charts. Even if they got a little overzealous in some situations, some might argue, you know, that was part of the plan. They want to go ahead and just see how far they can test that limit. Yeah, and that's exactly what they did, and then they just collapsed down. And just a great draft now from Indonesia. Again, the experience and the tournament favorites for what they have here. A good attempt, a good try from Saudi Arabia, but you know, they obviously, when you have that first pick Hayabusa, this can be any assassin. You pick it up and you don't get even your buffs early on, you're gonna fall behind very quickly to the point where you can't even contest objectives. So it gets very difficult. We saw that gap between the jungles, and again, hopefully for Saudi Arabia, they can have a better chance in their next games. But right now, this puts Indonesia, I believe, what, 3-0 in the group for now. They're definitely top of the groups.
I don't know about the average game duration, man, but I think it has to be one of the lowest here. They've just been so dominant in the group stage. 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. We thought maybe with the best of one format that there's a possibility there's going to be changes. There's going to be cheese picks that get them riled up or shakes them a bit. No, even with the Hayabusa first pick, they just played it calm and composed, looking at just the prio heroes in the meta, not trying anything crazy themselves, and using what works, man. It's just simple. Simple is better right now, right? And all of the teams that have won have just used simplicity in their drafts.
Yep, there's an acronym for that. It's called KISS. Keep it simple. Keep it simple.
KIS.
KIS. So we can keep it at that, right?
Keep it simple. Son.
Yeah,
just,
we can
just to make it the actual
leave it
KISS,
at that.
right?
But you know, again, that's what they do. They keep it simple in the draft. These are very meta drafts right now that we're seeing. You know, even when you have maybe a little bit of different pattern, ultimately it works. And even then, you know, we've been hoping to see the Beatrix pop up. And definitely what a game here it was for Shell. But we're going to be thrown over to the stage. I believe we have Vival with us on stage. So let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
Well, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Vival or Vival. Which do you prefer?
You can call me Vival.
I will go with Vival. Okay, well, you know, we're still in the group stages. Things are happening. You're writing your story. How do you feel about it?
I'm very glad that we can keep up a consistent performance, and yeah, today is not over, and I hope we can keep on playing at our best and expecting the best results.
Let's go, let's go. You know, the thing is what I love about ISF and this event, that you get to meet people from all over the world. So if this is there is that one word from Indonesia that we should all learn before we leave. What's that word? Teach us.
One word, it's semangat. Yeah, which means cheer up.
Samanat. Okay, I love this. I love this. Well, pretty much maybe in your next win, hopefully, you can teach us another word. And then we're going to have a full sentence right here. Well, Vival, thank you so much. And it's back to you, awesome peeps.
Thank you, Bara, and congratulations once again for Indonesia for their third victory in their groups, which puts them at 3-0 in said group, Renmar.
Very comfortable. And the one team that I thought could shock us, felt like there were moments that they could actually shock us by taking a point from Indonesia, but at the end of the day, Indonesia just hammered down on the best things that you can do in this meta, controlling the river, confident in your matchups in lane. We talked about the Beatrix versus 1-1. Shell was an absolute beast. Lunar was, to the credit of Indonesia, well respected. They still respected the power that the 1-1 could have brought out, and they did so to the point where Lunar just could not get. She got one good crossbow of tank that led to a kill, but that was a kill that didn't lead into bigger results in the map.
And in general, if we take a look at the highlights as well, right? The shutdown onto that first pick Hayabusa was kind of brutal, right? In the 12th minute, she was already 3 levels below. So even if at the end they wanted to look for a huge play, is this the crossbow of tank you were talking about?
Yeah, it was that
There you
one.
go.
But they weren't able to convert that. And Fumi Echo, I see why like she was the player that you mentioned yesterday as the one that really stood out. Great timings with the final slashes. Not killer in the stat line. She did end the game in 2, 2, and 3, but she did her job. Another person that did their jobs very well was, before we talk a little bit more, was for Indonesia, was Livin. The combo that Livin and Pink were able to do here led them to a scenario where they could have turned that around. But again, we go back to the idea that Indonesia respected that 1-1. Every time that they thought the crossbow of tank could come in and turn the game around for Saudi Arabia, they sidestepped it, they hugged the walls, making sure that she wouldn't get that last weakness point hit so that she wouldn't be able to get up in the air.
Yeah, and just the fundamentals that Indonesia already have
For sure.
makes it a lot more difficult for Saudi Arabia, especially in this particular game, to look for that window of opportunity. Because again, if we're talking about all the lanes, like that's something very basic, right? In the drafting phase, we take a look at the lanes. Who wins that matchup? Who are they able to work around with, and who are they able to play for? And in this particular scenario for Saudi Arabia, it was very difficult to choose a particular lane, right? The 1-1 and the Beatrix. I felt like the Beatrix had a better lane. If we go to the EXP lane, CC and Arlet, it looked like it was also very difficult for, is it Lyrics or Lyrics, do you think?
I like lyrics.
Let's go with Lyrics.
Lyrics
We'll
sounds
ask them
really
if
cool.
we meet them, but let's go with Lyrics for the
Yeah.
moment. But yeah, back to that, Lyrics also had a very difficult time. I think the best that they could have worked with was like their mid prio, but even that was difficult to achieve at the end.
They were bullied in the center of the map. Again, the Hylos and Jushin together roaming around. Even though they got the Kaja Stanky, the Vixana, again, that's a pick that we were looking for, providing the crowd control, and it did. There's one play that I really have to look at here that could have been something better. It was the very first clash that we saw in the mid, where it was eventually Pink and Rafa going down, the very first kill on that Hayabusa. If they decided to commit ultimate from the Hayabusa much quicker there, they could have brought someone low. Maybe that could have been a trade. That didn't need to be a 0-2. You saw the hesitation. You saw Rafa wanting to go back. You saw Pink wanting to fight. You saw Livin stuck in between. It's like, where am I gonna go? Who do I actually help out here? So Livin becoming the linchpin now. Eventually, as the game went on, you saw this Vexana try her absolute best to find setups, find plays, deal burst, and that became a problem for Indonesia. That times where they could have kept going forward, they needed to go back because they got hit by the Vexana. And again, they were just countered by what we keep going back to when it comes to Indonesia, the fundamentals, the basics, the principles of they do it so good, and that's why they're one of the best, if not the best women's team in the world.
But not to say that there isn't any promise or potential coming in from the Saudi Arabia team.
yeah.
Like, we see snippets of it, it just needs to be refined a little bit more.
Yeah, the times where we were talking about this backstage, where for me it was, why are they overcommitting defending this? I still stick by that, but they were getting other things in the map. They were overcommitting with defenses, overcommitting with trying to get kills, but they had the 1-1 farming up in the opposite lane to catch up, pushing towers. They had the Hayabusa trying, Rafa trying her best to take that tower down, push minion waves so that it forces Indonesia to go back a little bit more. That's something that good coaching can teach you. And Leo and I were talking about it as well. If we feel like that's the effect of Coach Dalyot coming in big time here. Saudi Arabia just really need to sharpen up a little bit with their execution and be a little bit more decisive with their decision making. And definitely a promising, bright team for the Saudi Arabian women's team.
I agree, because I think that they still have a shoe-in if they want to get that third place. I think it's still possible. So let's take a look at the updated standings right now, the things that we kind of missed so far. Because if I'm not mistaken, as we were doing that, we had 3 more matches that were being done for Group A.
Yeah.
So Uzbekistan was able to take down Guatemala, and Egypt was able to get a point away from UAE.
Ooh, Egypt's on a hot streak, so that's undefeated still. So later, we are going to be seeing a battle of undefeated teams in Egypt and Indonesia, and I think that's going to be the clincher. Whoever wins that series will be securing the first slot into the playoffs for Group A.
Is that it?
Yeah, because
There's no more
that would be their 4th win. And if that's 4 in a row already, that means that you're already locked in for playoffs.
Oh, there you go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia, if we take a look at the updated standings as well, they're tied in, like Redmar mentioned earlier on. But again, SA still looking strong in that 3rd place position. Meanwhile, Uzbekistan equaling it as well. So, I don't know. If you had to make early predictions now, who do you think will take that 3rd?
Based off of what we saw already from Saudi Arabia, it would have to be the Saudi Arabian team. I think they could just reset and take pride in what they were able to do against Indonesia today. Those decision making, sharpen that up, and they look like a shoe-in for me over Uzbekistan, UAE. We haven't seen Guatemala in action yet on broadcast, but yeah, Saudi Arabia has impressed me.
If this list is correct, then Saudi Arabia's next match is against Uzbekistan.
Oh, all right. That's good. That's good.
So we do have tiebreakers coming through between Egypt and Indo, and then we also have Saudi Arabia and Uzbekistan, and then we'll have a little bit more of a say as to how things are going to go and progress as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. But that was our first match of the day. We do still have 5 more to go on broadcast. So before we get into our second match of the day, we're going to throw to a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and a battle find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game, a chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welkom, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, kallos irtate, swagat hai, witajcie, yindit nab, SEF Arena.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
The MLBB Women's Tournament is well and truly underway, but we've just seen Saudi Arabia unfortunately lose their previous best of one. But guess what? I'm curious to find out whether or not they can rewrite history and go again. What do you think?
I think it is time for this coming match, ladies and gentlemen. Please help me welcome the team right now on stage. Let's hear it for Team Uzbekistan. They had a good streak going on right now, coming in with beautiful smiles and spirit. Let's see what's going to happen in this match.
But now, Butter, I think the biggest question on everybody's minds is coming into this match as our next team, Saudi Arabia. Shout out to our analysts that are clapping very loudly. I appreciate you guys. I think for Saudi Arabia coming into this match, having just lost the previous one, how on earth do you adopt a mental reset?
Right.
Because obviously, spirits are not going to be at the highest right now, so in the very short time that they've had, the question is, can they realistically formulate a new game plan?
Well, back to back. Let's see what's going to happen right now. But we got faith right here, ladies and gentlemen, in this match. Let's see what's going to take place. And off to you, talents. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Bara. Thank you so much, Jasmine. As we make our way into our second match of the day, it looks like both Saudi Arabia and Uzbekistan are getting ready to get into their battle stations for their next and upcoming best of one.
Yeah. We did see Uzbekistan, or not see. Uzbekistan saw action off broadcast, but we saw Saudi Arabia, and again, mainly it is just coming from the fact that we didn't get to see how Uzbekistan performed in the previous series, but based off of the series that we saw them play yesterday, yeah, it's clearly favoring Saudi Arabia right now. Everything that we've seen, the drafts, actions in game, rotations, all point to Saudi Arabia getting the W here. But again, in MLBB, never say never, and there is a chance that Space Loves Us, Yulis, Slowly, Kana, and Hinata might actually to surprise the hometown crowd.
Yeah, this is where I have to beg to differ here, Renmar. I think Uzbekistan, I think they have a good shot at it. I think the last time that we saw them, it was very difficult for them to figure out their game plan because Space Loves Us was not given the space that she deserved.
True.
Coming back into her name, right? She's been the main anchor. We saw it from the qualifiers, and the last time we saw them, Space Loves Us, she was shut down so badly.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that in this next upcoming match against Saudi Arabia, they're going to be able to find the space. But it's not going to be an easy task because here they are going against Lyrics, Rafa, Livin, Pink, and Lunar. That I think Jasmine made a great argument there, right? They came from a loss just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
And now they're going to have to reset, reformulate a new strategy and get their heads back into the game.
Yeah, it is a big reset. It's interesting that they have slightly similar stories wherein you mentioned in Uzbekistan, Space Loves Us couldn't get any space. For Saudi Arabia, the one that we've touted as the player to watch out for in their squad with how good she is in with the Assassins, Rafa could barely find any space whatsoever in the mid with Livin and Pink struggling against the high loss and the Jushin. So if you are Uzbekistan, that's a big learning. If by any chance you were able to see the previous matchup, maybe your matchup was able to end before they played theirs earlier,
True.
that the heart of Saudi Arabia in the map is, like with many teams, the center. If you can make Rafa struggle with her rotations or not allow Pink to get information for whatever assassin that Rafa will end up with, then that might be your shot to controlling the center, controlling the jungle, then controlling the game.
Yeah, the side lanes as well. That's going to be something that we need to look at, especially from that previous match against Indonesia. But again, right, Uzbekistan, they're coming off a win. So if we're talking about momentum, and this is something that we have been talking over for the past couple of days here at WEC, momentum does give a big factor as to how both of these teams are going to be performing. And Uzbekistan, they literally just won against Guatemala. So I'm hoping that kind of motivation, they can also translate back into this next upcoming game. They brought out an Angela, by the way.
Ooh. All right. So they are, wow, it's very carry-coded. I think a team that would bring out an Angela is a team that wants to play around their carries, wants to play around their cores. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and rush another pick again for Space Loves Us. Again, they were the team that first picked Harith on the blue side. Still something I will always fully agree with. But if they want to pick up the Harith on the red side, or maybe the Angela rush right away, I wouldn't mind.
That's definitely possible. I mean, we saw it banned out in our first series, so we'll see whether or not that actually gets let go. But for the while, as we get into the drafting phase for our next game, Saudi Arabia will have first pick, and they will utilize that to ban out the Matilda and the Nolan from Uzbekistan very early. That's huge respect onto Rafa.
Okay, you take that out. She still has the Hayabusa available. Doubt we're going to see Ling. I would not be surprised if Rafa has a Julian option in her hand, but of course that just leaves us with the Suyo and the Alpha trade that we might see later. Question is, who's going to be rushing the high losses and the Rome? Because right now, especially with what we've seen in IESF so far, Rome high loss just seems to be the catch-all, end-all top two roamers right now. If it's not the high loss, it's the Cho. Yes, I would pick the high loss over the Gatot Kacha. Most of the time. If they got the Kacha, I'd rather see him in the XP lane. I'd rather see the high loss and the Rome. So Saudi Arabia is still respecting that and banning it. Earlier, they felt the wrath of a Jushin. Maybe that's something that they would consider picking up in the first. However, with the plethora of assassins still available, Uzbekistan can go ahead and pick up a Suyo or a Hayabusa first two picks. Again, they're core-minded. The Jushin early on might be too difficult for them to rush.
I agree. The high-lows here as well, it's also giving me, I don't know, it's a feeling, but we haven't seen Saudi Arabia pick up the high-lows just yet. Maybe they're not comfortable utilizing it. Maybe they don't want to go for the contest for it because of that. So
maybe
they prefer to just ban it out altogether because we know you will place the high-lows.
Yeah, that is also a respect for Yule in that regard. So a part of me is also thinking it might just be just a little bit of a trauma from what they experienced earlier. They'd rather not go up against another high-loss comfort again. If we could stop it there, then no. And again, to add more to the idea we talked about with Uzbekistan, with them being very core-minded, look at their first two bans. Nolan, Nathan, red side ban. They're opening up so many things. Alpha, Suyo, Chip. Jushin. So this is a team that loves their carries either to ban it out or to make sure that they get the advantage over that. So Saudi Arabia takes away the Harith of Space Loves Us, just respecting now. So right now, with the bans alone, I honestly prefer Saudi Arabia's bans. If Uzbekistan are taking out Assassins, they'd want to hope that the Jushin is available for them in the first 2 picks. But they've set up Saudi Arabia to pick up the Jushin, but then again, are you going to really rush that or instead of the Alpha or the Suyo?
But remember, the Phobies is also still available for both of these teams to pick up, right? We've seen Lyrics pick it up before. We've also seen Hinata pick it up before. But it looks like you mentioned, Saudi Arabia, they go for the Jushin. So this time, they're like, Jushin is not happening to us again, okay? We're going to pick it up for ourselves, and we're going to show you exactly how much pressure that we went through against Indonesia earlier on. So Uzbekistan now, they have a lot to pick up here. Suyo and Phobius is their answer.
Yeah, they didn't need to rush their mid laner right away, but they're really giving Alpha and Jushin to Saudi Arabia. I'd rather that they get the Alpha for themselves, but understandable. It would not, actually no, not understandable. That's a struggle for the Phobius and the Suyo going up against the Alpha and the Jushin. I mean, the Jushin is still going to be going up an Assassin, so she'll have to be careful. Single target lockdown would be good. I'd want to see them consider picking up their roamer now. They want to control the tempo. They could go Khalid. Cho might be available for them. I don't mind giving Cho into playing Cho into the Focus, honestly, but they're going to go with the Gatakacha. I think that might actually be their roam mid duo already, and then they go with the Moskov.
Oh, very early Moskov pick. I wonder what the intention is. Is it just comfort coming in?
Yeah, it's there's a lot of high-tier gold laners banned, and that's them forcing. I was gonna say to make Uzbekistan think about picking up their gold laner now. They're putting the Clint into the Gatakacha. That's a tough one for a Clint, especially if Saudi Arabia picks up another EXP laner here that can easily access the back line. Tough. It's looking tough right now for Uzbekistan.
I'm going to tell you now here, Renmar. The last time they played against Guatemala, their draft was Phobius, Suyo, Luo Yi, Clint, and Angela.
Are they just going to run it back?
Exactly. Is that the idea?
Maybe. They might have room for it. Angelo and the Suyo, Angelo and the... they're going to pick up the Lo Yi, sure. But I think Saudi Arabia might read into that and just take it out. If they go Lo Yi, now that you've mentioned that lineup, I actually would go Lo Yi, but maybe change up the Angela. Because right now with what I'm seeing, the Angela might just experience a little bit too much pressure.
I agree. So now that the Alpha has been banned, KSA, they're going to have to think about what they want to put in the jungle. Technically, oh no, actually the Nolan is also banned out.
Yeah.
What's the option here? Do they go a different assassin?
I mean, there's only one. For Rafa, it's if she has the Fanny. The Fanny that you've been desperately searching for all throughout IESF Women's especially. So if she has the Fanny in a pool, go ahead and pick it up. But if Uzbekistan really wants to walk away with one of the best matchups possible, don't ban out the Fanny straight up. Make Rafa stick with just either the Hayabusa or the Ling. If you don't have enough info of whether or not Fanny is available for Rafa, play it safe, take out the Haya.
Ling Angela.
Yeah, and that would mean Ling Angela would be available for them too, you're right.
It was. I'm curious to see the next ban from Uzbekistan. Alpha banned out, and the Edith. Okay, so both the Fanny and the Ling has actually been left open.
Edith. Interesting. I feel like that's a signal that they're going for something a little bit more squishier in the center of the map. They might actually just default into going into Angela Lo Yi yet again.
Unless KSA, they banned that out first. Right?
Just ban one of them. See? So the chip. I mean, chip was overlooked. So, what's it gonna be? I really want to see them pick up something sturdier as a front line. Because if KSA brings up another draft pick that has backline access, I think, they're just going for the same lineup they played against Guatemala.
Yeah, Angela gets picked up here. So the last one should be...
The Lo Yi.
Lo Yi, yeah.
if we're gonna base it off of what they played earlier.
And what I'm afraid of is that they don't, other than the fact that of course they don't have a proper front line, they only have the Phobias at the moment. They also don't have tools to work with.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. If they could, if they have it in them, put that Angela in the mid and just pick up another roamer that can help her clear minion waves fast. Have a lot of control.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, probably a Tigreal with a concussive blast.
To help with the clear too.
Yeah, they need that clear. CC.
Oh, there you go!
No, you do get it.
Yes!
So she does have the Fanny in her hero pool. Okay. Yeah, that's not good news for Uzbekistan. I'm just gonna say that now. There's not a lot of stops. There's no stoppers for the Fanny.
Go Cho.
Yeah, if you can, go Cho. If not Cho, just something to potentially stop that Fanny. High invade, maybe. At this point, I would, even though it would be incredibly risky, it might be irresponsible to pick up a Jawhead, but just like something to pressure the jungle.
Come on, Yul. You got this. Flex it into the mid lane.
Grok, anyone really who could just get vision on this Fanny and invade, please.
They don't have any lockdown for this Fanny at all.
If you get locker down control, whoa! Okay. Roam Angela mid Aurora. Rafa might have a field day. I'm just gonna leave it at that. The turn, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I mean, technically, their initial draft was the Luo Yi, right? And technically, the Aurora has her passive. So she's not as easy to take down.
Mm-hmm. I mean, by all accounts, Saudi Arabia won this draft.
I agree.
If Uzbekistan pulls this off, Mongolia better watch out. I'm gonna have few queens on my list because come on, that again the traditional thinking is if you're Suyo, you'd rather go up against an alpha. You would not want to go up against a Fanny. You want to make sure you have something to stop the Fanny, the last pick of Saudi Arabia. Right now, they do not. So looks tough for Uzbekistan.
And I'm excited to see the Fanny in action. And I'm wondering whether or not the casters are as well. Finally get a Fanny, guys. Mirko, Naisu, what do you think about this?
I don't know, man. Personally, for me, I'm a bit more 50-50 on the Fanny pick, right? Because obviously, there's no stoppers. It's great. You're very, very open. And if you do well on the Fanny, it's going to be an easy game. But we've kind of seen how hard it is to pull off the Fanny on stage.
Yeah.
It's already really difficult to execute the Fanny in ranked games and in your scrims, but on stage is a completely different beast. So ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to jump into the land of dance, see if Saudi Arabia, Rafa, can utilize the Fanny to dismantle Uzbekistan and the way that they can play here with their very simple composition, I assume.
I love the way that the panel put it. You know, for the most part, we had that little information on what Uzbekistan did with this lineup, nearly the same, right? But this time around, of course, with the Aurora there, I also am wondering if they're able to stop Rafa here. Rafa had a pretty difficult time on the Hayabusa the last game that we just streamed here, but now the tools are in their favor. You know, even this, looking at Livin, having this Jushin pick really helps build things out for them. And then, of course, you have Pink still in that Gatakacha. So they should have an upper hand, and I think it really, you got to see how they kind of pick things apart, because you do, it's great. You have an Angela, right? Yule's got that. You've got some freeze potential. The Frigid Glacier can really help you out. But ultimately, like Eterna said, you are lacking a front line. Your front line is a Phobius with a Heart Guard. Like, that's the majority of it.
Look at that. Taunt just a poke. That's what we expect technically in this mid lane. Ooh,
oh, they're still gonna go. I don't think you can get this kill on Pink. Pink's quite low. Unless Kana's able to pull something off. Soul Sever. Okay.
Almost.
Almost. She also looked like, yeah, again, able to force out the flicker. I'm not sure if this is gonna result when we do get back into this game.
Yeah.
She's able to pick up a kill here, because that's two very low health bars there, Mirko.
One good skill one.
Yeah.
Or even just a freeze there would do wonders for Uzbekistan. And this is what I'm saying, right? On top of the fact that the Fanny, we haven't really seen the Fanny just yet. She's going to still have to clear out her own jungle. But it's just really hard to execute, man. It is really, really hard. The Gatakacha and the Jushin, this combo is really good. But I would say Aurora is easier to execute compared to a Jushin, right? You need to be very, very aware of your spacing, of how you can get the Lantern Flare and the Crimson Beacon as well usage. Meanwhile, for Uzbekistan, they're playing with the simplicity of the draft. The Clint, very simple in lane, and a good lane bully up against the Moskov. All she needs to do is buy a bit more physical defense in the early game, maybe a steel leg plate start with the Warrior Boots, and then it's over. It's going to be very, very tough for Rafa to get kills. On top of that, there's going to be an Angela that hits level 4. Fanny, global pressure. hard guard comes in. You don't have that global pressure, no kill pressure anymore. And for the Phobias, it's just really good setup for whatever CC that's to come later.
Yeah.
Because they have a lot of layers of CC here for Uzbekistan too.
Whatever Hanada, like how they approach these fights. I mean, even this, if you're looking at, you know, this little skirmish happening here this early on, you know, that's without the factor of having Hanada on the Phobias and obviously the hard guard too. So those all come into play. One thing I did notice as well before we, you know, had this little zoom out effect on the stage is I believe the Revitalize hasn't been popped from Pink. So if we jump out of the game and they were able to get that off, you know, then that might keep them alive, because the biggest worry that I have here is if this results into an early kill, or let's say even a double kill, going in the hands of Saudi or Uzbekistan, this gives them that snowball potential. And like we said, you know, this whole time when you pick up a Fanny early, you want to be able to snowball yourself, just like we were expecting with the Hayabusa in the previous match. But you know, if you get stalled or you stopped early, it's going to be really difficult to get the momentum going against the fact that you have that sustainability with a hard guard and even, you know, just trying to find the right moments. Because as you said, once those defensive items come into play, it's going to be pretty difficult to get an execute off on the Fanny. But again, it's so early in the game. We're only, what, a minute and 18 in the game so far, and a lot can change over the course of that.
And I think it's just obviously also kind of like the recency bias of how good Fanny is. Last time we saw a Fanny, we saw it in the hands of Skies, bro. And again, for Fanny, a lot of times when we see it in pro play, it's always just the best of the best Fannies.
It's a
pull
certain
it off.
jungler.
It is a certain jungler. Yeah, not a lot of them actually. Even in the pro play, in pro play, not everybody goes Fanny. It's very difficult to execute, and if you miss just one cable, so you lose out so much energy. So there's so much room for you to make mistakes, and especially up against a CC comp like this, you miss one cable, you're gonna be frozen.
Yeah.
You're gonna be jumped on by Phobias.
Would you say that Fanny's still, let's say, a crowd, even a crowd favorite? Like, is it still the hero that
for sure
just gets there? Oh, hey, jumping back in the game. There's the Revitalize I was talking about. The flicker will come through, but still living again. We saw her do this even yesterday, so good thing.
It's in the name.
It's in the name. Good thing for Saudi Arabia, no one went down. Great usage of the Revitalize.
Let's see this, though, Rafa.
Rafa could be in trouble. Rafa able to get a kill, actually. Able to get that first blood. So now we've seen the Fanny.
There we go.
There it is. Mid lane. Yeah, I think it's still a crowd favorite, yeah?
Definitely
Probably the most.
Yeah, Ling, Fanny, whenever you see that, those two picks, you definitely get excited, right, for all the viewers. It is very, very entertaining, and now it gets really dangerous for Uzbekistan. The fact that the Fanny got one kill after clearing the entire camp, Uzbekistan will definitely have to go for the turtle control. No Revitalize, so that's a good piece of information that they will utilize to take control of this. They just have to be very careful about the cables from Rafa. She's on a purple ball.
Yeah, she's going to get her purple. They might be able to just grab this unless it can be stalled out a little bit. Livin doesn't have the level 4 either, so it looks like objective secured. Kana will get that one with the retribution. So Uzbekistan will get an objective. Not sure if they can get anything further. Rafa looks like she's just going to be focusing on the jungle for now. And that might be part of the plan, you know, because they know information-wise, there's a lot of ultimates missing. I mean, Pink, Livin as well didn't have it for that fight. And we know this very well. You can give up even the first turtle and still obviously come in for the second one with those ultimates, with those battle spells, like you mentioned earlier, Mirko. You know, that Revitalize even wasn't available for that fight.
And just take a look at this lane, right? The Clint versus the Moskov matchup, Uzbekistan definitely getting the advantage there. This is already a very, very good winning lane, by the way. Like, the Clint absolutely demolishes the Moskov. You're just a laner at this point. You're just a farmer, not a laner. All you need to do is just look for farm, maybe look for ganks as well, and that's what they're doing. Saudi Arabia with a rotation. Instant flicker.
Instant flicker.
Wow.
She just saw Livin and just like, nope, I'm not dealing with this.
She knows of the threat of the Crimson Beacon. There's also another flicker to follow through, and then a AOG. So if you get caught first, it'll be very dicey to flicker out. So might as well, if you're going to burn the flicker, burn it instantly.
Do it preemptively, you know, at this point. And, well, now you also have the hard guard in consideration from Yule. So even if she gets caught a little bit, at least you can rely on that. Kana's still doing a pretty good job at rotating around. Whoa, Spear just being lobbed out there. Thought there'd be a fight. There's a jump, though. Avatar the Guardian on space loves us. Kana will be there to help out. Not sure. They're going to be dragged a little bit from this Livin. Really trying to proc that, but won't be able to. So nothing just yet up top. Kana going to jump back in. Slowly is there. won't utilize that Frigid Glacier, so no one going down.
Great disengage there from Uzbekistan. It really looked like with the AOG, it was going to be over for Space Loves Us, who had already committed the flicker very early in the previous gank attempt. But again, because Kana was there, she was just able to stun Pink before she got the taunt down. It became a really good fight because they're the ones who lost out on the resources. No AOG, no Revitalize. Uzbekistan have control. Lyrics is low.
Rafa also dealing with it. She's just trying to get her orange buff. She's forced off of it, and this could actually give that window of opportunity now for this turtle. Hinata doing the same thing as we expected with the Phobius dragged away over, but hey, she still has the Infernal Pursuit, so she's going to deal with it. Tanking multiple, she actually flickers forward, has a Heart Guard too under the turret. She will go down, but the objective is secured. Second turtle of the game for Uzbekistan.
Okay, 2 turtles versus 2 kills, and the 2 kills are on Rafa. So technically Rafa hasn't really been shut down just yet, but Uzbekistan are slowly but surely just getting to a power spike, where again, in the team fights where they're going to have to clump up, it'll be very, very dicey for Saudi Arabia with the CC2. They're going to have to find these fights a bit more spread out. They can't go for a pure 5v5 clumped up composition against Uzbekistan's front to back. They have a lot of sustain, so many displacements, and crazy CC with the Aurora. So we'll see if Saudi Arabia can actually look for picks, because as of right now, it's very risky, even diving into the Clint. Angela, Aurora, there's so much CC to stop you, and that's why Rafa hasn't really been able to find kills the traditional way. Aside from the first Angela kill, right? Because Ula kind of overextended in the mid lane a bit. After that, it was just kind of like looking for scraps. Hinata overextending a bit. It's always through little mistakes from Uzbekistan, but it's not the normal fan that we're seeing, right? Like side lane control, kill, side lane kill.
Here she is, there's a kill, you know. But at this point, I would say Rafa's doing a relatively good job. At least, you know, she's managed to get those kills in the unusual way, but it keeps her in the game because that's what has to happen. Her and Kana basically need to be matched up. It's just a little bit easier for Kana to go ahead, rotate where she needs to be, and then rely on the team to help set things up. Whereas, of course, Rafa, it's a little bit different that time. So this is where, again, okay, it looks like she's going to go up top. Has the damage. Space Loves Us, though. Won't be able to escape. The cables come through. Rafa picks up the 3rd kill, and that's what I was saying. You know, at some point, she is going to have that damage profile that's threat enough to just go and appear in a lane, get a kill, and then get out.
Definitely. And I mean, if I personally am just taking a look at the items, going back to the mid lane now, we're finally seeing the traditional Fanny looking for kills in the side lane, and for Space Loves Us, I just don't see the respect here at all from Space Loves Us. It's a tough boot too. So more respect towards the CC. Lunar picking up the turret down below. There's no defense whatsoever for Space Loves Us, and this might literally be the mistake that gives Saudi Arabia a massive advantage.
Again, they're going to force the fight. Looking for the objective here. Demonic Force they're utilizing, then they get the turtle. Rafa is able to get it. Now the fight's going to break out. Heart Guard already used. Frigid Glacier won't land on members they're looking for. She's in trouble as Lyric's going to fall, and now with everything else thrown out the window, Hinata falls. Spirit Destruction does get used and followed up. Lunar trying to fire her off with it. Living still there too, and she's going to back off. A trade across the board, really.
Very tough fight there for both these teams, but like I mentioned, even though they kind of failed at getting the turtle here, Uzbekistan, you saw exactly how strong their composition is in a pure 5v5 where the front to back actually works. It's so hard for Rafa to dive deep. There's so much damage coming her way, and maybe that's the reason Space Loves Us hasn't gone for defense. She just wants to play with the team and go full glass cannon. If you walk up, one of us dies.
At that point too, you know, she's got to get up on this gold. She's what, 1,000 gold or a little bit more behind, you know, Lunar. And we saw Lunar even show up for that fight. It would have been better if she was able to get there a little bit sooner, but I think at the same time, you were also able to avoid some of that initial setup. She's going to go ahead and throw the spear once again. Conceal going to be used. Pink charging the Unbreakable up, looking for slowly. She's still got the passive. Will get the flicker out. There's the Avatar of the Guardian. They jump in. They want slowly here. Passive still going to pop off, looking for the cleanup kill. Space Loves Us, though, has the flicker defensively, too. And now Lunar trying to run away from Hinata. Has the rest of the team still with their Pink taking a couple shots. Space Loves Us doesn't have the damage she's looking for just yet, but still with the Infernal Pursuit, Hinata giving the call under the turret. They might just go ahead and secure the turret here.
No, Cable.
Wow. Jumping in, trying to keep the turret alive, trying to pop out the damage on Hinata. Hinata one hit away. Wait. Does she stay alive through it? Whoa, she almost got Rafa in the exchange, but finally Hinata goes down.
Man, what a drawn-out team fight. Uzbekistan I would say even though they kind of lost the team by Lyrics, wants to go in. Curtain call.
Lunar goes in with the Spirit of Destruction, able to find two into the Spirit of Misery, and now Yulei in trouble. Here's Pink, comes in, double kill for Lunar.
Now it's a big goal lead, 2,000 almost for Saudi Arabia. For Uzbekistan again, that overextending is really killing them. Winning out in a few of these skirmishes, getting the prio trades, but in the end, falling flat as they kept on trying to get more. Rafa, 4-0-2. This is a very scary Fanny at the moment in the 9th minute of the game. The first few fights, maybe they were able to outplay Rafa, but now it's getting very difficult.
Oh, Another jumped in, was trying to go in for the steal now. Has to rely on the team. Heart Guard going to be used as well, but it's just too much damage coming through as Hinata falls a double for Rafa. She's looking for more possibly. Kind of on the run. Frigid Glacier able to stop them in their tracks. Pink running it through. Slowly finally goes down. And now Rafa with the rest of the team full health. Will be looking for space. Loves us. Rafa takes a couple shots. Kana there too. Still Lord in the mid lane. They're going to be working for it. Kana trying to hold it down with space. Loves us, but they want the tier 2 taken down. They still have the Holy Shields. They should be able to clear this out. But they lost so much in that fight.
Yeah, they lost so much, man. A few of those kills again. Rafa is the one who picks it up. So snowballing is going to be even deadlier at this point of the game. And Uzbekistan, I like the fact that Saudi Arabia respected that, right? They saw the Clint and also Suya was still available. Space Loves Us and Kana were still alive. And they know how much damage they can do with that kind of defense with the range that they have. It's the GDS second item building towards, I believe, Melvin Roar should be, but
Roar, yeah.
AOG.
AOG not going to find a connection from Pink, but she goes in with the Unbreakable Baton, finds slowly, even with the Frigid Glacier, and Hanada's gone too. Heart Guard on Space Loves Us, but she doesn't want to go into that fight. 4 bodies there, waiting for Kana. Space Loves Us backs off, clears the wave, and another Holy Shield being popped here on the top side.
There's no damage that we can deal towards Saudi Arabia at this point of the game. I think Pink and Lyrics are just too beefy of front lines. And really, when we take a look at CC, that's not supposed to be the case. CC is a squishy fighter in the XP. She's not the type to actually be able to soak in all that damage, at least without Vengeance, right? You add in Vengeance, it's cool. You can soak in damage. The fact that she doesn't need Vengeance, hasn't needed Vengeance in the last few fights, is just, so tough for Uzbekistan now. What do they have to wait for at this point, right? I'm looking at the item power spikes. It's actually a Berserker's Fury that Space Loves Us is on the way to. And I don't think that's going to be the answer for all the defenses that Saudi Arabia have. I think they need a bit more penetration. Currently, none of them have it. It's a Hunter Strike, 100 strike for Kana. That's the only penetration tool that they have. Even for the Magic side, going one, nothing else. There's no Divine Glaive build just yet. They're obviously very far behind. And I guess we have a few more minutes to just talk about the state of the game right now, because for Saudi Arabia, 6,000 goal lead with this kind of composition that should have been shut down at the start of the game. It's not really looking good for Uzbekistan and their hopes to come back in this game.
Yeah, I think like you mentioned, the biggest glaring factor here is the fact that Uzbekistan isn't able to really go toe-to-toe in these fights. They're not able to actually provide the damage. Because even if they, let's say they avoid the Avatar of the Guardian, that we've seen actually happen multiple times from Pink, they still have to deal with a taunt. And usually a taunt alone from the Unbreakable will be enough to force out the Heart Guard or some form of a response, right? And then part of that too is even if you get a lockdown with your Frigid Glacier ultimate with this Aurora from Slowly, you don't have enough follow-up damage. It did, like in the early game, you at least, Suyo's damage from Kana was pretty good, but Space Loves Us, like you mentioned, is just not there yet. Maybe if they're able to buy a little bit more time, another, few minutes, then they're in a better fighting position, but it's getting really tough here. Blade of Destruction is going to be picked up by Kana, but ultimately, I mean, Renmar called it, man. When that Aurora was picked up last and they knew they were up against a Fanny, if you're not able to catch that Fanny at all, she's just got kind of a free lane to just kind of zip in, zip out, and do enough damage where then you have enough follow-up from Lunar.
It's just too much follow-up at this point of the game. They have so much side lane pressure as well. This is why the Moskov, at the end of the day, when it comes to late game, mid to late, you're just so scary, right? Because on top of having a Fanny, by the way. So they have two members, 2 heroes that can constantly just slow push bottom lane, and that's exactly what they're doing. Rafa slow pushing bottom lane on the Fanny, rotating to the Lord. And Kana is just not able to walk off. That's a free Lord over to Saudi Arabia. Great macro game here. Slow pushing, and this time, I don't know, Uzbekistan. Let's talk about their clear. if it's just Space Loves Us, I don't think they're going to be able to clear out the lure, right? I think at least they're going to lose a base turret. That's minimum. One base turret. Maximum, this could be possibly an angle. Knowing that Saudi Arabia have so many sieging power, so much sieging power, so much zoning power as well inside of the base. All they need to care about right now is, oh, that's
Look at that defensive item.
Wow. Respect over. Oh, you can see Lunar's damage too, man. Just piercing through the minions onto Hinata.
That's actually enough, though, because if you think about it, right, you get that passive, that technically that debuff towards the physical damage of Uzbekistan. Yep, Malefic Gun. Also the wings picked up here by Livin. They are ready to end this game, I feel like, with these power spikes. Mid turret's going to already be taken care of. You can see the Heart Guard hovered over Space Loves Us. You're going to have to clear out the Lord. It's already going to be used. Space is already a half health. They jump on in. They're still working for it. Avatar the Guardian won't connect, so Pink misses that one. Lord finally goes down. There's the Spear Destruction. Multiple members able to get targeted down, and the base is just going to be worked on as Saudi Arabia will just decisively take the game. They don't care about the team fight. They care about the point as they end the game with that decisive team fight.
On the dot, 14 minutes of game time. Saudi Arabia decides to just take it with the first enhanced Lord of the game. Clean game from them. The three-wave push as well, really well played. Clearing out bot and top before you clear out the mid lane, just to stagger that Lord wave, that Lord from getting into the base first. And yeah, we saw just how much that engage, how much the siege power they have. We were talking about it already, right? We were mentioning how much siege power they have, how much zoning tools they have, and they displayed it really well played. And for Uzbekistan, just gotta go back to the drawing board, man. This marks their second loss, I believe, that is streamed at least here. If you guys want to check out the official group standings and the current live updates, go ahead and check out IESF.gg, because this is shaping up to be a very close group, with Saudi Arabia claiming their second win.
Second win here, and you know, it's, I would say when you look at this, because we had the opportunity to watch here for the stream Saudi Arabia in game number one, again, or match number one, they were against Indonesia. And when you look at, they took some of the things I feel like that even Indonesia did against them, they brought it to this game, and they really showcased it. And I love the fact that this time too, we got to see Rafa in, I would say, like her element. Like she probably tried to do this with the Hayabusa in match one, but then she was really able to shine on literally probably the hardest hero in the game, right? The Fanny.
See this?
What's that?
Nice.
That's an L?
That's an L.
For? Learn.
For learn.
Well, as Eterna put it, what'd she say?
Lesson. Right now.
Learnings.
Learnings. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, again, right? This is why we always just say L's are not losses. L's are learns. Saudi Arabia just lost earlier, and they were able to just instantly learn from that, get the Assassin's picks, but set up for it better this time around, right? And I don't know, they were just playing it really well. We had doubts, I personally had doubts about the Fanny pick. How was she going to be able to perform on stage? Is it going to be shaky? Is it going to be good? I think that was pretty good. That was pretty solid.
It's pretty solid
performance for Fanny, getting a few kills at the start, starting off slow, but then ending up really fast.
I think it could have been either way if the early game changed, but great job for Saudi Arabia.
We're going to throw it over to Bara on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Livin from Saudi Arabia. First of all, مبروك يعطيكم العافية. So just let's see what happened here. في البداية خسرتوا في أول مباراة زين ضد إندونيسيا، والحين فزتوا في أوزباكستان. شنو الواضح؟
هو الواضح انه في كل يوم المباراة الأولى ما تكون يعني في المستوى، لكن المباراة الثانية يطلع الأداء والحماس يكون أعلى. لكن إن شاء الله بنحاول نكون أفضل المرات الجاية ونحسن نقاط الضعف. متحمسين للمباراة الثالثة حق اليوم، إن شاء الله بنقدم أداء أقوى بعد من اللي شفتوه قبل شوي.
إن شاء الله. So the question pretty much was, you kind of lost your first match with Indonesia and winning the second one against Uzbekistan, and she said, like, you know, it's just the start of the day, but we made it happen in the second one, and pretty much we learned a lot today that we're gonna give our best in the third match coming up. فالحين خلينا نقول خلاص تروحون لوزر براكت، تعطون كلمة عندكم، شنو استعداداتكم؟
إن شاء الله نكون يعني متصدرين حتى في اللوزر براكت ونرجع للجراند فاينل.
Inshallah, as they're heading to the losers bracket, but they're gonna give it all, and hopefully we're gonna see them in the grand finals and competing even for the third place. Hopefully all that taking place right here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it, and now back to you, Talus. Let's go.
Thank Thank you, Bara, and congratulations once again to Saudi Arabia for winning yet another point in their groups against Uzbekistan with a, much to my delight, a Fanny. Let's break that down.
Yeah, and Fanny, that's really, really good. Apparently, we had an L ourselves. One of the best Fanny players in MENA is Rafa, and we saw that. She was deathless, if I'm not mistaken, up until maybe the last few moments. We're going to double check again. A lot of things happened in that last fight, but the thing that we saw wherein there was nothing stopping the Fanny, it happened. We saw it. The Phoveus was the closest thing that potentially could have stopped it in some key duels, but ultimately they couldn't end it. However, funnily enough, it could have gotten to the point where maybe the Fanny couldn't have gotten enough farm, because the middle of the map, Yule, slowly, they were winning out against Pink and Living.
I agree. Like, not just the mid lane, right? But also the side lanes. We saw that Lunar on her comfortable pick, on her signature pick, the Moskov, was having quite a bit of a hard time going head-to-head against the Clint. When we all know that Clint is a massive lane bully, especially from the early portions of the game. And even in the EXP lane, right? It didn't feel like the CC Lyrics had a good time either. So, Renmar, how were they able to come back? Because this was an early game that was mostly dominated, especially when we're talking about neutral objectives by Uzbekistan.
Well, eventually the small wins started to compound. Lunar may have struggled in lane, but as the game went out of the laning phase, she was hitting her Spirit of Destructions from across the map, coming in from weird angles, which is the right way to play it when you're the Moskov, and was even able to get the winning hit here with the Spirit of Destruction right there. Uzbekistan could have defended that, but with the hit from the Moskov and the damage getting spread out, well, Lunar eventually was able to make up for the laning phase that she struggled with. Pink and Livin were starting to hit with their comms and their timings in terms of engaging. Rafa, up until the end, she suffered one death, but then, again, it was Rafa time. It was manage the map, get your pickoffs, small wins, build advantage. It became textbook, but it didn't look like it was textbook because they were doing that in, I wouldn't say weirdly timed, but surprisingly timed engagements coming in from Uzbekistan.
I like that though. I like the way that Saudi Arabia actually went in to this, right? They didn't go for overcommitments onto the objectives. They just let it slide. Okay, Uzbekistan, you want the first turtle? Go ahead. You want the second turtle? Go ahead. And then suddenly, for the third turtle, Rafa comes in, one level below, by the way, and was able to steal that. And then they were able to find the moment to strike. The tradings were really good, and this is something that we don't see too often in MLBB Women's. It feels like when you're behind, they still keep trying to fight fire with fire instead of looking for other trades on the board.
Yeah. I feel like though, even if Rafa wouldn't have been able to take that turtle, they still probably would have fought into that. They're already neck deep into it. If Pink was left behind there, I was like, guys, you're really gonna back off just because we didn't get the turtle. It's a good thing that they got the turtle because Uzbekistan potentially could have gotten a much bigger win if there was no turtle buff. That shield came in big time for them in terms of the fight. I also like the approach that Rafa went for here. Not full damage, a little bit more of a sustain type Fanny with a War Axe, Heptaseas, Malefic Roar, and the Anti-Cuirass. So still respecting the damage output of the Phoveus, the High Loss, not High Loss, Suyo, and the Clint as well. So good itemization, understanding by Rafa that she needed to build something more physical, defense, grounded in her items, and it helped her survive some key engagements.
I loved it.
Hey, you finally got the Fanny game you're looking for.
I know, I've been waiting for it for so long, and I thought Indo would be the first team to pick it up.
Me too.
And then we didn't see that earlier because the Fanny in that previous match, it was completely ignored. It wasn't banned, it wasn't picked up. But it's like we have some updates, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at that right now. All right, standings. Group A. Indonesia now still tied in with Egypt at 12 points. Saudi Arabia, though, with a win against Uzbekistan earlier on, will be able to claim that third place, no tie.
Yeah, and that's it. If I'm not mistaken, that should be locked in already. Might be a bit too difficult. Yeah, Uzbekistan, even if they are going to be able to win their last match, they lose in the head-to-head against Saudi Arabia. So that's locked in. That's Indonesia, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia already secured for the playoffs.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Because I can't math.
The math is mathing. The math is mathing.
The math is mathing?
I don't usually trust my maths with standings and rankings.
But what happens
if
Saudi lose against Guatemala?
They're fine.
And then Uzbekistan wins against
Uzbekistan
UAE.
still loses to Saudi Arabia in the head-to-head because they
That's
just
how math
lost.
works.
All right.
That's how math works, guys.
So we're good. We're good.
We trust our analysts. That's why I'm the desk host, by the way.
Hey, you've been hitting some predictions too. Like, don't downplay
It's
that.
luck.
It's not luck. It's skill. Come on.
Let's.
Be proud of yourself.
I'm proud of myself.
There we go.
I'm gonna say that a little bit more as we get into the break, ladies and gentlemen, because before we get into the third match of the day, we are gonna go for a short break. So with that, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and a battle find and can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much-anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welkom, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, καλώς ήρθατε, swagat hai, witajcie, yindit nab, SEF Arena.
these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed. Can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Women's MLBB Tournament. My name is Jasmine. I'm one of your hosts throughout the duration of this event. Rumor has it the intensity of the competition might have got a little bit too much for my wonderful co-host, Bara. But you know what? All is not lost because I'm super excited to welcome to the stage my next series. So I'd like to welcome, first and foremost, it is Team Egypt. I'm liking the positive vibes, I'm liking the energy, smiles galore. But the real question is, Team Egypt being undefeated in our group stages so far, how are they going to do against Team Indonesia? Another incredibly strong team of ladies, also undefeated in our group stages. But the question on everybody's minds, on my analysts' minds, is which one will come out on top? Which team is more dominant? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Analysts, let me know your thoughts.
That's the big question here, Jasmine. Thank you so much for that introduction for both of our next participating teams, both Egypt and Indonesia, still reigning undefeated in the groups. But one of that reign will have to end here right now.
You know, I really hope that this match surprises me, goes beyond expectations, and is a lot closer at the end of it all. I mean, it is just one game. Everything points to Indonesia just running away with this. The last time we saw this Egyptian squad right across the street, they struggled. Hopefully that means they improved. Looks like so far they did improve, because this Egyptian squad, as we mentioned, is undefeated with names: Thevin, Nietzsche, Sunlight, Velvet. Well, as we've talked a lot about with Indonesia, really have to start looking at the Rome and mid duo. But you know what? Just so that we can switch things up, Velvet has to do a fantastic job against your favorite player, Fumieko.
That's what I love about this. That's what I love about this, because honestly, my heart goes to both for both of these teams.
Yeah.
I've been a part of this team's journey for quite some time. MWI, going into the qualifiers as well. For AEC, even meeting them in real life as well, in person again, after meeting them for the first time at MWI. So it's great. There's one thing to note about this team is the fact that they have a little bit of a swap in roster, right? Electa will not be playing. It's actually going to be Sunlight again. They do have 2 layers towards their jungler. So there are different things that they can work with. And there's also no... Wait, Nucci is playing, so...
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll cross back there later on. But meanwhile, for Team Indonesia, still the same 5. We have Fumi, Echo, Vival, Sini, Vivian, and Shell with, again, a very impressive performance from yesterday's groups, from today's groups. So we do know a little bit more about how they work. But for Egypt, this is going to be the first time we're going to see them live in the flesh.
Yeah, calculated team fighting. Just continue that trend for Team Indonesia. If you slip up, I wouldn't take it away from Egypt to say that they may be a team that are good at punishing mistakes also. Again, they are undefeated in this group. They were able to take down Saudi Arabia earlier in the group stage, meaning that the team so far that we've seen on broadcast give Indonesia the closest thing to problems was already beaten by the team that they're going up against now. And again, this is a team that, based off of what we know from our friends in MENA, our friends in Egypt, a team that just constantly strives to improve further and further. Again, they are Team Falcons Vega MENA. Indonesia's used to going up against Team Falcons, but the Team Falcons Vega in Southeast Asia from their own home country, Indonesia. Maybe this Falcons Vega MENA squad just built diff.
If I'm not mistaken, it's a bit of a mixture. I don't think all of them are from Falcons Vega.
I will have to double check that.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, there is a mixture. So, wait, so who's not going to be playing today? So, Yui. There you go, Yui. A player in the mid laner that we saw from AEC actually not playing today. So I'm wondering, is Nucci still the roamer, or is now Fevin the roamer and Nucci falls into the mid lane? I guess we'll see later on as we get into the drafts. And before we go in any further, there's one thing that I do want you to, keep an eye out for. Fevin roam, Nucci mid. Oh, there you go. So another swap-a-doodles for Team Egypt. That's how flexible they are.
That's a swap-a-doodles indeed. That's a new word. Thank you. Swap-a-doodle. So we're constantly expanding our vocabulary here. So Indonesia taking away. When you take away Chip, again, great for macro, great for turning team fights around. Take away the Hilda. Good ban, last ban on the Hayabusa for Egypt. Respecting Vival at the same time, the Hayabusa would have been a good early pickup, knowing that the Hilda's already gone. If I'm Indonesia, surprised, maybe even consider drafting in a high loss as the first pick right now. You saw how comfortable you were with that pick. We saw how surprising you could be. But then at the same time, Alpha high loss is still open, so maybe they want to play in that trade. With Matilda gone, they might even consider a Fanny first pick, like a rush right away. Lots of options that they can go for.
What about the Phobius?
Phobius great too.
I think Phobius might be a hot pick here, but they go for the Suyo first. For Indonesia, Egypt, if they want to, they could go for the Alpha. It's a lot more safer. It's something that Sunlight does play as well. But it looks like Gatot is going to be picked up here in first, as well as the Phobius. So two of those picks come through. And there's one thing to note as well. I know it's not going to pop out, but one thing I saw quite interesting was they picked up the Belleric earlier.
Yeah. Ooh.
Egypt.
Okay, that might be an option. Let's see. But if this is going to be an Eve pickup for Indonesia, yeah, you can't Belleric in that scenario. He's just going to get poked down. Not going to be a good time for him. You already see the Phobius. The Gatot Kacha might make you doubt an Eve pickup, but I still want to see them consider it. Still go into the high loss so that they have things to fight under. There's one. If this isn't the high loss, maybe they go ahead then. Whoa, they actually go ahead and pick up the Harith now. I'm one of those types of people that don't have a lot of problems with fighting, with playing a Harith under a Phobius, even though that does give him a lot of a cooldown reduction with the dashes coming out from the Harith. It's okay by me. It's okay by my book. Egypt, I'm thinking if they're brave enough to consider an Eve, because the Harith will then be fighting under the real world manipulation, but with the high loss and the Suyo, the static nature of an Eve lineup might be a little bit too difficult. They can go for crowd control. Aurora third pick is usually a surprise. They can also pick up their gold laner now, so they don't have to worry about it. They can go the Nathans, they go for Magic, yeah, but it's in the mid. They just go ahead and rock out with the Sicilian. This is Egypt acknowledging that they could actually potentially lose the early to mid, and they might be playing for mid to late.
Let's see if it even gets to that point, right? Because so far we've been getting really short games. 9 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes. I think at most we had a 14-minute game.
Yeah, that was literally the match before this.
So the big question is, will the Sicilian be able to pull through the early to mid-game pressure that we've seen the Sicilian, just really have to pummel through? The Yves does get banned though, so Egypt still not taking chances despite them already picking up that Gatot Kacha.
Yeah.
Do you think the Sicilian could be flexed in? No, right?
We don't see it enough in actual pro play. We see it in scrims. It's a theory being worked, but Sicilian in mid is the most likely outcome. If ever anyone else is going to put that Sicilian elsewhere, it might actually be in the gold lane. But laning up against Harith, the fact that I don't see it enough, it might be a little bit of a struggle.
What do you think about Natan against the Harith in the gold lane?
I mean, usually that's one of the things people go for. If it's not the Lunox, it's the Nathan. I still pick the Harith in most scenarios, but Nathan, as long as once you hit level 4, you play around the trading of the Zaman Force and the Entropy well, you should be able to manage it. Not necessarily like absolutely beat down the Harith unless a Harith made a major error, dashed in the wrong time, or got a little bit too close, even though the Nathan still has the pushback with the second skill. Those are the little things that you look up for in that trading matchup.
So that's something that we should keep an eye out for still, because Egypt, they've been loving the Natan so far, right? They've won their games with the Natan in the gold lane. So I'm wondering whether or not Indonesia will actually respect that away. But for now, we do see Egypt taking out the Vexana. So the Aurora is actually still on board.
Yeah. Aurora later for Indonesia. They'd have a lot of crowd control to deal with. I wonder if they're willing to play a Valentina into a Sicilian. I mean, with the presence of the Phovis and the Sicilian, you wouldn't want to do that. But then there are some Valentinas who are like, oh, go ahead, put me into the field, coach. I'm going to take away his Bats Feast anyway, so it's totally going to be fine. But with the jungler for Egypt not being shown yet, they take away the Alpha. If ever there is a chance, it is now time for Egypt this time to potentially show their own Fanny game.
Nolan ban, okay.
All the major assassins gone outside of the magic damage Julian.
Exactly, so what's
And
Sunlight gonna play?
Yeah, you're not gonna Lancelot in this scenario. If you have a Fanny, go Fanny.
She's played Karina, Frederick,
Uh-oh.
and Roger.
Ruh-roh. Egypt might actually have run out of jungle picks. Because Indonesia still has a possibility of picking up a show for Vivian.
And that would be disastrous.
Yeah.
I mean, is Exborg an option against the Suyo?
Well, Egypt thinks it is. Egypt thinks it is. I think they're leaning into the idea that Indonesia will probably be picking a roamer that is a little bit more front line. Maybe maybe they've already also decided that, okay, this is going to be a high loss going forward. But with the high loss Suyo that's high invade, Egypt's mid-roam duo doesn't scream protect to me. Not to say that the Exborg is not going to be able to get farm, but I think Indonesia can actually just pester the Exborg rotation. Go Aurora here if you can. A little bit more control would help with dealing with the Gata Kacha, increasing your chances. But nope, it is still going to be a Cho. It's still a Cho. Even though, like, no, we don't need to see an assassin. Just go ahead, get Vivian on her Cho, and they go for the Loyi. Very well rounded for Indonesia. Great for team fighting, great for macro with the presence of the Loyi.
Especially, they also have control over the mid-prio, right? The Loyi and the Cho. The Cho, despite everything else that you mentioned, also gets really good wave clear. Loyi, a hard lane bully against a Sicilian. Very good early game damage as well. It feels like everything's rounded up for Indonesia. How will Egypt answer this? They have one more role to fill, which should be the gold lane.
Yeah.
Would you look for a winning lane for your gold lane matchup? Is that how you win this?
Yeah, try and do that with a Clint. I want to run the scenario of the Clint and the Harith. Clint actually should be able to fare relatively okay. They have true damage, they have magic damage. They went physical with the gold lane. Oh. Again, I'm worried about the center of the map for Egypt. With the Cho, with the Loyi, with the Suyo. Egypt needs a lot of focus at the center of their map. Somehow, someway, the Gatakacha, Sicilian, and the Export together has to, if not completely stop. They won't be able to completely stop all of the invades that are going to come in from Indonesia. What they could do is to just say, hey, our Exports can get farm. You're going to poke us down, but that's going to stop at that.
I agree. Even after level 4, when Louis gets her diversions,
Yeah.
it's going to be tough for the Clint.
You're just going to be paranoid now. Like, wait, are they in our jungle? Are they in the gold lane? Oh, listen, fine. Well, what's happening?
But they do have some late game insurance, and maybe they can work on that. But let's head over to the casters. Mirko, Naisu, what do you guys think about this next matchup?
I'm thinking the same as you guys. Eterna, Renmar, thank you very much for the breakdown. Mirko, what are you thinking? Is this an Indonesian draft favorable for them because of what our panel stated here?
Yeah, I think so. You know, Vivian getting the signature pick in the Cho, the Clint pick into the Cho too. You know, for the Clint, it's kind of like a Beatrix situation, a Brody situation where you're a marksman that cannot go for Purify. Well, technically you can. It's optional, but you always just want to go Flicker, and that's what Names has.
That's what Names is going to have to do. She's going to have to use that Flicker right on point because Vivian's going to be on the hunt. Welcome to the Land of Dawn again. A matchup, now third live stream match for our second and last day of groups. Indonesia obviously still at the top here working on things. We'll see if Egypt can do anything here. A lot of pressure early on. This is what we expected.
Very scary. Sunlight. The highlights to be used by Fumieko. They're actually going to chase her down all the way inside of the jungle. 3 members rotating in. Some damage placed on the Fumieko. Vivian will escape, and no way. Fumieko pop and regen. Vivian rotating as well. City getting level 2. And now Yin-Yang reaction stops him from getting the kill over to Fumieko. Oh no. Gucci left the mid lane, couldn't get level 2, and now they're just so far behind.
I want to say calculated. I feel like that was calculated from Indonesia. They knew that limit they could test, and they were able to do that. Vivian also burned the Flicker there. I believe, so she burns that, but really a lot of pressure. I didn't expect that early on for them to even get away with it. Like, it was like, all right, they are going to actually put some pressure on this export, but to be able to get a kill and then escape with no damage done, that was the surprising part of it. So with this, now Egypt kind of trying to get back in position here. Imagine all of that just happened. Gives a 1K lead this early on under the 2-minute mark.
It's a big problem to have here for Jim and Isu, because if we take a look at all the matchups that we've seen for the export, it's very easy for the export to fall behind in the early game, right? So the fact that he's still level 3 and Fumieko is already walking forward, Virago armor down, Vivian looking for the Jikudo, but just without the Virago armor, Stun coming in with the Sanguine Claws there, trying to peel for Vivian, but Vivian won't just go, and Jikudoer to get the second kill of the game already. Second kill on Vivian too.
Vivian's the carry here, man. She's got 2 kills already on this Cho pick that, you know, anytime it does come up in competition, you always love to see the Cho just because of what the capability of this hero is, but then you get an early lead like this and it's a huge confidence boost already on a hero that a lot of these prominent pro players already have, you know? So you get to even go a little bit further with this and expect a lot of kicks going the right direction, at least in the hands of Vivian here. She's already, even when she's, you know, at a third of the health, she's still going to just kind of show face and put some pressure here. That Unbreakable won't land, unfortunately. So really going back to it, it's like this. Oh no, hold on.
Frog armor already very low from Sunlight. Fumieko still trying to just mount the Glorious pathway. Vivil did get the steal. Bruno pursued to the back. I believe Vivil was able to get the steal with a Retribution. Sunlight couldn't get that retreat down in time, and Fumieko just soaking all of this damage. Vivil knows there's no mana, goes in for stun. Some damage to Nucci, very low. Flicker from Cine. No, she actually didn't use the flicker. She's got that gap closed over. Unfortunately, no Yin Yang reaction to get the kill, but still, it's a massive lead just with 2 kills.
This is the problem with it too, is just, you know, having the diversion anytime it's available, you're going to be left guessing, where are they going to come from? And part of that too is just, even if you send with a diversion Vivian through that and then gets a kick into the team, or you get cut off with a Glorious Pathway, these are very difficult things to deal with for Egypt. They are trying to maintain that gold lead from getting too out of hand. Here's the diversion we were just talking about.
Up top?
Up top here. They're going to have to help this out. Vivian, giving the information as well. Names. They're left to defend here.
Way the Dragon, only onto Vivian. I don't think they want to go for the commitment there. Vivian, bit off on the targeting, will be punished under the turret.
Good punish. You know,
punish.
Able to get down again. This is one of the things we usually see with a Cho pick. If you can kind of punish that and they don't get the kick they're looking for, or they get caught into a choke point, it's obviously going to be great. Good usage here once again, trying to pour this off. The turtle is up though. They're going to go ahead and try to get an advantage here. Sunlight's been having a hard time, but they will take a couple shots.
Vivil caught in the Sanguine Claws up top. Monforce, almost a solo kill from Joe. Going over to Monforce again. Names still able to survive there. Now back to the turtle fight. Sanguine Claws land on the Fumieko. They put a pursuit there to AOG. Good revitalize, but it's not going to be enough to keep her alive. Turtle. Control for Egypt. Vivian walking up with Jikudo in front of pursuit over to the back. Vivian caught again for the pursuit on her. City force a flicker out the last 70, but Vivil just wins out the retreat battle. 2 levels ahead. As now Egypt will have to run away. Vivil, great stun over. Nucci to be knocked out by the Jikudo. Yeah, reaction, and the Soul Sever gets a double. Only Vivian traded there in the mid lane.
That's what I would call worth, you know, on the Jikudo, able to get 2 on the knockup, and then a double kill for Vivil. City's in a little bit of trouble. Velvet, though, trying to keep them at bay. He's still working on the mid turret, too. But Vivil will be fine, even with that Soul Sever. So, again, this is just showing, you know, it was great. Like, Egypt showed actually some pretty good fight in that turtle, but unfortunately weren't able to kind of extend the luck in their favor throughout the fight. And Fumieko has been doing this the whole time on this Hylos, just whittling down Velvet. Even under the turret, gonna drop the pathway. Velvet, solo, whoa! Solo kill for Fumieko.
Down below Vivian. Way the Dragon, Shell Bomb as a Monforce now locked down. Even with the Revitalize, the Soul Sever claims the kill. The hotfix was for objectives, but for heroes, it's still the same old Soul Sever.
I was gonna say, did they do something to that hero, to that damage?
Just the objectives.
Just the
objective
objectives.
damage, not hero damage. Hero damage is still all good, man. It's still
maybe they need to think about that.
Oh no, diversion. Names has gotta be careful. She's going and farming. I believe she is aware of the situation, so good read from Names.
Good read out here. Vin also picking up the Thunderbelt right now. Okay, they're going to be fine. That turret does go down, though, up top.
Okay. I was about to say, Names got the read, but what about Fev? Walks out there. Wait, it's right into the flicker. Vivian with a combo. Ooh. And the AOG comes down, but it's not going to help Names escape, even with the flicker. Vivian all alone, now isolated. It's a 4-man knockup from Velvet, but there is absolutely no way she follows up with the Infernal Pursuit there.
Yeah, tough. Again, it's just, you know, even when you get the information that they are setting up on that top side, it's so hard to play in for the fact that, you know, we're already talking a good, comfortable lead. You know, when you get to this point and you start to see more of that testing coming through from Indonesia on what they're capable of doing, how much damage they can chunk out, or how much damage they can take even, it's hard to fight here in the mid lane.
Sunlight already very low. Still able to escape for now. No Faraga armor. Knows about force all the way to the back. Nucci still escaping now as the Infernal Pursuit gets used up. City will flicker, but it goes follow through. Velvet unable to get the last shot down and will be punished for overextending by just a tad bit.
I can't believe Zinni even survived that. I expected her to go down at least with the Infernal Pursuit from Velvet, but, you know, not enough just yet. And that's why we always talk about when teams get to this point where they have that, you know, 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead, that does play a part because there's a lot of instances when you have that kind of gap in terms of economy that it should be a kill, but because you lack that firepower to finish them off, you know, Egypt in that case weren't able to. So they lose that turn in the mid lane. They're going to have to deal with this diversion used once again. Now the focus here on the tier 2, on that top lane. That's where they want to put the pressure here. Egypt to respond. Falling further behind. We're still a minute away from this Lord. Oh, Velvet.
Stunned up from on force. The AOG will come down on the Phobius there, but Chell's going to be able to purify out of that. Still getting the free hits with the Savant Force. Faraga armor. What happened to mid lane assassination from Vivo? Yang reaction connecting all the time. Fev trying to run away right now with the glorious pathway into the back. Nucci will be stunned, and now it's another stun from Vivo. She is unstoppable, and it's a 4-for-0 trade. Only Sunlight left to survive.
This Suyo hero, man, is still just a thorn in the side of many teams that have to go against it, especially when you have the setup this way. And every single time we see this work so well is when you have a Hylos in your favor, a Hylos to go ahead and cut people off with the glorious pathway. And now that you pick up a Malefic Roar, Vivo's going to do even more damage. But the surprising thing there is look at that damage coming out from this Luoyi. This is why they like to run the Warcry emblem too. You get that little extra percentage boost of damage. You just pop off the yin-yang connections, and then it's good. You know, those interactions alone are enough to change the course of a fight. So now the Lord is up here. There's no contest. This is just going to be a Lord in the hands of Indonesia. So we have to think, what does Egypt do here? On this defense, you know they have a Sicilian. We know this is a late game hero that can actually do pretty well defending, turtling up in a base. But I think this might be a little bit too early for them to do that here.
Yeah, Vivian also picks up the immortality, but I like what you said, man. Honestly, for Egypt, they can't contest anything. The diversion is always going to be able to catch them as well. And
there it is.
There you go. Just as I say, a diversion to the back. And Nucci, way to Dragon connects onto her. Still good displacement from Velvet. AOG to peel away and to escape. Vivian will lose her immortality, but it's still just a Joe who lost immortality. Chell, unfortunate targeting. Didn't get that synchro vision down into Nucci. Vivo wants to go for the snipe, but will not be in range. Still though, they have a Lord to play with in the bottom lane, a tier 2 to take in the mid lane, and surely after all that, they will take it away. Holy defense still intact. Egypt will be able to clear off the wave. City deal a whole lot of damage to the Faraga armor. Sunlight losing out of the Faraga armor. Be forced back again.
So they keep it together. They got a whole lot of battle spells out though. That's 2 of the revitalizes also down for Egypt. So you're going to have to do this. That ultimate from the Avatar of the Guardian should be up for Fiven. They got to deal with this Lord. They still have that Holy Shield on the bottom side, but these waves, look at the managing on the top and the mid here.
Look at the Faraga armor. It's down again. Vivian. It's not that conceals. Looking for an angle to possibly go for the way to Dragon. She does have the flicker too. The Yang reaction just keeps on hitting on Sunlight on Velvet, and that's why she is topping the damage leaderboard. Shell walking up. Vivo getting a turret up top. 2 base turrets taken down out of nowhere with the first Lord.
Really difficult position to be in for Egypt here. 2 base turrets going down in the first Lord. And a massive gold lead right now for Indonesia. the biggest thing they can do is just hope to extend the game somehow, some way, to get enough stacks here for Nucci, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
Uh-oh, glorious pathway in the stun. One more reaction, and City fights into the back. Fizzle gets rid of the immortality for Sunlight. Pippin is next as Chell. This goes rampant into the back with the Zaman Force. Another stun from Fizzle. Even with the last Insanity, it will not take anyone down. Vivian goes in with the Hiku, no finding the way to Dragon. Names with a flicker to try to escape, to try to make the miracle happen. But the comeback will surely not happen here. It was too big of a lead. Indonesia still unstoppable in the group stage.
Still clean as ever, Indonesia. Once again, the tournament favorites here, showcasing another iteration of a lineup that does everything it needs to from early to mid. I mean, it's to a point now where you get that early game lead, you transition to the mid game, you might not even see the late game, and that's I guess the weakness here that we saw from Egypt's lineup was more so, you know, you have these heroes, especially a scaling up hero like a Sicilian, where you really need time to build up, get the stacks you need, hope then by the time you have enough damage to change some of the tides of the fight. They just never got the chance to get there. And it started from minute number 1, man. That pressure on the jungle to be able to just go focus on that purple buff, do enough, and then get away, you know, without any consequences early on, is exactly what snowballed everything from this point, built it up to where it was. And this is what we see, you know, from teams like Indonesia, from teams that just know this metagame we're currently in, obviously. You know, in Egypt, like, I like what they tried to do here, but it just didn't work out starting from the get-go, really.
That's why I wasn't really a big fan of the X-Work pick, right? Because the X-Work pick, yeah, we did see a high-lows, but it was literally just for the high-lows. It was literally just for one tanky member. Usually for the X-Work, you would expect more tanky members to be there, right? 2, 3, an Alpha, Terizla maybe, plus the high-low / Gotham Kaja. Usually that's the combo you see from the X-Work, and especially against a Suyo Naisu, we know exactly how much of a beast Suyo is in the early game, right? You clear really fast. You're able to match even the Alphas and Nolans in the early game. So the fact that you have to deal with that as an X-Borg, someone who's already kind of slow, rather slow, compared to all the other junglers that really work in the meta, you need at least pressure in the mid lane. And they got Sicilian, so they banked on Sicilian, and then they tried to double down with the X-Borg. That makes it double scaling. And we saw how that impacted the early game. They were able to just invade the jungle super early with the Cho and the low Yi win. High-low's coming over as well with the, obviously, the better clear in the early game. Level 1 clear compared to Phobia's. It was just real tough.
It's a little bit too much, you know, to deal with. And again, I think that's why even for Egypt, like, they had 2 revitalizes. Part of that was to go ahead and help deal with that kind of, you know, pressure and everything else. But ultimately, when the early game doesn't go your favor like that, and you have that kind of lineup, really difficult to just get your footing and try to catch up, really. So again, a very clean win, I would say, for Indonesia. You know, they've been doing this time and time again, especially, you know, we don't see all their games on stream. We do have some back house games, but nonetheless, looking strong as ever. So we are going to be thrown over on stage. I believe it's with Shell. So let's go ahead and hear our winning interview.
Chell, congratulations, you and the girls absolutely dominated. But a fun fact for the folks that might not be aware, you're actually teaming with your sister. We have Chinny on the team as well. So talk to me, do you feel like the kind of relationship, the synergy that you have as sisters also translates in game as well?
I think we kind of have an advantage since we're sisters, so we kind of have like a natural chemistry. Like, I don't even need to build that.
And do you feel like, you know, outside of events like this as well, you guys kind of play games together to keep grinding some MLBB even outside of the tournament?
Yes, of course.
I love that for you guys. So coming into this matchup that you had against Egypt, both teams undefeated, great performance from both of you. Did you feel like you were a little bit nervous perhaps heading into this, knowing how strong Egypt have been so far?
As of nervous, I don't think we were nervous, but we prepared a lot. We watched their games and also we saw their draft.
And do you feel like watching their games gave you a bit more insight into the way they might approach this match?
Yes, of course. We prepared so much against them.
Well, you guys played exceptionally well, so congratulations again. I'm going to let you go ahead and celebrate with the rest of the girls, and I'll send it over to the desk.
Thank you, Jasmine, and congratulations to Indonesia for winning their final match of the group stages, and I guess we do already have a little bit of an idea as to who.
Yeah.
Actually, not just an idea. We actually do already know, but I think we'll get there later when we see the graphics come up. But let's focus and circle back onto this match with Egypt. That was kind of one-sided, to say the least.
It was a struggle. I mean, right at the very end of the draft, we acknowledged that the lineup of Indonesia is incredibly strong with invading the jungle. The very first movement they did was invade the jungle. I thought it wouldn't get that bad, wherein I did say, hey, maybe the export could still farm a little bit, but they could stop it. No, Indonesia just did not stop. It got to the point by the third turtle of the game, if I'm not mistaken, or second turtle. It was already a 2-level gap between the X-Borg and the Suyo from minute 1. That is what you get when you have a high loss, Suyo and the low E together. That's why I was thinking Egypt would rather choose not to get that high loss into the hands of, at that time they didn't know if it was Vivian, or for this time it was actually Fumi Echo. But Indonesia have shown that they play so comfortably around the high loss with how well it controls the center of the map. That's what you needed to challenge. And Gatot Kacha isn't just that protect guy. Paired up with the Sicilian, they're more offensive minded. But when a high loss and a low E start invading in your jungle, plus a Cho that was actually out of nowhere put into the roam, that's tough. That's a very tall task.
Can you imagine under 1 minute getting taken down as a jungler? As an X-Borg, you're just like, hey, I just want to get some farm. I just want to get some of my buffs. And Indonesia completely denied that away. And that was something that you did highlight when we got into the drafts, right? That mid-game, the mid-trio prio, that would be super important for Egypt to have a hold on. And because they went in for the Sicilian, because they went in for something like the X-Borg, they didn't have that control at all. And Indonesia were able to capitalize that. It only took them 11 minutes.
Yeah. The lineup that Egypt built for themselves, I gotta admit, cover the lineup of Indonesia first. Firepower, pretty good firepower. And that's not me being literal saying, oh, fire because X-Borg's there, but no, that hurts. Let it farm, that hurts. Then you uncover the Indonesia lineup and you just go, how are they even gonna get to the point where they will hurt? No control of the mid whatsoever. With Vivian getting her signature Cho pick, the mother of tanks was amazing. She was amazing in that scene. Like, we were watching the game together. I would just constantly say, wow, Vivian. Right play every time. She completely showed how much she controls her own signature hero to control her opponent.
I agree. It gave absolutely no leeway whatsoever for Egypt to get to that mid-game power spike. Unfortunate again, but it should still be Egypt at number 2 despite that loss, because before this, both these teams came in undefeated, but it looks like the defeated run came to Egypt first.
Yeah. And with Indonesia, with what they've done here in this Group A, pretty much in line with what we thought would happen. Now we're going to be seeing if there are any teams that can stop Indonesia in the playoffs once we see the Group B results for the second set of BO1s we're going to be seeing later on.
I like that you mentioned that, because our first 3 matches were center focused on Group A, and the 18 matches that we were talking about, all Group A matches done and dusted. We know all the results already. We know who's going to be moving forward into the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets. But for Group B, I don't think any of the matches have begun just yet. So we're going to start off match 4 with perhaps the first match of that group.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that. I just saw the Team Cambodia squad roll in, and all the other teams from Group B starting to roll in. So their action should start. That was Team Indonesia behind us.
It's okay. Calm down. Vivian, if you're hearing this, yeah, she's locked in. I'm sorry.
They heard it!
Oh, they heard it? Vivian, we have a huge fan in the building.
Dude, why did you hide?
Like,
Oh, now
insane,
I have to hide.
huge fan.
Now I have to hide. No.
Good job.
Congrats! Yeah.
Yeah, Raptors not having it.
Eternal Wine!
I'm sorry. I'll do that to you for Mongolia later on. But it looks like the updated results for Group A is ready. So let's see it. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been Done and dusted, it's official. Indonesia and Egypt will be moving forward to the playoffs. Congratulations once again. And again, they will be competing in the upper brackets. Well, they will have 2 lives coming in. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia falling at 3. Going to be able to still move forward to the playoffs, but in the lower bracket.
I'm gonna make a crazy, bold, maybe potentially way too early prediction. Egypt and Saudi Arabia will win their first playoffs matches. Again, we don't know who they're gonna be going up against, so that's just me throwing something up in the air.
Okay, we'll hold on to that. But meanwhile, for Uzbekistan, Guatemala, and of course UAE, thank you so much for the time and the efforts and the preparations to get to this point. You guys were able to make it from your own respective qualifiers. So the fact that you were able to make it to WEC is already a huge leap in the right direction. And we are looking forward to what you have in store for us in the future.
For the Uzbekistan team, personally, I saw a lot of things in their gameplay that a little bit more improvement. Take out the mentality of being so core focused. Spread out just a little bit more of your resources, how you're gonna make sure that you're controlling the map, if not the center of the map, get a quadrant of it. I feel like them, maybe by the next IESF, would make a little bit of a better run, maybe even make it into the playoffs, depending what format that we'll have. I saw enough from Team Uzbekistan that colored me impressed.
Me too. I'm excited. You know, the women's scene, it's moving in the right direction. Like every single year, every time we see them perform, we always see just, what do you call it? Improvements. That's the word I'm looking for. Growth.
Development.
Learns.
We are devolving.
Devolving?
In this desk, it's slowly devolving.
Yeah, I think it's because we don't have Mr. Man Leo over there. By the way, get well soon, Leo.
Yeah. Was Leo the brains behind our
I
table?
think so. I think so.
He leveled out. Like, now that it's just us, it's just no hope. Okay, maybe not that bad. Still hopeful, you know. I like a little dynamic here.
I hope you come back soon, Leo. We need a little bit more IQ on the table.
Yeah, we miss you, Leo.
But I don't know. What do you think about Group A? Was it something that you predicted, the results?
Yeah, I think from the very beginning, we were very vocal about what we thought heading into Group A. Indonesia clear favorites with Egypt and Saudi Arabia, with the organizations backing them, the organizations that they came from, the fact that the MENA region is a little bit more developed, especially these 2 countries. When it comes to MLBB, their men's scene thriving. So it was expected, these results. Hopefully in Group B, we see way more surprises. So far, that has been the surprise. Again, it's Nepal and the head of that group. Interested to see how it's going to fare between Nepal, Cambodia, Mongolia. But hell, maybe Colombia might just come in with more surprises.
But do you think it's going to stay the way that it is for Group B?
As of now, you know what? I want to curse it and say yes. Because I want us to get surprised. I want to get surprised by the eventual result of Group B. I feel like there's enough mystery and question marks with the other teams, how they play, that maybe the teams at the top might just underestimate, get surprised, and then suddenly, wait, why are we in the red zone now?
Can you imagine?
That'd be great.
I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to tell for sure. So match number 1, 2, 3 done. But I think we're gonna head straight into match number 4.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, guys. We're going on a break.
Aww.
We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because we're going to swivel over to Group B after this.
Oh, Maria, she's going to be taken out too. Just caught in the front. The bat's hitting again, and they're going to jump in. Lunar finds that one. Kuru in trouble again too, as she falls. 2 members left of UAE. They look to end the game already for KSA, even without a Lord. Yuki in trouble, will be able to survive though. Couple minions left, the base is going to be worked on, and that looks like it might be it for UAE as they face a defeat.
And all these players come through. The bomb has been spotted, but the trades come through either way. It doesn't matter. It looks like Serbia can just get themselves over the line.
Company gone. Will be spotted. Tapped away as well. Funny enough, Dragon are going to rotate back over the here in towards game. Indo will not be cleared.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and it is Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welkom, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, kallos irtate, swagat hai, witajcie, yindit nab, SEF Arena.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
gun was loaded when he was ready, boys. Decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. Decide to go for the run. Just fire. Just fire.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are here right now with another match. But before that, sorry. It was way too intense for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before. It's not going to get any easier from here on out, but we've still got the rest of our group stages, more best of ones to come. And then, of course, we've got playoffs to think about as well, but I'm getting way too ahead of myself. Let's talk about these next teams.
Oh, yeah, definitely coming up right now, ladies and gentlemen, right now for this match. Let's hear for Team Mongolia. And here they come right now, ready to conquer, ready to write their story in this history right here in Riyadh. Can't wait for this to happen.
I'm keen, I'm eager, I'm excited, and let me tell you why, Bara. It's because their opposition is Team Cambodia. Especially with the pressure of the match that we have just witnessed. If there is anything to take away from this series, ladies, do not underestimate your opposition, because it is now or never for all of you. The real question is, my lovely analysts, what are your thoughts on this matchup? Who's going to walk away with a victory?
Let's see about that, guys and girls. Take it away.
I think that's $1 million question here. Who is going to be able to take this next series? Because from what we've seen so far and from what we know of both of these teams, from both Cambodia and Mongolia, they are giants and they are titans in their own right.
Yeah. Let's not get a little bit cross-eyed. The Team Cambodia team went out first. Mongolia went out next. So the ones in the white jersey is the Mongolian squad. The ones in the blue jerseys are the Cambodian squad. So just gotta straighten that out. Yeah, for a moment there, I was like, my Mongolian queens are looking a little bit different. But those were also queens in their own right.
Exactly.
And this is not gonna be an easy match for Mongolia. Neither it is gonna be easy for Cambodia. They both impressed. I feel like one of the reasons also as to why Mongolia were blindsided by Nepal was that Nepal brought out a Carmilla Sicilian combo paired up with a Melissa. I have personally played with that combo myself multiple times. It is nigh unstoppable. So Cambodia need to be ready for the unique picks that might, or prepare unique picks for themselves so that hopefully they can surprise Mongolia as did Nepal earlier in the group stages. Yui Fendi, Yui, Nabi, Tegami, and Moshi. My eyes really are still in Tegami. She impressed me so much yesterday in their group stage matches.
I agree. I think she's an avid user to various different junglers. She can play the fighters in the jungle. She can also bring out heroes like the Hayabusa. So there's a layer of versatility when it comes down to her, but my personal eyes, I'm gonna represent Leo here, and I'm gonna say Yue, right? Her Tigreal, her Edith, her Franco that came out. I'd love to see the Franco in action. Maybe we'll get to see it today. But for now, we are gonna take a look at the official team roster of the opposition as well. Mongolia, we have Deja Vu, Nonaxon, Zulana, Nika, as well as Mob Psycho.
Yeah, for Mongolia, their rotations at the center of the map really impressed me. They looked comfortable, they looked in the zone, and with Nolan on the hands of Naxon, my goodness, it was a revelation for a lot of us, that Nolan that she brought out. Once she got the space that she needed, going up against an Alpha, Khalid, Valentina, and Hylos, all of those heroes that could potentially have made this Nolan impossible to farm, the moment her roamer in mid, Nika and Zulana, provided space for her, she started making plays on her own, independent of her roamer in mid.
I agree, but that was all super facilitated by Zulana, right? Her aura really impressed us. That was the match when we saw that, okay, this might not be the composition that made sense, but they were able to make it make sense with the way that they executed it.
Yeah, again, going up in the lineup against the Khalid, Alpha, Valentina Moskov, Hylos, while at that time they were Hilda, Nolan, Aurora, Iksha, that's the surprise pick, and then the Gatot Kacha. I really thought Mongolia would struggle, but no, after a few initial struggles with the trades in the mid, once they found their opening, they did not let go, and they just continually pressured the jungle of Ukraine. So Cambodia needs to watch out for that, that if they're not careful, they might get surprised by a high invade assassin that might end up in the hands of Mongolia.
So let's see if it gets left open here, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for our best-of-1 series between Cambodia and Mongolia. The Matilda does get taken out off the board earlier on here for Cambodia. Big respect. But speaking of respect, Hayabusa first ban from Mongolia, from red side, by the way.
Yeah. I wonder what the chances are that Cambodia, if ever we don't end up with the Alpha or the Suyo available, actually they might want to play into that. Consider batting out one of those two so that Mongolia will think about the other, and then you could just go ahead and rush something like the Ling. If ever their bans would look like Matilda Alpha Cho or Matilda Suyo Cho, that's just a suggestion. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going to happen here, because you ban out the Matilda, you open up yourself for the possibility of picking Ling. Matilda actually rose up as one of the main counters that you can pick for against that hero. So if they're not going to go down that route, they can still take away the Jushin, which, based off of the playstyle of Cambodia, if I'm not mistaken, they weren't able to show a Jushin just yet.
Nope.
They go ahead respecting it. So they'd rather chase the high-profile jungler picks. So Mongolia takes out the Suyo. Cambodia doesn't need to take out the Alpha here. They can leave that open for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's good, unless... And maybe force Mongolia to ban it out when they get to that point, right? Alpha banned out. Technically, the Nolan is still available, and they would leave that open for CFU or Cambodia to take for themselves. Sorry, CFU Serendipity.
Yeah,
Cambodia,
they are from that. They are from
Exactly.
that team. They are from that team.
It gets me kind of confused with the names,
Yeah.
man. But I'm wondering whether or not they have what it takes to play the Fanny, because in this particular set of junglers, both Tegami and Naxin, we've seen them on the Assassins. I wonder if any of them want to pick up the Fanny here.
Another Fanny game, maybe. Ooh, the Alpha removal by Cambodia, so
There
they're
you
going to be leaning into that idea. So the Cho will still be open, but they might actually really greatly consider a first pick Ling. I mean, but that was one of the suggestions we posted, except it was Mongolia now pulling the trigger on the Suyo Alpha trading of bans. So Mongolia takes away the Eve. I feel like a Hylos or Gatad Kacha, one of those two in the first two picks for Mongolia, while Cambodia still has a Hilda available for them, and they played really well with it.
Yeah, I'd go for Hilda. I think it's a really good deny, and it also takes away the
Deny,
option
yes.
for
Right.
Mongolia to
Excuse me,
take
yeah.
it.
I was thinking it's a good deny for Cambodia if they picked up the Hilda, yes.
Good deny, just in case as well, if Mongolia want to pick up an assassin here, that's
Mhm.
already like one winning condition that they're holding on for themselves, with the fact that the Hilda can be such a great invade tool. But the Phoveus is the one that gets locked in for Cambodia first.
Hilda high loss for Mongolia, I would not mind that. There's no Jushin right across. They don't need to lock in their jungler just yet unless they feel like it's incredibly important that they lock it in now. In terms of the trades, we're left with the Nolan, Julian. No one rushes Ling this early anymore. So yeah, around those two. So there's a high loss. Come on, let's go Hylos Hilda. Asian H. Should be very good for them.
Yeah, I think it would be too early to lock in something like a gold laner as well. Maybe into the third pick.
Yeah.
So they go for the Gatot.
Okay.
No Hilda, Gatot and Hylos is their answer.
So they go for the Bruisers instead, which will make Cambodia think about locking in something like a carry, third pick, not that frequent anymore. Or yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking for Mongolia. Maybe they could have paired that high loss with an Aurora, but now the Aurora will be on the side of Cambodia. Should help the forward momentum of, should help defend against the forward momentum of the Gatad Kacha and the high loss. They can go ahead and lock their gold laner now. As we mentioned, the aforementioned carry, if they want to play
I
the
don't
map,
like carry.
play Moscow. I don't like carry that much either anymore. Just go for burst if you want to. Hell, lock in the Harith, but then you're going to be fighting around two beefy boys that you got to be ready to deal with. So they go for the marksman that deals some of the highest single target damage chunks in the Bruno. This might be quite early.
I guess Bruno is a strong laner. He has pressure in the matchup in the gold lane in the early portion of the game. He's also really good at dealing damage to the turrets. But my concern is there are still other picks on the board for that gold lane, and Mongolia is going to be picking up the Ixia. What do you think about the Ixia into the Bruno?
I'm really happy about it. They could match up each other a little bit of the trading, although there might be a time where the Bruno might just eke out over the Ixia, and the Ixia won't. It'll be more of like a 70-30 with the Bruno a little bit healthier. The Ixia will have to back off under tower. However, one thing that I want Mongolia to consider is take out another assassin that could access the back line. Because if they play their cards right, they can actually play into a Farsa paired up with that Ixia. You already have a strong front. You can, if you feel like it, maybe even consider picking up a tanky fighter type of jungler. So you just play around that formation. 3 heavy bruising tanks, and then you have an Ixia and a Farsa in your back line. However, we do have to acknowledge that the Julian and the Nolan both are still open, and those are 2 heroes that the Farsa would rather not go up against.
And you know, much to my demise, the Fanny gets banned. Redmar.
Yeah. But hey, our feelings were right. It was up in the air. It's just unfortunate that Mongolia read into it.
Tagami can play Fanny. We're still assuming here, but I mean, if Cambodia makes it to the playoffs, I'd love to see it. Oh, Theramis ban. I feel like Cambodia's still going to be picking up something like an assassin here.
Yeah, assassin still sounds good. It's just going to be up to them which one they'd rather go up
Nolan.
against. Yeah, I prefer Nolan too. I'm okay already with what the magic damage profile of the Hylos and the Gata Kacha. Not the best, of course, it's not chunks. But at this point, if you have your Nolan as your main source of burst damage and it's not the traditional mid lane mage just yet, then I'm okay with it. Oh my goodness! Angela! So they denied the potential Angela-Bruno combo. And now, what are they cooking up here?
I think Julian maybe? Don't they need a little bit more magic damage? Angela mid, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Either Gatot Rome or Gatot EXP and then the Hylos in either side. So maybe Julian?
Yeah, it could be Angela Julian or Angeling for Mongolia if they want to spread out the map a little bit more, considering that is a very team fight heavy first 3 picks by Mongolia. So Cambodia will want to consider maybe taking away the Fanny, but I wouldn't suggest it. Just go pack a Julian in there, in the jungle at least, or someone who can really have strong backline access. They steal the Ling. Okay. Might be tough. Again, as you mentioned, the Julius there. I wonder if they're considering Alice, but it's a little bit slow with the jungle rotation.
Because that's the only option, right? Julian, Alice. What else does magic damage? It won't be something crazy like a Gushin, right? The Gushin jungle.
If they go Gushin, I'm not gonna say no. I always enjoy a good Gushin game.
But what do you think about this Ling pick, right? Because he's picking up the Ling into the Gatot and the Hylos. These are 2 very aggressive heroes in the early game.
Exactly. But to be fair, this is a Tegami signature pick for her. At the same time, they blocked it. So now Mongolia is just really trying to decide what to pair up with this Angela. What they want with it. Oh, that's aggressive. Oh my. That is them cooking up a lineup to potentially deal with a high-impact assassin in Tegami. Color be a little bit biased towards Mongolia, but something about their lineup just looks special. But is it going to be enough? The star power on Tegami on this Ling is stellar. And if they're going to win, it's going to be on the back of her and her row mid in Yui and Nabi setting the tempo instead of Mongolia being able to do that.
But what about Martis? We haven't seen this Martis in quite some time. Has he fallen out of the meta? I mean, he's got to be quite a stranger for a reason.
He's well supplemented. He has a strong front line that will help him. He has the Angela with him. Like one of the ideas before, like as to why we don't see Leomord again, kill type, although less control. It's more of the aggressive form of Martis. They have the support. They have the right support. I feel like it might actually be a bit better this time for the Martis.
All right, our upcoming match, our first one for Group B, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia and Mongolia. Who's gonna win it? Because we're gonna throw it over to the casters. Nice, Mirko, take it away.
Thank you so much, Renmar and Eterna. I agree, man. I personally really like the Martis pick. It was really surprising. Almost as surprising as seeing Ethan coach it, right?
I was gonna say, I think we were both surprised. Like, he looks different. He's all dressed up. He's looking good, man.
Yeah, shout out to Ethan there, coach for Team Mongolia.
here as well. Man, I really like the Martis. Again, they have so many ways to actually utilize the early game pressure to get the Martis online. Again, they have a Gata very, very early on. It's going to be crazy pressure. High-lows as well, in case your mobility was a bit lacking. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to get straight into the game here. Land of Dawn for the 4th match of the day. Cambodia, though. This is Tagami, an MPL champion.
Tagami.
He's going to be on a link. So definitely a lot of hyper carry potential here for Cambodia. If they are able to set up for Tagami, it's going to be massive.
And I'm wondering, you know, with this, the Ling for one, you have this, because, yeah, I think it's a good point that the panel mentioned. You know, you don't see Martis too often anymore. And you almost expect it. I know they mentioned possibly the Ling coming up when they had that Angela, but it was a good kind of takeaway that Cambodia did. They actually get themselves the Ling, and hopefully they can actually rotate the way they want to, that early aggression. My only thing is, how does this Martis fit in the current meta, the current state of things, and how fast things can go? I mean, obviously it's great that he's able to go ahead and Mortal Coil, and he can actually be somewhat of an assassin himself, I guess, with the Decimate, right? So I think either way, you're looking to see what team builds up that snowball first, and I love to see the Ixia again here, Mirko. I know we saw this just, was it a couple days ago? Was it yesterday?
Yep.
And it played so well. It was actually such a big damage provider. Wow, already early flicker in to set up the fight. Gonna crash down, Tips of Blades to follow on through, but they get damage checked and forced off of the fight.
Great cancel there from the Naxxon, just waiting on the Mortal Coil, the second part of the Mortal Coil there to get that knock up. Only using the first part to escape from the Tempest of Blades. Really well played from Mongolia, really utilizing the sustain that is built into their kit. Remember, not only do they have an Angela, they have the high-lows and they got the Kacha. We were talking about the engage potential, you know, the tankiness potential and the front lining.
Yep.
But double revitalize on top of an Angela is going to be very scary to deal with. Deja Vu up top too. Really doesn't care about that. The healing's right there. It's just a battle of clear at this point until they go for the neutral objective. Deja Vu, Nika, no level 4 just yet. But they're going to start it off, man. Tagami's going to be quite late to this. She needs purple buff before she can contest.
Yeah, going to be very late. They might just have to give this one up, but they're going to stall it out a little bit longer. Nika could be in trouble. She's going to have to back off. Hard guard already going to be used. They get the lockdown with the Frigid Glacier, though, and there's joining the fight. Tagami shows up. Tempest of Blades again, collecting the swords to get the double. They get the flicker out from Ethan. There's a good full barrage coming through. And Moab Psycho will be able to pick up a kill at least from Moshi.
At least the kill back here, but it's still definitely very, very valuable for Cambodia. Tagami getting the 2 kills here on her hands is massive. And again, if we're taking a look at Mongolia's control, it looked like they had the control over already, but the fact that Deja Vu, instead of getting level 4, she went straight for the turtle, but they didn't rush it. There was a lot of miscommunications, I feel, from Mongolia. Yep. Cambodia just felt like they were way more decisive in that skirmish, and Moshi again zoning them away. Deja Vu, level 4.
Has level 4, waiting for that glorious pathway, gonna be trying to set it down. Tagami gets the turtle, again a Frigid Glacier. Avatar the Guardian also to land in down further. Moshi going in with the Infernal Pursuit. Tagami looking to clean up the kill. We'll have to deal with the Mortal Coil. Still looking for it, and the Decimate will take out Tagami. Deja Vu still with her life. Even with the Heart Guard able to escape. Again, this is 2 revitalizes plus an Angela really helping them.
All right, so that actually becomes a pretty okay trade from Mongolia. The fact that Cambodia got the turtle, all right, not the best from Mongolia there, but they got the kill onto Tagami. So the main hyper carry has been taken down. Despite getting the first 2 kills, that'll definitely slow down a bit of the tempo. And the fact that Tagami got the purple buff before the turtle, I really feel like after getting the turtle, after using the resources there, they should have just backed away. Knowing the purple buff is still such a big resource to have on the Ling. If you don't have it, especially considering Mongolia, again, have these many frontliners, they can start to look for invades. And whoa, Uwe, already very aggressively trying to go for the invade there. Stopping a Martis might not be the best idea.
Yui's been doing this constantly, especially when her flicker's available. You know, we've seen this. That's how they started the early on fight at the beginning of the game. It was by her decision to jump on in, and I think you make a good point here. You know, Tagami's got to be a little bit careful on how she approaches some of the fights. Yui again. She does have the Primal Wrath. Won't be able to actually escape this. A 3-man Frigid Glacier, and Ethan flickers on out. Moshi wants to kill this time. Picks up on Ethan, and now the glorious pathway drop down. Looking to run them down a little bit further. Moshi, though, still relying on that Infernal Pursuit. Tanky enough herself. Still up, gets a little bit of shield too, and now Nika in trouble. as Fendi joins the fight. There's the full barrage once again. Knockup comes through, defensive flicker backward. Even with the heart guard though, still trying to pop off the damage, and it's not gonna be enough. As finally Mob Psycho goes down and Fendi, one more hit. She slides out and Ethan will have enough to heal herself up to stay alive.
Getting the flask of the Oasis as well here, but Cambodia is building up a massive snowball here. At this point of the game, you can see the Haas Claw's already done. He's waiting for Berserker's Fury for the item Power Spike now for Fendi. And looking at how Mongolia have just been playing around in this skirmish, I don't know, Mob Psycho hasn't really been able to get the proper angles on this Ixia. It's been very, very forced. Using a full barrage in front of a Ling earlier. Cambodia, they're just gonna take this turtle for free. Everything has been going their way. Aside from, a few of those team fights, Tagami hasn't been pressured. Purple buff still. Yeah. We were talking about the purple buff delay after dying, taking a turtle and then dying over. Didn't really matter. Purple buff spawned in the game and Mongolia did not have any intentions of stopping her from taking the purple buff. And now, the Martis, we gotta talk about this issue. Even though we were talking about the Martis, talking about how the Martis could definitely work in this composition, I think we can all agree that it was us being very optimistic about the early game.
Yeah.
If we're talking about the mid game right now, Martis is one of those heroes that just falls off so hard, and Mob Psycho will be dove on.
Again, hard guard gonna be used. Mob Psycho will drop the full barrage, and Yui not tanky enough to deal with that kind of burst. I was wondering, even if that Martis does fall off a little bit, maybe this is enough. Maybe this is enough to keep a threat here. As you can see, they want to focus on this top tier 1 turret. They're going to just force themselves for this fight. Looking for the Decimate. They're going to go in under the tier 2 even, and Fendi taken out. But they will get frozen into that. All part of the plan as they get the tier 1 and the top down.
All right, so they have a major fall off in the jungle, but they have a crazy late game pick. So for Mob Psycho, Prio is definitely on her now, right? The shift in momentum for Mongolia will happen if they can rely on Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho can get these big full barrages in the back, and if the front liners stay intact, because this is a very clean front to back that they need to play in every single skirmish. They have to be very careful that Tagami doesn't ruin their formation with the Ling.
Yep.
And most importantly, Moshi on this Phobius. This is why Phobius has been such a prio pick in a lot of the different tournaments we've seen, super meta. It's because up against a front to back composition like this, you are so good at just dispersing them and destroying that formation. You gotta find a way to maybe, I would say,
things up.
Yeah, peel hard for Mob Psycho. Go for the heal, go for the peel. For Deja Vu, I think it's all about splitting the enemy team up, because for Cambodia, if they group up, it can still be a big problem for that front to back.
Yeah, the one thing I'm wondering too is, like you were saying with the Martis, it does fall off to a sense where then you're kind of just looking to bait things out with Immortal Coil even. It looks like they want to fight for this last turtle of the game. They don't want the third one to go in the hands of Cambodia again. Moshi will play that front side. They'll try to start things up. Meanwhile, Tagami, she's going to make her way here towards that conceal again. Yui won't be able to land that Earth Shatter. There's the onward, though. Able to toss up Nika trying to survive full barrage. Right at the choke point again. Will be able to pop off as Deja Vu falls down. Yui goes down in exchange as well, but they're just collapsed on. Even trying to run away, it's just too much with the Martis and the Angela combo. Tagami jumping away with the Finch Poise will survive, but 4 members down of Cambodia.
And now you can see the beauty of the clean front to back for Mongolia. If they get it done, Mob Psycho, all she needs to do is deal the damage. He doesn't really need to be the executor because they still have Nanoxin. Doesn't matter if you are in the late game, you fall off in terms of damage, the ultimate will always be an execute, and you will always be able to chase, especially with the help of the hard guard on you. That's what we saw in Nanoxin, just getting so much space as Mob Psycho was really the prime target for everybody in Cambodia. But as long as Mob Psycho has the flicker, it's just going to be very difficult for them to actually dive in. Tagami, you can see the adaptations now made by her, trying to go for these trades on the map here. Nika actually getting the taunt over.
Fendi again, look at the full barrage. You already went for the slide, you can't escape now. They might still look for more, but they got the tier 1 down. Still have the Lord as well, top side pushing in. I think that's one of the main things that we have to just look at here. Can Cambodia combat against the fact that every single time a full barrage comes down from Mob Psycho, they're not able to play against it. Even with this Glorious Pathway being dropped down, AOG once again gonna find 2 Unbreakable to get the taunt of Tagami. Mob Psycho once again just firing off of the back. They will take the Frigid Glacier. But meanwhile, the whole focus is the tier 1 in the mid.
good disengage from Cambodia. They cannot afford to actually look for a fight against Mongolia, despite the fact that, again, that was a messy team fight and could have actually benefited them. But there's still a big Lord marching down. If they only got the frontliners, they should be able to still siege down these turrets. And again, tier 2 up top, stopped from being taken here. Good move by Tagami. Cleaning up the map, and Mob Psycho. That is a big item power spike. A DHS picked up. Tagami, how low is the Lord? Oh, actually able to solo clear it. Gets out as well. Great wave manipulation from Cambodia.
Yeah, I like that wave manipulation. You know, we missed the real world manipulation right now, but Tagami will keep it together. She is going to have to escape, so she does get out. But ultimately what she did, you know, she kept the wave from pushing in. They hold on to that tier 2. But even with that, you know, Mongolia really fighting back. Okay, they get the turret anyway. So looking at this, everything that was done, all the pace that was set by Cambodia from that early to mid-game, we're looking at a pretty much even ball game right now here.
Oh, wow.
Look at the difference between the gold and then also at the same time, itemization. It's nearly equal here.
It really is. I mean, 600 gold doesn't really make that much of a difference, right, when it comes to gold. But what I'm surprised is the itemization here, Nice. The Noxon has a Sky Piercer and a Hunter Strike.
He's trying to abuse the Sky Piercer, man.
I thought after that early game, they wouldn't go for the Sky Piercer. It might be too big of a gamble.
Maybe a little tanky, right?
Maybe just pure tank at that point, right?
Yeah.
Usually we see Fury Hammer to pure tank in a lot of the other games that we see. Malefic Gun, though, getting picked up by Yui Fendi here. The choice to go for now over the Malefic Roar. If you're a marksman, you can get that additional range on top of the penetration. And finally, we're seeing Mongolia putting down pressure onto the purple buff.
Deja Vu playing that front side. They might just try to put pressure. Nothing happens. She does get her purple buff, so that's going to be good for her. But what they really have to focus on, obviously, is this Lord coming up in 10. If they're in a fighting position to go ahead and contest it, and that they are, is what I believe. This will also be part of it. You know, Nabi, she's been pretty good with the Frigid Glaciers, able to land, you know, on multiple members, but they just haven't been able to turn that into complete their favor. But hold on. Look at this in the mid lane. Temps of Blades on the hunt. Will be able to find the Angela now. Tagami on the run after getting herself the kill. That's a perfect timing for this possible Lord take next.
If they don't take it quick, though, it's going to be very... It's literally not going to have any impact at all, right? They got to start the Lord now, and they actually go for the onward.
Yep, Nika could be in trouble. Full barrage again. Going to be able to find a couple members. Yui jumps in to try to force her off, and now forcing the fight. Noxon goes down, and now this is a great time for Cambodia to start up the Lord and secure it for themselves to hopefully start marching towards the base of Mongolia.
There you go. Right after getting the kill onto the Angela, you are in a position where you need to just look for a fight. Either you commit onto the neutral objective or force out Mongolia out so that, you know, again, that death will have an impact. That's what they do. They went straight for the Lord. They saw an opening and they went straight for Nika, who was definitely overextending there. Gets caught by the onward, and it's all on Tagami now. Tagami's been finding these picks, saving the team from these sieges as well by clearing out the Lord. This is going to be an enhanced Lord marching down. Mongolia definitely still have pretty good clear with the Ixia, but the Lord's going to be charging down. Another half HP just chunked out for the base turret.
Tourist pathway used as well. Trying to hold on to this base turret the best they can. They will for now. Still going to manage the couple waves pushing in, and, you know, like you mentioned, part of this is they have great wave clear. We'll have to see if Cambodia actually wants to decide to force a fight into the base. That mid turret finally going down. Now the base possibly can't last through this push. Still Nika at the front. There's the setup once again. They can't escape this. The full barrage comes down. Temps of Blades going to be used as well, but she has the heart guard. Able to keep her alive even with that damage coming out from Tagami. So far, so good. Mongolia stops the bleeding. They only lose the mid-base turret.
They baited everything out, though. No hard guard, no revitalize. They can actually just go and brute force it now. Ethanary and Mob Psycho.
Cambodia's going to go for it. Not sure if they can end the game here. Nika trying to hold down the front again. 2 frees happening down, and the base is just going to be work on. Moshi keeps them at the fountain, and Cambodia will focus on just winning the game as they go ahead and take the game against Mongolia. Really close for the majority of it, but at the end there, great decision-making with the lineup that they had for Cambodia to cap out the win.
Just amazing composure, really, from Cambodia. The fact that they were able to just hold on, and I would say great read leads across the map. Early game. This should have been an early game composition for Team Mongolia. They weren't able to get it. It was Cambodia who got the early game. The mid game should have been Cambodia, but it was Mongolia who got it. And the late game really should have been the Ixia, but again, Cambodia got it. It was all due to the execution. Early game, they played it so well. No purple buff on Tagami. They just baited out Mongolia little by little, baiting out these resources, getting those revitalizers. And once that happened, Tagami was free to just go in and assassinate these members, and the same goes for the late stage. Side lane control, getting that lord, stomping the full siege from Mongolia, and then picking off the Angela in the mid lane, out of nowhere, by the way. Just seeing that vision on the map was splendid. Honestly, very good stuff from Tagami.
You made a good point, because if it was just the Angela and they were able to delay it, she would have just came back up, hard guarded into the fight.
Exactly, yeah, global ult.
But because of, again, that decisive decision to just, you know what, we can get another kill, go for it, and they made it happen, that's what gave them that advantage. And, you know, I was really looking forward to just, even that full barrage at the end, keeping them in the game, because time and time again throughout the game, the full barrages were on point, you know, but just at a certain point in the game, especially with that siege that was happening, it was so difficult to actually post up, because also Tagami's game on that, utilizing that Temps of Blades to put pressure enough where you have to back off, and the hard guard came through, but by then it was just almost too much. So, you know, again, this is the, I guess, the upside but also a weak side to having an Ixia is you have great damage. Even a lot of times when you're in the choke points of the jungle, it gives you that upper hand. But unfortunately, there are times where teams are able to just overload that positioning, and that's why we call her a glass cannon. You know, she does a ton of damage, but you also got to post up to be able to do it, and then eventually you have to go on the defensive.
And another thing is the fact that when we take a look at Mongolia's composition, it's all about the burst. It's all about the first, like, the initial damage, right?
Yeah.
Once you get out your damage, once you use those resources, you're kind of done in the team fight. Meanwhile, for the side of Cambodia, they have so many ways to go and get out. It's all about the kite back and the baits. And we do have an interview on stage with Tagami, so we're going to throw it over to Jasmine.
Thank you very much for that, boys. Tagami, another fantastic performance from you and the team. The experience so far doesn't really seem to be rattling you girls too much. So talk to me about how you felt during that game against Cambodia.
She says she's very excited about the game so far.
And obviously, the match prior to you folks, we saw Indonesia absolutely stomping through the group stage. So yourself playing your group stage games now, are you feeling a little bit more motivated? Are you feeling confident that you might be able to live up to the same caliber of a team like Indonesia?
Yes.
Do you know, like, could you explain a little bit more about why you feel like, you know, your team is capable of taking on a squad like Indonesia?
ហេតុផលដែលខ្ញុំគិតថាអាចឡើងទៅខ្ពស់ដូចឥណ្ឌូនោះគឺការខិតខំដែលពួកយើងខិតខំកន្លងមកជាមួយគ្នាមានភាពលំបាកជាច្រើនដែលយើងឈ្មោះវាទៅបានអញ្ចឹងវាអាចទៅរួច
She said they are looking forward to it because of all the hardships that she and her team faced beforehand.
Can I push a little bit more and ask about those hardships? Is it like on server-wise, outside of the server? ភាពលំបាកដែលយើងឈ្មោះទៅជាមួយគ្នាកន្លងមកហ្នឹងដូចមានដូចយើងពេលខ្លះយើងត្រូវលះបង់ការងារដែលវាសំខាន់ដើម្បីក្តីសម័យរបស់យើង She said that sometimes we have to sacrifice something for the dreams of becoming like world-class athletes. Well, you know what, I think that's a perfect note on which to end off our interview. Congratulations on the win again. I'm excited for the rest of your journey. Let's find out what the desk has to say.
Thank you, Jasmine, for that interview with Tagami up on stage earlier on. Congratulations to Cambodia for winning that one against, you know, Reptar's Queens, Renmar's Queens.
But my Queens put up a fight. Mongolia put up a fight, but they literally had to fight for it. The fears that we had for the Ling in the early game didn't pop up. Those fears started packing in come the mid-game when just a little bit more, they need a little bit more items. Mongolia were taking it toe-to-toe. And again, we mentioned it. If ever Cambodia would win this team, it would be on the back of Tagami and her partnership with her mid and with her roam, with Nabi and with Yui. And as the game went on, it felt like everything finally clicked into place when Mongolia took the lead. But again, early on, it was Cambodia taking control. They were winning the team fights. Non-action wasn't quite just there yet with the items. The Ixia wasn't quite there yet with the items. They were still building up to their eventual power spikes. So Cambodia made the most out of it and invaded. For the first 8 minutes or so, they would control the game. Even though they'd have Heart Guard up, Mongolia just did not have enough. The early game power spikes of Cambodia locked in. Nabi was on point. This is one of the little turnaround moments that Mongolia were able to find themselves, where after Yui tried to push up top, got punished, and this was the big turnaround moment wherein a little bit of an overheat from Cambodia, not respecting that maybe Mongolia already hit their power spikes at 20k gold, at around the 22, 23k gold mark of Cambodia. That is already locked in for Mongolia for their power spike, and Cambodia was surprised.
I think it really depended, especially in these team fights, of Mob Psycho, right? On one hand, you have Tagami that had to carry a lot of the weight when it came down to Cambodia, but for the side of Mongolia, it all really depended on Mob Psycho. If she's able to utilize her full barrage properly, and if she's able to be set up properly by her team as well, then things go really right. But if she can't sidestep in time, or her positioning is a little bit off and she gets taken down by, of course, Tegami, then things don't go really right for Mongolia.
Yeah, and I'm glad you hammered in that point, because we saw that happen in that end in the final base siege. Mirko and Naisu mentioned that we're just hoping that maybe the damage of the full barrage of the Ixia would be enough to hold, but they didn't get that because Tegami said, "I have my Angela with me. I got my Heart Guard. Oh, excuse me, no, I got you got your Heart Guard. I don't need my Heart Guard. I'm a Ling. I'm gonna go ahead, jump on that Ixia, and take away your main damage dealer." Another thing that Cambodia did, that whoever decided to call that, when they were both dancing for that first Lord, and Cambodia said, "No, we're not dancing with you. You're not good enough to dance with us. We're gonna go to the mid, rush your Angela in the mid lane, back off." That caused the panic in Mongolia. Nonaxen went into position, but then she got taken down, and then Cambodia got the Lord, and after that, all of the efforts Mongolia had was just dashed away.
And it's so unfortunate because they held really good control from the early game, right? I personally was doubting the Martis pick. I didn't know how the Martis fit in the meta. But I mean, earlier on, she was doing work, right? And I guess that's still the power of the Martis, that early game power that you can have.
Yeah.
But as it went into the later portions, like you mentioned, they just lost control. It's a shame because it's a feel bad moment when you're Mongolia, right? You worked so hard.
It was. They all worked so hard to finally be able to claw back at around the 7th to the 9-minute mark was when they were, once it looked really good for them, they were pushing forward, the 7th to 10th minute mark. But then Cambodia just, again, Nabi, Yui, Tegami, all activated at the same time. It's like, all right, let's take this home. Let's get control back. Let's make sure Moshi and Yui Fendi can do what they need to do. And Nabi, in this game, we put a lot of focus on Tegami. I really appreciate what Nabi did here with you, with link up of the Aurora and Edith together, the crowd control that they can dish out, surprising Mongolia. As if every time Mongolia wanted to start the team fight, it's like, hey, let's go. What? Wait, what? We're frozen? We're knocked up? Our health bars are gone? The Ling is in the back, diving the Ixia? What just happened? So that a great combination from those two.
And not to mention Moshi, right? Because a lot of these moments in the team fights, she was able to buy a lot of time as well. Big outplays coming through, and maybe even her individual plays, we saw that happening. And yeah, I guess that's it. 14 and 12 minutes was all it took for Cambodia to take it at the very end of the day. And I think there's one thing that we can also learn from this, is maybe not choose the Ixia too early, especially when we don't know the enemy jungle just yet.
Yeah, I feel like it was in the back of their heads that the Ling might appear. Personally, I was okay with the Ixia, but I feel like it was a little bit too overconfident to think that they could stop Tegami in the early game. They were able to stop Tegami once they hit their power spikes, but then they realized, come the late game, when things are a little bit more even, when the members of Cambodia can literally just flicker forward, the Mage and the Roam both flickering forward just to set things up, that's when they're overwhelmed because their backline is already exposed to the Ling.
But that's definitely on the map now for all of the regions out there.
Yeah.
In the future, as we get into the playoffs, I mean, assuming that Cambodia should be able to make it to the playoffs, it's still an assumption for now. But, you know, respect the Ling. Because it felt like Mongolia was like, all right, they're probably going to pick up the Ling. We'll ban out the, what was the ban again? Fanny. They banned the Fanny, they banned the Tigreal. Let's take the Angela for ourselves. Let's see if that's actually going to deny the Ling pick. They still pick it up, and they still got completely obliterated by Tagami. So, once again, I mean, that's Tagami. You were hyping her up since day one. But, speaking of that, we are going to take a look at the updated standings for Group B. Let's see what has changed so far. It looks like Cambodia is still up in the #1 spot with 6 points. Ukraine, #2, with 9 points. Ukraine, #2 with 6 points. Nepal, #3 with 3 points. But that's very... Wait, how do they have 3 points? With Mongolia at 3 points.
Hello. Okay. That is 6 points for Nepal, considering that they got 2 wins. If I'm not mistaken, that should be 9-6-6-3. We're gonna have to double check that. But hey, Ukraine! Good for Ukraine, rising up into the standings. Argentina and Colombia are still at the struggle point, but although Argentina and Mongolia are neck and neck in terms of the points, so still living up to the story that we painted for Group B. It's Cambodia, yeah, but who? Who's gonna join Cambodia? Ukraine suddenly climbed up. Nepal, of course, with their win over Mongolia. Mongolia already lost against the 2 big bosses of this group, but they were able to beat Ukraine. But now Ukraine is placed over them in the group standings. Oh my goodness, Group B is filled with so much drama.
Wait, if this is the case, then I'm assuming that Ukraine won earlier against Nepal in their best-of-1?
Yeah, that was the series that was played, so that might have been the case.
Whoa,
okay.
Wow, that's a huge plot twist because... Wait, Nepal was the team that beat... Was it Cambodia or was it Mongolia?
They beat Mongolia.
So Nepal beat Mongolia, but then Ukraine...
Lost to Mongolia.
Lost to Mongolia, but beat Nepal.
See, Group B. Group B is the group that just gives. It gives mystery, it gives we don't know what the heck is gonna happen, and I love it. I'm living for it.
And I don't think we are gonna even have an idea of what's going to happen until the very last match that we're gonna get today.
Yeah, with how close the standings are, I feel like the absolute final slot might get locked in, if not on broadcast, in the series happening off broadcast.
Yeah, I think that's highly probable.
We'll see.
Oh, so we did our first match of Group B, so we do still have 2 more matches ahead of us. But before we get into our next match, we are going to go on a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and a Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their names.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shot sound, picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welkom, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, kallos irtate, swagat hai, vitajcie, yindit nab, SEF Arena.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This is none other than the World Esports Championship 2024. My name is Jasmine, and I'm joined alongside the fantastic Bara. Throughout today, Bara, we have had exciting best of one series here for MLBB in our women's tournament, and my oh my, has it certainly delivered. But the real question is whether or not the pressure of the big stage is going to be too much for some of our teams today.
Well, let's see about that as we welcome them on stage right now for the first team. Let's see it for Team Cambodia. Back-to-back non-stop as they're warming up even further and further in this competition. Let's see what's going to happen on the big stage.
And you know what, Bara, my favorite thing about this team, the previous interview I just had with Tagami, in case you missed it, she mentioned the fact that, you know what, we have undergone our hardships. In order to pursue the route of becoming a professional athlete, you got to sacrifice an awful lot to make it here to the big stage, which is why I'm excited for their opposition. You know who it's going to be?
Well, I can only guess.
Go on, guess for me.
I would rather hear you say it. Let's go. Okay, well, it has a beautiful flag. It comes in.
Honestly, it looks like a Christmas tree.
I love that. Still, you know what? Let's go.
Okay, I don't want to get the pronunciation wrong because of my accent, but Nepal. Is that right? Or do you guys say Nepal?
I will go with Nepal.
Okay, let's try this again. 3, 2, 1, Team Nepal. These ladies, Bara, so far have gone 2-0 in their group stages, which means they've certainly got some fight behind them. I'm wondering whether or not they were eagerly awaiting backstage, though, to watch the previous matchup we just had. What do we think?
I think it's going to take place right now, ladies and gentlemen, right here between Cambodia and Nepal, taking place right here at WEC24. Well, take it away.
Thanks so much, Bara. Thanks you so much, Jasmine. And good luck to both of the teams participating today as they are going to be making their way onto their battle stations, Nepal and Cambodia. These are two regions that we have been hyping up. Caught us by surprise, specifically yesterday when we got the updated standings and Nepal fell in that second place position in Group B. And now we're going to finally see them go head-to-head here. Renmar, how do we feel about this?
I'm excited because finally we get to see Nepal in action. We've only been seeing the results of their matches, their drafts, because all of their matches so far have been behind the scenes. We're going to see them in action twice today, if I'm not mistaken. We've already seen Cambodia earlier. Still going to be the same lineup, no changes. The Tagami effect locked in. Yui, Nabi, again, when they are hitting their strides, they're layering their crowd control together. It hurts. But for Nepal, it's Nino, Echo, Mad, Coffee.
I think Mau Mau.
Oh, it's Mau Mau? Oh, okay. You know what? I'm going to go with Coffee.
Yeah.
I like that.
Coffee, we have Onda Tato and Mini Controls. And I find this roster quite unique with the fact that they've been able to bring out heroes like the Carmilla and even the Melissa.
Yeah, again, we touched on that earlier. They got to bring out a Carmilla, Sicilian, Melissa combination together. Of course, we know how well Carmilla and Sicilian layer together because of the innate build work they have, where the Carmilla can be sort of like an invisible Angela into the Sicilian, come out, initiate, and the Curse of Blood and Bats Feast together, just rain hell. Add the Melissa on top of that, Carmilla's actually one of the best heroes that you can pair with a Melissa, as long as you have another strong frontline option or a mid lane burst. So, knowing that Nepal know that strategy, I'm already hyped up about this team.
I agree. Imagine the AoE in the team fights.
Ooh, yeah.
It's nasty. Might be even nastier than a Ixia AoE damage.
Ooh, yeah.
With the combination on top of one another.
Of course. I mean, like, Cambodia felt that earlier. So I feel like this is interesting for Cambodia because earlier they went up against a team that are willing to bring out something a little bit new in terms of the drafting. They had a Nixia with them that had a lineup with an Angela Martis with a Killing Spree emblem talent or main talent. And now they're going up against a team that can bring out what we said they can bring out. So for Cambodia, I feel like they can just default into some of their best decisions wherein just make sure Tegami is on something that can initiate and then have the roamer in mid follow up. If it's not Yui and Nabi setting up the initiation, it has to be Tegami and then the follow up or switch it up. I feel like as long as they stick to that, no matter what gets thrown their way, should be okay for them to handle.
But even with that as one of the strategies that we've seen Cambodia really triumph with, I think that's also some information over to Nepal to utilize to their advantage as well, right? I mean, what happens if you shut down Tegami? What happens when you shut down all her comfortable picks out of it and give her a hero that just can't carry?
Yeah, 100%. So if that's going to be the case, then Nepal has to, if possible, they can actually go back into picking up a Carmilla for themselves or pick up a hero who's very good up against lineups and rosters that have a jungler that want to initiate, bring them low, and then have everyone else to follow. Tigreal is usually one of the best answers that you can go for against that. So if it is within the drafting priorities of Nepal, pick up the Tigreal because that's good for dividing the team fight of Cambodia.
And technically that is a hero that Onda Tato plays, right?
Yeah.
It's within her reach. We know that she's picked it up in the past. And what I really like as well about Nepal in general is that we don't really know much about their hero pool, right?
Yeah.
We only know one or two heroes from each specific player. So I'm whether or not we're going to be surprised with some new picks maybe onto the meta.
Yeah, they aren't afraid to pick up or pack lineups which with a little bit more magic damage. Again, the aforementioned Tigreal. Interestingly enough, the records that we can find from them have shown that the 2 games that they have played are with a Melissa. So is it the case of the one trick or is it the case of the signature? We've seen the Melissa, but what else is there? Or do they just really draft to play around the Melissa, which in itself would prove to be a very interesting composition for any team right now, because Melissa's one of those heroes that you don't rush to go for. Really, if it's a pick 4, pick 5, and it looks good, that's the only time you pick up Melissa.
I agree, because she's really strong in the lane. I think in particular lanes, she can be considered a bully because of her additional range that she has with the muddles.
Yeah.
But the problem with the Melissa, very similar to something like the Ixia, is the fact that if you're going against a team or a composition that has a lot of dive, it's very difficult to protect because technically she only has that one dash for escape.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to use Ixia in this meta game, but let's see. What if, just what if, that is the X Factor pick, the pick with which Nepal revolves their strategies around as we head into the draft, considering that they are that kind of team. Looking back at the history of their bans, starting first when they went up against Colombia, Matilda, Jushin, and as a blue side ban might actually be in the docket for them.
And on top of that, I think it makes it as much more important that they deny heroes like the Ling, like these other very aggressive Tegami heroes, to be able to protect the Melissa in the back line. So it makes sense now that Nepal actually go for the Fanny ban in the first phase, just really respecting Tegami.
Yeah. The other bans that they've committed over onto the blue side, they are willing to ban High Loss on the blue side, Hood as well. Nepal has played Khalid and they played that up against Mongolia rather. That may have been one of the picks that gave Mongolia some trouble, and that's why Cambodia are taking it out.
So we're looking at the Matilda.
Matilda, High Loss, Hilda, I feel like might be the bans that they have their eyes set on.
Jushin.
Oh, Jushin as well. One of those heroes that we mentioned will be let through unless Cambodia pull off a surprise move and actually don't give the chip.
Aurora.
Oh, they're respecting Nabi from earlier. Remember, it was the Aurora and the Edith of Nabi and the Yue respectively that gave problems to Cambodia.
But this means that the Eve should be let open, right?
Oh yeah. Problems to Mongolia. Yeah, so Eve is gonna be open. Vexana, Valentina are up in the mid. So that means Nepal might be looking to rush or prioritize a high loss if it's available for them, but it's a good first 2 picks for Cambodia. Or they could be looking into rushing the Alpha, hence why they're deciding to ban out the Aurora, other than respect.
I think that's valid, right? I think that's valid. Force Tagami on an assassin and just play the macro game, right? Play the objective game. Take it one step at a time in the early portion and try to pressure the pressure that an assassin can have. I mean, we've seen the assassins work really difficult against things like the Faramis. Maybe that's something that they can also consider when it comes down to it, to deny the kill pressure coming in from Tagami.
Spicy, yeah.
But it looks like the Sicilian is going to be banned out here from Cambodia. There are going to be huge top prio picks that are going to be left open here.
Yeah,
for Renmar.
They're both respecting each other in terms of the bans and picks. Now it's Jushin. So it's a big trade of, if ever, again, it's not always we've seen the chip. There have been teams who just completely forgo the chip. If ever, chip might show up as red 3 or blue 2-3. Maybe even red 4 if it's still going to be open. So last ban, are they going to go into the Alpha Suyo trade? Oh, it's ban on the Jushin. I'm feeling like it might be a surprise high loss rush for Nepal because Cambodia can only get one of the other. If ever Alpha or Suyo is not banned here, Nepal can pick up the high loss and then just pick up what's left of the Alpha or the Suyo.
Would you pick Alpha or would you pick Suyo?
At this point, I would rather see my high loss paired up with an Alpha. But if the Suyo is what's left for Nepal later, if ever that's the route that they're going to be going for, why not?
All right, it looks like Chip is going to be left open, ladies and gentlemen, again. Right, I think one of the matches we saw the Chip being banned out in the second phase instead, so it was completely ignored. I'm not really sure whether or not the Chip is actually in the mix when it comes down to the hero pools for both of these teams. But if it is, it might be first picked here unless they, like Reptar Renmar man mentioned earlier on, the Suyo and the Alpha trade.
Yeah, Hyla, Suyo, Alpha, Chip. Phobius is also still open. And Nepal's like weighing all their options right now. They know they cannot get this first pick wrong. So they go ahead and rush the Alpha. So for Cambodia, instead of getting the high loss, they might consider getting the Gatot Kacha. But again, I believe in a strong defense around the mid. I'd rather get high loss now, as the Aurora's not going to be available for you. Might be susceptible. So you go high loss Suyo or high loss and...
I think you can leave Suyo for later.
Yeah, because I can go red 3 for sure. Oh, they go for the Gatot Kacha instead. I mean, they could try to get both the high loss and Gatot Kacha. They might even consider getting a mid laner because really right now I'm just looking at the invade possibility of Nepal if they get high loss and Alpha. So they get the Vexana. Not going to be as clear cut in terms of defending. Just a lot of pressure now onto Nabi to get the Terrifies and the Eternal Guards once she hits level 4s correctly.
For sure, but it's also a really good, I would say, passive counter, soft counter. If even Nepal want to go for the high loops here.
Yeah, exactly. It's soft. Like, get the Terrify now. So I think it's confirmed that Nepal love to play around the Melissa. That might be their main pick. And that's one of the reasons. And of course, high loss does go into Nepal's lineup, paired up with the Alpha as we've been pushing for. So for Cambodia, are you now going to get a gold laner? That might surprise this Melissa. They need a little bit stronger damage output. Okay, Hayabusa. Hayabusa, Gatot Kacha. If for a good amount of Melissas might be a little bit worried to go up against that. But the Vexana wanted to get a little bit close. Yeah, it's the gold lane mashup now that's so dire for Cambodia.
I have a question about interaction though here. With the go away that is available for the Melissa, does that protect against Shadow Kill as well as the Avatar of the Guardian?
Oh no, I mean once a Shadow Kill is locked in, you're still gonna get Shadow killed inside.
What about
the Avatar
Avatar?
of Guardian? You're gonna get hit, but the moment the Gatot Kacha lands, he gets pushed out. So he won't be able to do that thing, taunt, the enhanced basic attacks or whatnot, but he'll be able to dive in and deal the damage. some Melissas that I've seen use that up against a Gatot Kacha. That's why in your server, I find myself at the Indonesia server playing there when I'm paired up with the Melissa I usually played with. Does not like a Gatot Kacha full magic damage build because that Avatar of Guardian will still hit.
Okay. So the initial damage hits, but there is a layer of protection from the aftermath.
Yeah, from the aftermath because you
Okay.
get pushed out right away.
So the Edith gets banned here by Cambodia. But my big question is, how else are they going to try and protect this Melissa? They've locked in the high-lows. Do they need some more degree of crowd control in their mix?
Oh, of course. I wouldn't want to see them go for a greedy mid laner. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, they can actually go high-loss EXP and then Carmilla roam. So they'll have a Carmilla and another mage in the mid. Distribute that damage, so it's going to be Carmilla Alpha. They can even go with the Sicilian blocked out. Oh no, I'm leaning a bit more towards Tigreal and strong bursty high control mid for Nepal.
Makes sense. It makes sense. We'll see whether or not it pops out, but for the moment, we do see the Hilda being banned up by Cambodia. It makes sense. They want to be able to protect the Hayabusa. They want him to be able to have a good farming pattern in the early portion of the game, seeing as how we've seen the Hilda become one of the main ways to shut down an assassin. We've seen Tagami when she's given space, and so Tagami's space they will try to give. Nepal, on the other hand, with the 1-1 ban, is the 1-1 a good lane against the Melissa? Is that why it gets banned out alongside with the Claude?
Should be able to get out of the Manu's range relatively well. I still feel like a good aggressive Melissa will be able to temper what the 1-1 wants to do in terms of avoiding her. But at the same time, I think they're going to be playing slow from the front. Also, one of the reasons why they took away the 1-1. I have a very crazy suggestion for Nepal if they're willing to play into it. It might mean a quick snowball, but hey, if you want pure damage distributed well, you can do Carmilla's Cyclops. You already have a good source of crowd control from the Carmilla and the Alpha together. The Cyclops will lock one down. In the late game, the damage distributed by the Curse of Blood plus a star power lockdown.
I don't think it's out of the question.
Yeah.
We've seen even Team Indonesia pick up the Cyclops in the mid lane, right?
Again, it's just a crazy suggestion. If they default into Valentina, I wouldn't mind. Valentina Tig. If it's gonna be Carmilla, then you go for the big bursty type of mage.
And it would make sense, right? Valentina has a lot to take away from, right? We have the Terizla, you have the Vexana, you have the... Whoa, okay.
Whoa, there.
We have the Lilia as well as the Yuzong, I believe.
I do not remember the last time I casted the Black Dragon form of the Yuzong. Okay, so they get the Petrify. I think that's what they're looking for, another layer of crowd control. Dueling, I believe. She's confident to duel up against the Terizla. Gold laner for Cambodia here needs something with reach. The tough thing is you can't go Leslie, you cannot carry might be a bit tough. You need to maximize the dash. Are they just gonna? Are you gonna default into Harith? No, you have the Lilia Melissa to deal with. Try to pull off a Beatrix, but then again, just think about the Petrify and then the presence of all the shadow energy on the floor. Bruno, I get it, but at the same time, oof.
I guess they're going back to comfort for Yui Fendi.
Yeah, could be Yui Fendi. They could have probably just went for, hey, Yui Fendi, what do you want to pick? Do you want to just pick up your best hero that could potentially win up against a Melissa? And you said, okay, just give me the Bruno. I feel like that's a player call already at that point to say confident in that matchup.
Yeah, because even in the previous bout that we saw with Saudi Arabia, the Moscow pick was a little bit iffy, but it turns out it was a power pick and she was able to perform on it. So it's still a wild card. It still might work, considering. But as a whole, we haven't seen Yuzong in quite some time. How do you think it's going to work out?
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why Yuzong fell off is with all of the damage available. That right now, I feel like they might be able to answer it, but my mind goes back to the whole Petrify combination. Is it going to be enough is my biggest question.
So we might throw that question over to our casters. So Mirko, Naisu, take us away for the next game.
That's me catching it. That's me catching the question. Heading on over here. Thank you guys, Eterna, Renmar, for breaking down our drafts here. Yes, once again, me, Naisu, with Mirko, and we're down to match number 5 for the day. Again, last day of groups. We're going through Group B. And this is going to be interesting, man, because Cambodia's lineup is obviously, it's really good. You have the Hayabusa for that scaling and everything else, and I think they cover their bases really well. The great thing about it is who they're against. Nepal's lineup is not something you see technically every single day. I mean, it has been a minute, Mirko, since we've seen the old Yu Zhang come through. The staple pick before for the XP lane is now rocking that Warcry emblem and the Petrify. How do you feel about this?
I don't know, like you said, man, we haven't seen the Black Dragon and the Land of Dawn for such a long time, so I guess we'll just have to see with this game, right? If Nino can actually do it, can do well for Nepal here on the Uzon, but there's something else that hasn't really been too common, the Melissa pick.
Oh, yeah?
It's been, I would say, a really good way to actually stop the Harith in lane itself, but in a lot of these skirmishes, because she's very reliant on Inspire and very reliant on like the single burst technically, while you have that duration on Inspire on, it hasn't really been too prio. In more of the burst metas, I think the Melissas have been able to get more value, but here, Fendi actually decided to go for the Bruno against the Melissa, and based on my personal experience, it is still actually favorable for the Melissa. If it's a 1v1 in this lane, 50-50, it's still, Melissa win. I would have definitely thought, something like a Moskov or a Claude could be the better answer towards the Melissa here in the lane itself. Something with a blink to just get away from the muddles. But technically, Bruno has a way to deal with it. It's just, you need to slide tackle when she uses first skill.
Yeah.
You can't use the slide tackle before first skill, because then you can just,
then you're stuck.
You can just move the muddles to where you want it to be.
I guess that's why you have the Purify. Maybe that helps a little bit, but it's part of it too, where the panel was like, maybe it's also just some of the comfort. Fendi obviously previously playing this Bruno here. One thing that I do notice too is Nepal's lineup should be able to do quite a bit of damage early on, just because even so with double Warcry emblem, now I know, mini control is not going to be there on the Melissa early on for all these fights, but later on, especially when you go in, and when Yu Zhang was just prominent for so long, part of it was just you go in, you get the Furious Dive off, you get a stun, you get a Petrify, and then that sets things up so well. Now imagine you can do that even easier now that you have a Glorious Pathway with you. You could be able to land the Spear of Alpha a little bit easier too here for Mao Mao, but they're going to start up the Turtle. We'll see if Cambodia can actually get in position for this. They're trying to find that window to actually initiate this. Tagami on the backside.
No penalty zone, and the retribution comes in. A good Petrify and a Furious Dive catches Tagami, and she's going to be forced to go with the Quad Shadow into the back again. Glorious Pathway disengaging for Nepal, and they're able to get the win on the first Turtle.
This is the power, Mirko, of Revitalize. This is why every single game that we see in right now in the current meta, you almost essentially have a one Revitalized for each side, but there has been instances where you have double, right? And a lot of the times you see these little first fights break out, these first skirmishes or team fights, and really it's who's able to go ahead and get that proper Revitalize and heal the multiple members that they're looking for. Now, part of that layering too is the fact that, you have Black Shoes here to be able to play into. And we know, Lilia hasn't popped up too often either, and I think she's still one of those maybe underrated heroes, right? Do you actually surprised at how much damage she can do? And then even so, when you're clumped up around the Revitalize, you're trying to play around that, or the Avatar of the Guardian, you almost have free range to just go ahead and pop off the blooms. What happens when she gets the Ice Queen wand? It's that even more difficult to go ahead and fight against.
It's going to be really, really tough, and you can already see how it's difficult for this Bruno to win out in the lane here with the muddle control. I think if it's just pure laning, Melissa has got to be one of the best heroes to sit there in the gold lane and win out the skirmish. So if you actually are looking for a weak side pick in the gold lane, that will certainly get you some dubs in the skirmishes and can actually even hold up 1v2. Go for the Melissa. It's a really underrated pick right now. And you can see in the mid lane too, I don't know, it seems like Cambodia have a lot of tempo on the map, but they just don't know what they are going to use it on, right? Because right now there's no neutral objective, and unfortunately for both these compositions, they're kind of built for neutral objectives. Thing is, if we talk about scaling game, if the game is truly this slow, we're probably looking at like a 15, 16 minute game.
Yeah.
Melissa's going to be a beast.
That's true. We've seen so much of this just because of the fact that we haven't seen Melissa too much. Do you think she still goes Malefic Gun? Like, is this still a...
that's a good question.
Because she already has an advantage, technically, with the muddles with range, right? So then, how does that work if you do end up locking in Malefic Gun? Because so far, I would say the majority of the gold laners that we've seen, they actually pick it up. The timing might be different, but essentially, they've all picked it up. Second turtle of the game is going to be the focus right now. Also, Tagami relying on the front line that they have here. Even the penalty zone can be enough to start things up. Well, right now, just a reset happening. Early Dragon Form going to be used. So that's burned out. They're going to go for it.
Good Tagami for Tagami right now. Let's see if the taunt is going to be there in time, and that's with the Spear of Alpha. Still Tagami bring on the Red Tree battle, going back to Quad Shadow. They're all going to be clubbed up together as Uwe is unable to get the big taunt. Will charge it up again. It's just a neutral objective take. No kill on the board, and Ondatato will still be able to escape. Man, 0-0 in the first 5 minutes.
I'm telling you, man, it's those revitalizes. We've seen so many good setups, good flicker defensively. So Nabi's going to be fine. But it's just, oh, hold on, this might be a kill here.
Yeah, Moshi will be able to escape.
Johnson's not enough.
Not enough just yet. They're still going to be able to clear out the waves. And yeah, I guess we can take a look at the items here. It's a 600 gold lead actually for Melissa on the way to a Golden Staff second item.
This is a little uncanny. You know, for all the games that we've had on the stream so far for IESF, I can't even recall, even back for the MLBB Open Men's, that we've had 6 minutes, no kills. You know, it's this is one of the games, like you said, where very objective based, and it seems to be that way. And also, it's not so that much that they're not trying to fight or trying to get the kills. It's just
Revitalize.
Honestly, the Revitalize has been it. I wish we had a total healing meter, because I'm sure it'd almost be relatively even between the two Revitalizes here for both sides. You can see that too. Good gold farming happening here, like we've mentioned, for mini control, just to go ahead and kind of keep that lane in the advantage in the gold. So that's already looking pretty much of a threat.
Yeah, big threat. AOG forced out. Revitalize too for Ondatato. An interesting Revitalize. Doesn't look like we're too far low of HP. Now muddle placement into the back with the Spear of Alpha 2 with no Avatar of Guardian will be taken down. First blood already. 6 minutes in, and that's 2 on the board. Huey Fendi falling as well. In the mid lane, a trade possible for Cambodia, but they're already on the way to the mid lane. I don't think they'll be able to take this down. Penalty zone to lock Nino down. It's also the Eternal Guard and the Curse Blast to take her down. But again, big resources utilized here. A turret up top falling for Nepal to take. It's traded with the bottom lane as Sagami has picked up another.
This is where you're showcasing some of that experience that this team from Cambodia obviously has, the shot calling that's being made. Even when you have that exchange happen on the top side, Tagami's able to push that tier 1 in, they get a pick-off kill in the jungle, and now they get an objective, right? Second turtle for them in favor, so 1-2 in turtles. Cambodia gets a small advantage, but Nepal's fighting. Like, they are really showing that they're willing to go ahead and fight, and I think they really are leaning hard into the fact that, yes, they have this Melissa, and when that Inspire is ready to go and unleash, their fighting potential is going to be great. I mean, even earlier on, Spear of Alpha is enough to go ahead and catch someone if they have to. But I think Cambodia also has to be very cautious on the timing of the Revitalize. This is such a major part in their lineup, in their idea and strategy in taking this game. So very small leads that we're looking at here. 8 minutes in. This is going to make it for a very interesting Lord. Probably the most, just slow build-up that we've seen up to the first Lord for the most part, at least here for WC 2024. And I don't know, man, when you're looking at how things can fall into place with both team fights, it's really just that execution. Both teams have so many tools to initiate or disengage, but I feel like if Cambodia doesn't lock down mini control, they're gonna have a really tough time with that fight.
If you don't lock down mini control, you're gonna lose control, right? It goes with it here, and I agree with you, man, especially considering mini control is actually on the way to get that power spike relatively early in the game. Usually we would expect for Melissa to get it like by 10 minutes, 11 minutes even.
Yeah.
She should be actually getting it around 9 minutes here, considering she's just ahead of the curve when it comes to farm, a level ahead of Yui Fendi. She's actually positioning for a possible ambush on Datato, very low, does have to Revitalize still. The Curse Blast comes in as well. Moshi is looking for the penalty zone, the OG connects, and also the penalty zone there. Mini control will be taken down under that turret. The Curse Blast into the go-away will be able to penetrate it down. Petrified defensively, Moshi still swinging a hammer down as Nino Echo is trying to desperately to get some space for Coffee to escape. Uwe will just zone him away. Lord will be spawning in the game, and it does look like Cambodia won't be rushing towards the Lord. They're just going to go for the turret first.
Looks like Tagami might start it up, but obviously two Nepal team members still around the corner. So all that, for that tier 1 turret on the top side, but you saw that was the plan, Miracle, right? Just get mini control out of the picture and you're okay. They lose so much damage when Nepal loses mini control. So with that, they'll get in position. They played the map to their favor. Cambodia working around the fact that tier 1 turrets down the bottom. They might force a fight here.
Early penalty zone, but also the glorious pathway. So it's a battle of resources, a trade of big ultimates. Both of them just hovering over the Lord, trying to go for that Lord dance.
They go for the Lord dance. They're going to keep it up. It's going to reset. They know they're down some crucial resources too. Penalty zone still waiting here for Moshi. Once Moshi has that, they've got a couple options how Cambodia wants to approach the fight. They'll keep things cleared the best they can, but even so, you know, you're still looking at the fact that both roamers have that revitalized, trying to fight for control around this Lord pit. This is a great picture of how this entire game has gone for the past almost 11 minutes. There's the jump in.
Leo G from Uwe, still on a Mao though, and you can see that shred coming down, terrifying. Eternal Guard at the penalty zone from Moshi, locks 3 members down. Inspired with the goal away, Tagami unable to get the shadow kill into them all, but now gets stunned down. The damage won't be enough just yet. Mini control will pick up the win of nature. You can see the health bars of Cambodia very, very low. Mini control and Coffee still surviving. And Cambodia seems like they're still going to go for the Lord despite having this very low HP bar on Tagami.
She might be enough of a threat, I don't know, to stop this. She's going to get zoned out, though, by Yui Fendi. Yui Fendi?
Even with nature, Yui Fendi just solo kills her there. I think a bit of help from Nabi with the Curse Blast earlier, but Mini Control's got to understand that without the Inspire, she's not really that big of a threat.
Not that big of a threat. I was thinking, you know, if she would have been able to plant up at least with Coffee there, then maybe they would have delayed the Lord, but unfortunately they just get taken out, and now Cambodia, momentum in their favor, waiting for that Lord to come up. They're going to be focusing on this tier 2. They'll clear out what they can.
Look at that Worldy just pow. Over, bouncing over to these members of the Lord, man. Taken again. Cambodia have really just won out the objective game. We were talking about how slow the game was going, and obviously if you can get the objectives in a very slow game, this lead will still build up, and it's actually more dangerous than a active game, a very aggressive game. Because there are no shutdowns to be claimed here for the side of Nepal. There's only a shutdown for Nabi. It's a very hard target to actually go for. And Moshi's just zoning Mao. Wait, actually, this might be a kill. No. Spear of Alpha defensively. It's a tier 2 down below. A tier 2 up top taken by the Lord as well. And they're going to work on this mid lane tier 2.
That's a crucial thing. Even if you can go ahead and just burn out an ult, burn out a battle spell before the Lord makes it to the base, it's going to give you that minor advantage, and that's what Cambodia looks to do. Tier 1, finally the mid lane goes down. Slowly, Tagami was walking in with that Lord, and now the eyes set on the base turrets here. Taking quite a few shots, still being worked on all fronts. That top turret looks like it might go down. Tagami.
Oh, in the bottom lane just assassinated. The Worldy's still just bouncing on them. They're still grouping up. 2 base turrets taken down. Cambodia are just assassinating, splitting them up.
I think maybe that's all they get. You know, Nino Echo's going to be up in about 15. They still have that wave pushing in mid, so they might look to fully expose the base at least, unless Cambodia plans to end the game here. So they're going to drop down the defense.
All on mini control. AOG coming down as well. Mao going to be caught, still able to sustain just a bit from the minion waves. Yui Fendi free hitting them. Coffee very, very low. Now mini control jumps in with the Inspire, and you can see that burst damage. And she pops in over to nature to survive. Mao still clearing the waves. They're able to survive now. Very late DHS. I think it's because she had to go for the Wind of Nature.
Yeah.
At this point, 3 base turrets down, Naisu. It's bleak.
It's bleak right now, and as you're looking at it, there's the item check. You know, you have Golden Staff, Crows and Scythe, and the DHS.
She sell Wind of Nature?
She's pretty sure she sold it because she bought it earlier on for that fight, and then once it procced, she sold it out. So it looks like she's going Rose Gold next. But man, this is, you know, you're delayed, and you're falling behind further. You can see that. She is the biggest damage dealer by a long shot for Nepal. And when that Inspire is available, you can see it, right? You get a really good preview of how Cambodia has to be very cautious when mini control is in control. And every single time that Inspire is available, you have that kind of smoking gun, if you will, and you're actually able to contest. I'm wondering if Nepal actually wants to go ahead and contest this Lord. They are going to get the information, but this is going to be started up so fast because Mao still on the bottom side. So what we might be seeing is Nepal just making the decision, you know what, guys, let's go ahead. Let's form up in the base, clear what we can. We still have good damage available to us. Again, they have a Lilia. We know Lilia can clear waves pretty well, but part of it still is how well can they defend with their backs against the wall, because right now this is a massive lead for Cambodia. They'll try to catch up to what they can, but they don't have that much time. as Lord will now make the way down the mid. This is a big pickup, too, for Nabi. Nabi's plan here with the winner crown is probably just to go ahead, drop the Eternal Guard, flicker forward, get a stun if they can, and then just kind of be that sacrifice where they're going to focus here. Finally, the Rose Gold is picked up. Lord makes its way into the base. We'll see if Nepal can have a defense. Already taking a couple shots here.
All right, Hylo's very low. Mauma already taken very low too there. Worldy not used just yet. The Black Dragon form already with the penalty zone, locking them down in the back as well. It's Mini Control who will fall, and Yui Fendi is just wreaking havoc. This defense will not happen for Nepal. It'll be Cambodia to take the game in the 15th minute.
It was a long shot for Nepal to be able to defend against that kind of deficit they were working against. Items locked in, great synergy coming out from Cambodia, especially the back-to-back games that they've showed us here. And really, I was hoping that Melissa would be able to pop off, get that defense going, but man, it just was too difficult, especially with how much initiation came through from Cambodia's lineup here.
A few misinputs definitely there with the Winter Nature also just sold in the later stage of the game. I don't know what that was. I think maybe wanting to get the DHS, but obviously selling it away. Losing a whole lot of gold for that trade, and in the end, Cambodia were just able to out-navigate them, I would say, around the map, right? Going for trades on the other side of the map, getting the macro advantage all of the time, and after that happened, it definitely felt like Nepal were kind of lost. They were confused as to what to do, whether they want to match the side lane control, which is just very difficult to do with this kind of composition that needs to just group up as 5, or fight the 5v5 while already down with a macro advantage. So again, they can just constantly go back and forth. The Lord is always a forced error. The neutral objectives are always a forced error. And they were just baited in, fished in, reeled in by Cambodia.
That's how it felt, because a lot of times, it felt like Cambodia was just choosing these fights, man, that were, the whole purpose of them was to really get either a battle spell out or an ultimate if they wanted to. Sometimes, even earlier on, the reason why it played such in favor of Cambodia is because really it comes down to those two revitalizers. You have one on each side, you're able to pull through with it. Maybe you get them to burn theirs first, and that gives you that minor upper hand in a lot of those fights. And it's funny too, because this is one of the games, one of the matches where it was relatively passive, for a lot of times. Like, objectives were obviously secured, but the fighting just, no one fell, no one dropped because of the two lineups the way they were with the revitalizers that they had. So again, this is a great execution. I think this also really paints the picture of our current meta right now. You've seen very different forms of playstyles just today alone. And I mean, even back with the MLBB Men's Open, and adjustments are still being made, So it's been absolutely great to see how Cambodia has adjusted. We're going to actually throw it over on stage to have an interview alongside Bara, I believe, and Cambodia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, congratulations to Cambodia. Wow, back-to-back, the fire is real. So how do you feel right now? 2 matches in a row and non-stop winning.
សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ថាសប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងពេកដែលឃើញក្រុមពួកខ្ញុំធ្វើបានល្អដល់ថ្នាក់ហ្នឹង
Oop, let's see. Let's go. Yes, you see, even the mic went up because it was that intense. Even the mic was too excited. It's like, I don't want to talk. Let's go right now.
She said she's very happy and excited that she's made it this far.
Oh man, and Nappy is happy with this one. So, how do you feel about the championship? You're gonna reach to the top?
សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំគិតថាអាចនឹងទៅដល់ចំណុចកំពូល
For her, she's looking to the grand finals.
Let's go, grand finals, of course. Anything you want to say back home to your family, friends, and even your fans?
ខ្ញុំចង់អរគុណទៅកាន់គ្រួសាររបស់ខ្ញុំដែលគាត់តែងតែ support ពួកខ្ញុំជាពិសេស teammate របស់ពួកខ្ញុំដែលគាត់ខំលេងថ្ងៃហ្នឹងតាំងពីម្សិលមិញដល់ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងពួកគាត់សហការគ្នាបានល្អហើយនឹង coach ហើយនឹង assistant របស់ខ្ញុំដែលគាត់មើលថែពួកខ្ញុំបានល្អ
She wants to firstly she wants to thank her family for supporting her, for letting her come here. Secondly, she wants to thank her teammates for playing well together, and thirdly, she wants to thank the coaching staffs.
Beautiful stuff, and it's always good to be appreciative in this beautiful celebration taking place right here at the IESF WEC24. And it's back to you guys. Let's go.
Thank you, Mara. Thank you as well. And congratulations to Cambodia for that decisive victory over Nepal. And that should put Nepal in a position where it's quite precarious in their groups, right? I believe they did lose a match earlier on, and then they had to lose this match against Cambodia. And, you know, in her interview, she did mention, you know, she's looking forward to the grand finals. And I think that's a realistic idea, a realistic dream, and a realistic goal.
Yeah, actually, them taking down Nepal have solidified already that they are the best team in this group. They also got to take down Mongolia earlier, both relatively close matches. So for sure, Cambodia should be in a very comfortable spot. While for Nepal, you mentioned the key thing about describing this lineup: decisive victory by Cambodia. They were more decisive, and they weren't hesitating in terms of making the right calls, the rotations, even though their early game was read and was mitigated by Nepal. But then they got into it again with some very decisive moves, making the most out of Nepal, seemingly forgetting to manage the minion waves, them being a little bit too eager to try and defend things that they needed to fully defend on, or maybe not even just taking into consideration all of the initiations that Cambodia had. It's not that they weren't decisive, they were decisive, but there were times where the decisiveness should have been just a little bit more tempered down, be a little bit more patient with initiating.
And it just leads me to believe that when it comes down to the laning phase, when it comes down to the early game, Nepal, they've got it in the bag.
For sure.
Right? But when it comes down to the longer team fights, the macro decisions, it feels like Cambodia is a team that's a lot more experienced. And they know what to do in that particular scenario. And that's how they were able to regain control. Because, like you mentioned it earlier on as well, right? For the first few minutes of the game, it was a 0-0 kill board.
Yeah. There's one way I described it to you. It's like, wow, this match feels very Filipino. It's like both of them just trying to find little advantages, push out the minion waves. But then as the game was getting into the mid-game power spikes, Cambodia just looked much more comfortable, while Nepal was the one trying to, okay, our early game planning is done. How do we play the portion of the game where it's a little bit more instinctual, where it's a little bit more, what's that word? Improvised. You're just trying to make plays out of the information that you have, and for sure that's where Cambodia's experience shown in. While Nepal just looked like they have the right tools, but it's just like, I wouldn't say didn't know how to use it. It just wasn't quite there yet in terms of the mastery.
It wasn't sharp enough.
It was very sharp in the early game, but in the mid-game power spike around 7-8 minutes, that's when you started to see the dip.
And it's unfortunate, right? Because when you say they had the right tools, I completely agree. They had really good winning lanes in their drafts, and that's why it was a lot easier for them to win out in the laning phase, but then they weren't able to translate that over to the mid-game and towards the late game.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's where it goes down again to our doubt of the Yuzong pick. Remember, Yuzong has dipped out of the meta. If this was any other time, you would have said, oh, that Yuzong's good because you can dive to Bruno, you can dive to Lixana. Perfect. But we're not in that era anymore. We're way past that. You need an EXP laner that can sustain. Not just root, not just deal damage, sustain. And that's what Terizla has over. The Terizla can root, the Terizla can crowd control, and it can hold the front line as well.
Facilitator.
I
think that's the type of EXP laners that we have found run rampant in this current meta. It's not damage that we're looking for. That's why you don't see too much of the, the Badangs or like the Benedettas.
The Diroth.
Paquito as well.
Yeah, Paquito completely gone.
Yeah, we're seeing more of the Hyaloses, the Gatots even. You can even make an argument for that. These facilitators are huge, and unfortunately in this particular match, it did not pay off. But should Nepal have another game?
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Argentina.
Yeah, against
right?
Argentina, because we saw the Cambodians play twice today, and if I remember schedule correctly, that means we have 2 Nepalese matches.
Oh, interesting. I hope we get the updated, stats coming up real soon, because I'm a little bit more blind than I was earlier on for Group A. And I want to know what's been going on, backstage, right? Because as you guys know, ladies and gentlemen, about the games that are not being played on screen, there are some games being played in the back of house and not on the main stage. And those are the ones that I really want to know. Okay, it looks like Redmar is expressing what's going on.
There's an update.
What's the update?
Argentina got the win over Mongolia?
Huh?
That's massive. Mongolia from favorites in the group to Suddenly going on an L streak. We're going to have to double confirm that, but based off of the results in IESF.gg, yeah. Seems like Argentina got a game of Mongolia, which makes the matchup between Mongolia and Colombia a little even more spicy, as Colombia fell to Ukraine. So right now, if I'm not mistaken with the mental math, Ukraine and Cambodia should be the top performers of this group currently.
Are there any updates to Ukraine's games?
For the Ukraine games, well, yeah, they took one away from Colombia, and then they're going to be playing Cambodia last. They're going to be each other's last matches today.
That's going to be the last match we're casting over.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, so there it is, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited.
Yeah, I am.
Because I still don't know. Okay, sure, Cambodia shoo-in.
Yeah.
But with Argentina winning earlier on, does that mean that Argentina could possibly be the third place?
Yeah, that's like the super interesting thing. Now, again, we've been painting Group B as the group of surprises. And we're just double-checking on what we have right now in terms of the groups. Currently, in the last update of the standings, it is... Oh, okay. So it's Cambodia at 4, Ukraine at 3, Nepal at 2, Argentina at 2, Mongolia at 1, and Colombia at 0 points. So Mongolia suddenly is in the red now. That win of Argentina over Mongolia was big for their campaign, because now that puts them tied with Nepal, if I'm not mistaken.
That's dangerous. We're getting to the final matches, ladies and gentlemen, right? Like, these points are as important as ever if they still want to make it to the playoffs. Only top 3 will be able to move forward to the playoffs. Bottom 3 will be eliminated here right now.
Yeah. And remember, the top 1 team of Group B will face off with the top 2 team of Group A. Top 1 in Group A faces off top 2 of Group B. And then you'll also be getting the third place teams going into lower bracket matches, which again, they're not going to be facing off against each other immediately. They're actually going to be waiting to see who loses in the upper bracket matches. So they still get a little bit more time for information.
I agree. It's quite interesting, right? I don't think I've ever casted for a playoff with this kind of system, because it's usually the upper brackets that they're waiting patiently for the lower bracket seeds to go forward.
Like
But this time it feels like the lower brackets get a little bit more of leeway.
Yeah, you get a shot. It's you still get one tournament life, but at least you have a chance to
like that, though.
read your opponents a little bit better. Yeah,
it makes it balanced.
Yeah, just a little bit more balanced, not so punishing, because some other leagues are so punishing with the lower bracket system, which is still that is very understandable.
Agree.
You know, you want to reward the winners and then really test the teams that have struggled, so that you can. Well, I mean, coming from a country where a lot of our major international championships were won through the lower bracket, you know, it does forge a different kind of champion to be able to go through the LB. So now with Group B being so, well, wild, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this all, what if at the end of WEC, our champion comes from the lower bracket. But that's still a little bit down the road. We still have the last group set of Group B matches coming up.
So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the brackets, before we get into the update standings, we are going to go to a short break, you know, to keep things suspenseful, to keep things intense, and to keep you guys on your toes. So with that, we're going to throw it to a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and it's Barano find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more. something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much-anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welkom, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, καλώς ήρθατε, swagat hai, witajcie, yindit nab, SEF Arena.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back again with the World Esports Championship 24 IESF Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What a day this was. We've seen the journey pretty much with the history and the story being written in front of us. This is an honor to be here.
I'll be honest with you, Bara. I'm quite sad, you know. You know why?
Tell me.
This is our final best of one for today, Bara. Our
Really?
final one.
No. But you know what? There's a lot of action will be happening this one. It's going to leave us with that echoing winning of whoever's going to make it happen. I can smell and see the victory happening already.
I wonder what smelling victory actually smells like, right?
Smells
Sweaty
like-
gamer hands. Maybe that's the thing.
It smells like winning.
You know what? Let's go ahead and smell some winning right here on this stage. Introduce our first team, Butter.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now getting on stage as here for Team Colombia! And here they come right now, making their way. And pretty much I know they can see victory, or maybe even smell it.
Smelling victory, though, requires you, get those sweaty gamer hands underway. But they got fans on the desk, so who knows? Maybe we might be able to avoid those sweaty gamer hands. But their opposition right now, it is Team Mongolia. A team that is currently 1-1 in our group stages, but it is now or never for them. I'm wondering whether or not the pressure might be a little bit too much for them up here on the big stage. What do we think?
I think a lot is happening right now. They flew from their countries all the way here to Saudi Arabia on international grounds to represent their country. A lot is going on, but I can see right now coming in as a family together, making it happen.
I think my favorite thing about this entire event is the fact that all of these women's across different countries, different regions, different ages, levels of experience. There's so much more we could dive into. But ladies, good luck, have fun. Let's get some sweaty gamer hands underway.
Let's go.
Thank you, Bara. Thank you, Jasmine. And once again, a good luck to our final team for the final game, final match of today here in the groups. Ladies and gentlemen, as Colombia as well as Mongolia are going and heading to their battle stations.
Sweaty gamer hands is what these two will need. Honestly, they're going to need to play to their best. For Colombia, of course, a little bit more dire straits for them. They want to end this tournament at least with a win, a point in their system. But going up against Mongolia now, it's going to be a little bit closer for them because they need that point to make it into the playoffs. So they are going to be going all out. So with Colombia, last time we saw them, they tried to bring out Selena, which of course struggled at that time. Prime Maki God was the one holding that. Let's go back to the basics. Win the sides, win the EXP, win the gold. Valu, Yuri, it's all on you now.
I mean, at best, can't they look for mid-prio? Again, I'm a big fan of mid-prio. I think it changes games and changes the course of the games as well. Like, despite losing a matchup in the EXP lane or even the gold lane, you can at least have two winning lanes that you can utilize for objective control, for rotations as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But when you're going up against a team like Mongolia, which we've seen, even though they have struggled, they brought out very close games against Cambodia, very close games against Nepal. They win in the row mid trio prio. That's why I want to look at the side lanes here. So for Deja Vu and Mob Psycho especially, it hasn't been the day of results that you wanted. You know your row mid trio, you can trust them, but if they can absolutely dominate the side lanes, it alleviates a lot of the pressure from your roam mid trio, which will make them just focus in the center of the map to get control, while the side lanes are already covered.
So that puts additionally more pressure onto Yuri Nakamaru as well as Valu.
Yeah.
They need to find winning matchups then for the drafting phase, and that's why it's going to be very important.
Yeah, and that's so tough to do now, because if you decide to prio rush your side lanes, then you might just lose the Roman trio. If you decide to rush and get, let's say, the Phobius, one of the best heroes right now in terms of winning the EXP lane or having a really big impact alongside a Hilda, then what did you trade for that in the Roman mid that makes finding a good gold laner difficult because teams who get EXP and gold in the first phase, it's not a rare thing. It happens often. But the gold lane pickup is usually something a little bit calmer, like a Moskov. You know what that can do with the clear and somewhat. If it's not that, then it's an early Beatrix pick that might be a little bit too greedy. So lots of questions.
Which is why I think when it comes down to these side lanes, EXP lane prioritization in the first phase is a lot more straightforward as compared to the gold lane that is a lot. There's a lot of picks that you can consider, right? There's the Harith Melissa matchup. You can go for the Natan at some point. Clint, Bruno finding a lot of promise in this current meta. So we're just gonna jump straight into it, ladies and gentlemen. The final match of the day, the final match to set the tone of the group stage, especially for Group B, Colombia and Mongolia. Colombia with first pick will ban out the Nolan here. And again, Chip should be a considered ban here. Jushin also an option. We see the Jushin being locked in as well. For Mongolia in particular,
I feel like for Mongolia, call the bluff, open the Chip.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's my far-flung wish. This is the last broadcasted match that we have. Just open up the Chip and see what trade route might happen. Play around that. Not all teams have the Chip available for them. Not all teams know how to play the Chip well. If Mongolia are a team with a record of Chip, that means you know how to defeat it. So just could try opening around that trade, because you already know that Colombia have some unique picks. Again, Selena Rome in a situation where Selena Rome might have struggled. So now for Colombia, they're going for the more direct approach. They take away the Nolan and they take away the Gatot Kacha. The Nolan first phase ban though, that's very unique.
This is so respect.
Yeah, pure respect.
Respect from Colombia here, right? Nolan for Non-Axon, I think you talked about her earlier on in the day. You're like, man, I'm still getting like PTSD from looking at the Nolan. So that's full respect. And another thing is, Mika has only picked up the Gatot. So that is another layer of respect coming through. So it will force her on a new hero this time around. The Alpha gets taken away as Mongolia also banned the Matilda. So I'm wondering whether or not the Suyo is going to be banned out by Mongolia here, forcing maybe an assassin battle for that jungle matchup.
Could be an option. I'd rather... Oh, they take away the Fovea. So here we go. They open up Chip. They've opened up Fanny, Suyo. Alpha no longer the board. Jushin already gone. So yeah, I think that's where we're going to be rotating our first picks. Suyo, locked in. Pick up the Edith, Mongolia. You don't have an Alpha to worry about. You can honestly just go a high loss Alpha right now, and high chance you're going to win the game.
Alpha's banned out.
Oh, excuse me, no. High loss Edith.
That makes sense.
Because the Alpha's gone.
That's why I would have sworn that maybe they'd go for, you know, a ban onto the Suyo. Suyo first pick against... What goes well against the Suyo in the jungle?
If they have a Fanny option there, if they have the Hilda and the high loss just applying pressure and then the Fanny just free farming, that's going to be their best option. Let's see if they can try, if they are willing to try and match it with a Hayabusa later on, if ever that's going to go into the third pick. But no, they'd rather pick up the Aurora instead. Okay, which makes it a little bit harder for Colombia to decisively go high loss. But then they can honestly go surprise and go Tigreal Edith or Valentina. Tigreal Edith, Valentina are the three picks I'm looking at here. Although teams in WEC Women's right now have been picking gold laner a bit more often in the first phase.
That's true. That's true. And I think it's too risky.
Yeah.
Don't try and leave that later for a surprise option to be able to win the lane. I think that's going to be very important here, especially for Colombia. So they go for the Sicilian first, putting that into the mid lane for Leah, I believe. And the big question is, you were talking about big heroes like the Tigreal, but can Prime Maki God play the Tigreal?
It's not going to be the Tigreal. We posed two suggestions, Tigreal Edith, and they decide to pick the Edith instead. And instead of the Valentina, Sicilian, so they have reach. And they have a relatively strong punish if that Edith goes into the Rome. I believe they might be looking for a different pick to park in the EXP lane to match the Hilda. So, as we mentioned earlier, Hayabusa, third pick for Mongolia. So, now Mongolia might actually consider banning out the... I'm trying to think if they're willing to pick Cici into Hilda as the Rome matchup.
See, I don't know where this Edith is going, but assuming that it's going to go into the hands of Valu in the EXP lane, Prime Maki God has a Ruby in her composition. If they want to protect the Hayabusa, maybe you want to take that away. I know it's not a common pick that we see too much in the meta, but as a respect, it is an option to go for, but they go for the high-lows first.
Yeah. Parking the Ruby in the Roam paired up with the Sicilian against the Aurora means good communication is required between the Ruby and the Sicilian. Ruby might be susceptible to the Aurora. Yes, you can say that, oh, but the Aurora might actually be at risk of just getting pulled back by the Ruby. Yeah, that's 100% possibility, but there's also the possibility that because of the reach advantage that Aurora has, she might not even be close enough for the Ruby to pull. So if ever Ruby does get slotted in, not gonna knock it, they just need to communicate it much better, who's going to initiate or what. So Colombia, I would suggest they take away the fast scaling. There we go. Gold laners. So Harith is gone. It would be too much of an overthink if they decidedly banned the Lunox. Ooh, they banned the Carmilla. They thought that, okay. I'm still leaning towards the idea that this Edith might actually be going into the Roam already. And I'd want to see a different EXP lane pick for Colombia.
So what are our options, right? Hilda's been taken, Phobius has been banned out.
Still have the Khalid if you want the
yes, Khalid.
aggressive rotational speed. If not the Khalid, then they might consider something, again, crazy and unique, which would be the season, the EXP lane, but against the Hilda would be eh.
We saw the Arlet work earlier on.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it was good against the Hayabusa.
But against Arnold versus Hilda might actually be a moot point. You know what, if Colombia has a Uranus in the EXP lane available for them, it might be okay. You don't see the gold laner yet, but if the gold laner is not enough, Uranus might be not bad a pick. You just need a gold laner now that can apply slows, maybe a little bit of crowd control.
So what are we thinking about there? Because for Yuri, she's only picked up the carry, Clint, and then a ton.
Yeah, if that's the case, then just go Clint. A little bit more backline. You're up against a Hayabusa now. Oh, the Ruby's looking a little bit more enticing with the presence of the Hayabusa around. If you're going to be playing around the Clint, at least you're going to have a little bit of peel. But no, they still go for the Bruno. Bruno's been cursed in WEC except for once. I think it was only Shell who's had coming up from the top of my head a successful Bruno game. So they go Bruno, Sicilian, Edith, Big Ticket Ultimate, Roamer. I want to see them. If they have an EXP lane Cho, I wouldn't mind.
Cho's an option.
Yeah. But it's rare to find the EXP lane Cho at this level. Again, we were posing the idea of a CC, but the CC might actually be left behind. Oh my, no, this Minotaur might struggle. Oh no.
I think it will be tough. I was thinking something along the lines of Cho or even maybe a Kufra if they want to go in that direction.
Yeah.
But Minotaur into the Aurora as well.
If you have a Lolita with you, just lock it in right now. Lolita will instantly make the Sicilian Edith, Bruno even somewhat cry. Good reflection. Good. You match the healing that Minotaur can dish out, the motivation roar. This time you dish out shields, which should help you out a bit. He's been nerfed. Her scaling with magic has been scaled back a few patches ago. But I still wouldn't knock it.
I really want to know. Oh, there you go, Bellaric, finally!
Oh!
Shoutouts to Goni over there. Man, he's been waiting for this Bellaric in the Roam for quite some time, and finally it shows up, and none other in the hands of Mongolia. How do you think this Bellaric is going to work in this composition?
I'm just kind of worried that it will just get poked to oblivion by the Sicilian. Because even though you're probably thinking that, because I thought about this once before too, that, oh, I'm a Bellaric, Bat's Feast, I'll just stand in front of the Sicilian. I get poked down really badly as a Bellaric going up against a Sicilian. The good thing is you're up against a Minotaur now that the Minotaur might be a little bit more susceptible. Not 100% behind the Bellaric pickup, but I feel like that was best case scenario at this point.
So if you had to choose for a final match, Colombia, Mongolia, who are you feeling more?
Feeling the draft from Mongolia a little bit more, but there's something about the Edith Sicilian that might actually be poisonous to Mongolia.
All right, so there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get into the next upcoming match, we're going to throw it over to Mirko and Naisu. Casters, boys, take it away.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, Naisu. Like Eterna mentioned earlier, Mr. Ghani Man, a fellow caster, a colleague of mine, a friend of mine, has just been preaching in his own church. You know, it's called the Ghani Church, the Church of Belric. This guy's
Church of Belric?
Every single day.
Is he a Belric man?
At work, in game, when we play, he'd just be like, yo, Mirko, you know what's cool? Belric. He plays Belric. Sometimes we lose too, so it's not like it's not a foolproof kind of situation. But he just really likes Belric. Let's see if it can work here in the hands of Mongolia. We heard what the analyst said, and we're gonna jump into the land of Dawn. Personally, though, nice. What do you think of the Belric? Right? Maybe it's time for the glorious evolution of roamers. We had initiators, we had healers. Now it's time for a tree.
I was gonna say, where are we going with this Belric? Is he initiator? Is he? Well, I guess he just kind of posts up.
He's everything now.
When he Wrath of Dryad, a little revitalize.
See?
I get it. Wrath of the Dryad, post up, let the roots go, plus the revitalize.
Recycle, yo. Go green. That's
go
what
green.
they're doing. That's the message right here for Nick in the roam position with the Brave Smite too.
With the Brave Smite too.
So there's going to be so much sustain, but I think one of the concerns that Redmar brought up is very, very valid. The fact that the Belric is, especially without the flicker, you're very reactive as a roamer, right? You really are waiting for the initiating power of the enemy team to go onto you, for the dive to happen before you pop into Wrath of Dryad, Revitalize as well, and there's no catching power. Against a Sicilian, that poke's going to hurt.
It is, and I think, you know, it's not like you can really surprise people with a Belric too. Without the flicker, like, they're going to see this tree guy coming towards them.
He's a tree, man. There's nothing flashy about that.
You can't just surprise factor, so I feel like, again, that's where you have to rely on the fact that at least you have, you know, this Frigid Glacier from the Aurora pick to kind of help you up, because it allows you to go ahead and start that fight and then set things up. Good little early aggression. They do burn the flicker from Prime Maki God, so she doesn't have that available. And good rotation, good response from Mongolia.
Just super slow again from Mongolia. The typical game we saw just how, up top there's a trade, and I guess we can talk about the Hilda pick, right? Initially when I saw the Hilda pick, I was like, all right, why would you pick a Hilda into a Suyo? But it's more of a deny pick, because it's a Nolan and Alpha banned away as they picked up the Suyo first pick. You really could see what Colombia were trying to do there. If Mongolia didn't pick the Hilda, that would have been a good Colombian Hilda pick for sure, because there's only assassins left there. Leah's got to be careful though. She is up against this Hayabusa, and I think Noxon might be setting his eyes on towards Leah to go for it. This is where the Belric shines though. You can just play reactively around a neutral objective. You can just wait and zone the other members away from Colombia.
Looks like they're going to do that. Not level 4 though just yet, so she's going to deal with some of the damage, get some of that regen up too. Primal Wrath going to be forced out. Noxon will get that turtle though. I don't think they go for more, but actually, already popping the Shadow Kill. Not going to be enough damage though just yet. Good little damage check there. But ultimately, Mongolia gets the objective. They're happy with the turtle. And I think that could have gone different, obviously, if you had some of those level 4s available. But also take note that they have 2 Revitalizes this time, right? So for Colombia, when they approach some of these fights, not only do they have to get past that Wrath of the Dryad ultimate and the Frigid Glacier, but also 2 Revitalizes later on when they're all clumped up together.
2 Revitalizes, and you know the passive of Hilda, right? When you get into a bush,
you heal.
You heal. Now, do we count Belric?
I was going to say, are we?
He's technically a tree in the game, right?
That's a good question.
It's a great question, right? Well, maybe Moonton can add a specific kind of like interaction between the two
What
picks.
if he did? When he ulted, he created a bush.
He creates a bush. Maybe, right? I mean, again, it's just really good zoning. But again, you just have to be very careful about the poke. You're really good with zoning. The Noxon trying to go in, just putting a bit of kill pressure. It's a 1,000 gold lead right now for Mongolia, so nothing too crazy. And as we get to the mid-game, it's still going to be a big concern for Mongolia. Leah will be stacking up constantly here. There's no real threat towards her, except for Nanoxon. I would say Nanoxon and Mob Psycho, but Mob Psycho, we need to wait for those item power spikes to hit before we can actually see Mob Psycho become a threat. And in the gold lane, surprisingly, Mob Psycho is doing a really good job. You'd expect Bruno to be the one just absolutely bullying the Moskov in the early game.
Right now, she's completely fine. A little bit of pressure there earlier on, but I feel like so far Colombia hasn't been able to find that opportunity that they've been looking for. And also part of this is just the fact that, you know, this time around we've seen Sicilian be picked up a couple times, and it's never gotten to that stage of the game where, oh, the bad impacts are hurting, you know, and you got all those stacks that you wanted. So I would love to see, you know, as this is our last live stream game too for today, to go the distance. You know, I'd love an 18 to 20 minute game to see where Leah does land with this Sicilian, how much damage she's able to pump out. But right now, this is the test. Objective is going to be up. It looks like Talia is going to be forced out a little bit. And once again, that front side lineup from Mongolia is going to be set up, providing that vision. This time around, a little bit different, though. They have those ultimates available. Nika, she does pop the Revitalize for now, trying to find that angle, but Noxon will get the turtle. Oh, that spear won't connect either. So again, it's just an objective. They back off.
And something about the Sicilian in the mid lane that we definitely need to talk about is, all right, we've been talking about the mid game, we've been talking about the scaling of this pick, but if Mongolia decides to just play this non-fight gameplay and continuously just control neutral objectives with the Beleric, it's actually going to be really good for them because they will be able to snowball to a point where that scaling will be kind of off. As a mid laner, you're not... Oh, hold up. All right, Leah caught in the bad spot earlier, but you don't scale as fast as, say, like a gold laner, right? Gold lane, you get all the gold in the world. Even XP, you get a lot of XP, but for Leah in the mid lane, scaling becomes a bit of an issue if it's a very slow game. You need to rely on these picks, you need to rely on these kills, and Noxon.
Okay, the Noxon has been looking for this all game. Again, Shadow Kill going to be used, but not really enough damage just yet. And I like the points you're making, you know, with that. Yuri went down, by the way, so Yuri did go down in that exchange all by herself. But I think that's the part, is if you're going to have the Sicilian, you need to be able to get the stacks, because really, for the most part, it's just, if you're not able to get there, you struggle. Good Clock of Destiny already being picked up too, but that's my thing here, man, is really the lineup that Colombia has. It hasn't been able to utilize even the fact that you have this Minotaur here. Like, you haven't been able to get the Minoian's Fury off. Maybe this is the moment. Flicker out defensively, Value there too. Leah using the claws, still looking for more, but they're just forced off. This is just too much. Still with 2 Revitalize available. It doesn't even look like they're able to contest. Again, Shadow Kill going to be used. Little damage check, she'll go back to safety. And this all still pushing down to tier 2.
Very slow, absolutely slow from Mongolia, and that's how they want to take it right now. Talia's actually fallen behind up against the Hayabusa. Freeze!
Again, the freeze going to come in. This might be the moment. Revitalize going to be popped. Frigid Glacier as well to find 2 members. Still Value popping the Primal Wrath. And because of the double Revitalize, no one really in danger from Mongolia. 3rd turtle of the game is up for the taking. And this might just be 3 for 3 in the turtles. You can see where the focus is here on the bottom side. Mom Psycho might be in trouble. She knows that pressure, and Anoxid is there. So the junglers, both down on the bottom side, won't be focusing on the turtles, so they're fine.
Yeah, even the Purify committed down earlier there. So some big resources already spent despite... Whoa, Mongolia actually didn't go for the turtle. Nika's just gonna walk up.
Oh, Wrath of the Dryad again, gonna pop into the Frigid Glacier this time around. The Noxon will be looking for a kill, and she finally gets it. Nika is punished as well, but look at the double kill. The Noxon's been waiting all game, and finally at the 7.5 minutes, she gets a double.
Man, that was a big, big fight. And honestly, it looked pretty good for Leah. The fact that they were able to get the Sanguine Claw down, the AoE abilities down, but unfortunately, just a tad bit. Well, Value's actually going to be poked down. Yeah, a tad bit too weak in the early game, I would say, to actually get those kills. Leah's still stacking up. She's actually 2 whole levels down of Ethan. Nanoxon's just going to steal that away. And I was about to say before that fight happened, right? Nanoxon on the Hayabusa, this is a very strange occurrence. We don't usually see a Hayabusa actually out-farm or out-do a Suyo in the early game this hard. This is a 3-level lead for the Hayabusa.
It's a crazy lead.
Where in reality, usually in the early game, it's always the Suyo who has an advantage because you're online from level 3. You can go for these skirmishes. You have that execute built in for the skirmishes in the early game and pickoffs as well, but it's Nanoxon who holds a lead. Free Lord as well. That's why they didn't go for the 3rd turtle. They were waiting just for the 8th minute, and now they're just ganking Talia.
Man, that's a struggle. She's only level 10.
The non-fight strategy.
Oh! The show up from Mob Psycho. Talia won't escape, so as we talk about, you know, the gap that's going on here, it's a little bit even more dire now of a situation for Colombia.
That's crazy. Talia just got picked off. The SOD landed, and when a Moskov can 1v1 the Suyo at the 8th minute mark, that's already a DHS 3-item power spike for this late game pick.
Again, huge momentum in their favor from Mongolia. The shields are even going to pop, so still, as Anoxin walks this Lord up on the top side, this is going to be so difficult for Colombia because of the fact that you're talking about a 7,000 gold difference at the 9-minute mark. Again, the Frigid Glacier going to be utilized just yet. Still looking just for the setups here. Again, Shadow Kill going to be used under the tier 3. Holy Shield still up for now until the next minions march on in. Mid lane is going to be popped, and now the top side shield goes down as well as the Lord works on the turret. Colombia just facing off against Mongolia. Now the mid turret going to be next here. Prime Makiga does pick up a flask of the Oasis, but it might not be enough to actually sustain through this, and it looks like Mongolia just takes the discipline route, takes 2 base turrets, and gets ready for the last one as they march in with the bottom wave.
It's going to be really tough to defend. They are just heavily relying on Leah to actually, clear off the waves, but again, it seems like they can just die.
Balu goes in, pops the Primal Wrath. Wrath will dry out 2, and the Frigid Glacier will be able to find 3 members, and Oxen jumps in with the Shadow Kill, comes in to clean up, and that is a wipeout. Mongolia comes out strong at 10 minutes, 15 seconds, and will work on the base and take the victory.
In one fell swoop, Mongolia take the dub. 10 minutes is all they needed to get rid of the threats that we were talking about in the early game. And Suyo was such an oppressive force that we were talking about for the early game. Unfortunately, they were not able to actually get that done. They weren't able to get any neutral objectives zoned away completely by that Beleric. And man, now I can see it. Now I can see the vision of Ghani.
Ghani's
the Church of Beleric.
Zone.
You don't need to be flashy, just be a tree. Sometimes in life, keep it simple, man. You don't need to be Flicker Man. You don't need to be Initiation Man. You can always just be
Revitalize Man.
Ratha Dryad, Revitalize, plus the Hilda.
I was gonna say, wait, is he still a man? Like he's not, he's Revitalize.
He's a Revitalize. He's a Revy Man.
He's a Revy Man. Is Ghani, is he a high-ranked Belrun player?
He's climbing for sure,
He's
man.
climbing?
Yeah, he's pushing the MMR for Beleric, and we can definitely see why he's been talking a big game about his Beleric and why Beleric should be meta.
I'm a
says
believer.
It should be prio.
He should be prio?
He doesn't just say it should be meta, it should be picked. No, he says it should be prio. That's how good my boy Beleric is.
Hey, if you guys are watching this, I mean, I have become a believer now in the
We are now
Beleric.
believers.
We're now believers
Beleric.
for the Beleric squad, and it's great to see. And I think, it's a good way they played it because, again, I think a big part of that, what made it work so well, other than the fact that, like you mentioned with the jungle, like the gap was so much, which is a surprise to shut down a Suyo like that, but also the double Revitalize. Every single time Colombia was looking for a fight, man, like they just couldn't, like they didn't have enough damage early on because, again, a Sicilian takes so long to build up.
Too long.
You throw in 2 Revitalizes, it's even that much more difficult.
Yeah. We're going to send it over to the analyst, man, to break it down. Are you guys also believers now of the Beleric Club?
Is that a bias or non-bias question? Because if it's a bias question, I have to believe in it because I hear it every day. Eterna, Beleric, Eterna, Beleric, Eterna, Beleric, Eterna, Beleric.
Where do you hear that every day from?
From Ghani.
Ah.
The #1 Beleric spokesperson.
No, that's where Ghani and I see eye to eye. Back in the league season of MPL Philippines, I was the Beleric, what's that word?
Connoisseur?
Connoisseur. I was the advocate for Beleric to be picked more. When it finally got picked, I was so happy. When it got picked less, I got sad.
Did it work?
Oh yeah, no, Beleric
you
actually
go.
has quite a positive record in the Philippines, and again, it was right. There are times where it will struggle against Poke. There will times it will shine against it. Sicilian and Edith were our main heroes to look at versus this Beleric, but the difference is Rome picked Diff, not Rome Diff. Rome picked Diff. I would pick the Minotaur. I would pick the Beleric over the Minotaur any day. You saw that Minotaur absolutely struggled. It would roar, it would heal, it would get a knockup or 2, maybe just a bit of concussive blast, but that's it. It cannot do much. And Nika was so on point with the timings of the Wrath of Dryad, and then at the same time layering it with the mid laner Aurora Frigid Glacier. That was just textbook, absolute textbook combinations.
I agree. I feel like the Minotaur had absolutely no impact, unfortunately. We were thinking about a hero that has like that type of impact, right? Like AoE, crowd control, but I feel like the Minotaur just doesn't fit too well in the meta.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, right? Because for the most part, it looked like maybe they kind of forced Colombia in that particular choice.
Yeah.
Like maybe, I don't know. It didn't fly by with me, and we can even see it in the game. From the early portion of the game, it felt like the tempo was fully controlled by Mongolia. You can even see it in the stats as well. Absolutely 0 turtles, no lords, no turrets whatsoever. They had absolutely no answer to the aggression and the tempo that Mongolia had already set with the drafts that they were given on. And remember, these are high priority picks for the players as well. These are comfort picks, right? The Vexana, the Aurora, the Hayabusa as well, the Hilda coming through, and even the Moskov is a comfortable pick.
Yeah, and if you want to pair comfort with one surprise pickup, yeah, it's great to do that at the Rome, and they did that exactly with the Belleric. Now for Colombia, it was a stark reminder as to why the Minotaur fell out absolutely hard out of the meta. We thought we could pull it off for a few weeks here and there earlier on in our respective seasons in Indonesia, Philippines, and Malaysia, but then we were just reminded that there's just way too much damage on the board right now for a Minotaur to thrive and for a Minotaur to shine. Aurora was one of the heroes that shut down the Minotaur in this meta. And we saw just that. It was just unfortunate for Prime Maki God. The times we got to see her in our broadcast, she ended up with picks that would just struggle. At first, it was the Selena up against a very tanky front line. I believe it was a high loss and the Gata Gacha that she was up against. Now it's a Minotaur into just the meta picks that shut down the Minotaur.
Yeah, it was very difficult for her. That's why I was wondering, does she want to pick something like the Ruby instead? Something she has picked up from the qualifiers. But, you know, they made a gamble, you know, at that point. You want to go big or go home. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off for them. It was a 50-50.
Yeah, the struggle again then is that I don't think anyone foresaw that Belleric pick coming in. If they picked Ruby, even worse so, because you're going to pull the Belleric into the rest of your squad.
True.
In my head, I remember I told you behind the scenes, like, I might as well at that point just pick up something like an Atlas. You know, but I feel like a Carmilla still would have been okay, but then you're suddenly gonna feel the all-reflected magic damage from the Belleric when you have the Crimson Flowers up. I felt that personally as well. So I'm not saying the Belleric is the perfect pick of the meta, but in the sequencing of the draft, what was left in terms of the roamers, since Colombia themselves were the ones that took away the Tigreal, Belleric, perfect pick coming from Mongolia.
I remember the Carmilla was banned.
Yeah. The Carmilla was banned.
The Carmilla was banned.
Red side, right. It was banned by Mongolia as well. So it's just acknowledgement by Mongolia reading into, and as you mentioned, I agree with you now that they were just drafted into that last two picks with Minotaur involved.
Yeah, that's it. It's unfortunate. I really wanted to see Colombia shine here.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but hopefully that they get more opportunities in Latin America. Of course, Latin America, one of the stronger regions in the Western Hemisphere of the world, shining. They get a lot of opportunities, lots of grassroots involvement. So hopefully Colombians and the people of Latin America can just see the performances here of Colombia. We're still waiting on results of Argentina, who might actually still make it into the playoffs. There is a possibility, if I'm not mistaken, with some certain tiebreaker rules coming in. It could be a big tie in 2-2-2. So hopefully more opportunities for the region of LATAM.
So, Mr. Zipper Man, producer man, do we have the updated standings yet? Because I can't wait. I keep refreshing to check.
Yeah, me too. Like, I really want to know.
I want to know who's made it in Group B.
Yeah, there's a possibility that the games are actually still running.
That's true.
Again, just because it's over here now doesn't mean that the games that aren't broadcasted are done. So we're just gonna have to wait on our toes. So hopefully, the one thing that we know for sure is that Cambodia has ran away with it. If they're not first, they've at least secured top 2. So they're in a very comfortable spot. But they have one non-broadcasted game as well. So we'll see. But based on everything that we've seen so far, Cambodia has responded to everything thrown at them so well. They've had dominating games. They've had very close games. They've had games where they've had to come back after losing control of the map. So if anything, Cambodia looks like they're primed and ready to really be solidified as the best team in Group B.
I actually made this argument back at MWI. It was about the Philippines versus Team Indo.
Yeah.
So I made an argument saying that if you're a team that's not used to losing, if you're a team that's used to winning over and over and over and over again, what happens when you lose? Are you able to adapt on the fly? Are you able to come back?
Yeah.
How's the mentality coming through? And it felt like in that particular tournament, Indo wasn't prepped to lose.
Yeah.
So I bring this over to WEC for the women's scene by saying that, again, Indonesia has gone undefeated in their run so far, right? It's absolutely 0 losses coming into this. I think in the qualifiers, they may have dropped a game against Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to fact check that, but for the most part of WEC, they have not lost a single game. Meanwhile, Cambodia, I feel like there has been a little bit more of a learning curve for them. So hopefully that learning curve is exactly what is the X factor to be able to bring that competition over to Indonesia.
Yeah. So with that regard, if you're gonna go back as far back as MWI, of course the Indonesia women's team or Team Vitality then,
Yeah.
the Team Vitality roster makes up the Indonesia women's team. They've been on a tear of wins and losses. They've struggled in the development league of Indonesia. They won the International Female League, one of the rising top Southeast Asian tournaments we have for women's teams. So it goes to show that they've been tried and tested.
Now.
Before heading into this. So now in WEC, I feel like it's bearing fruit. They've not just dominated heading into this tournament. They faced struggle. They've learned a lot of L's, learnings.
Learnings.
You know?
With an
So,
S.
I feel like now, with just how we're seeing Team Indonesia, I feel like it's a very different team that we saw in MWI. A team that has gone through that, has gone past that, and now is ready to take on the world in the national level, in the country team level. For Cambodia, what I like about them in Group B, since we're talking about Cambodia and Indonesia here, is that, again, we saw them from different scenarios. They're not just a team that's dominated all throughout. They have struggled and have shown that they can come back from that struggle. We haven't seen that yet from Indonesia here in this specific tournament, but we saw it leading up. So it's a great dichotomy between the top two teams of their respective groups, that if ever that will be the grand finals matchup that we'll see, might be a bit more hotly contested than we realize.
Hopefully things take an unexpected turn when we get into the playoffs, right? Because if you guys aren't aware, this is the last day of the group stages. Tomorrow we're going to be heading headfirst into the playoffs. And again, so if Cambodia is #1 in the seed for their group, they shouldn't be up against Indo. They should be against Egypt.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. They're #1. And then here for this group, again, we can't tell who #2 is. We're still waiting. And
so it was either Ukraine or
oh, yeah,
Nepal off the board?
Ukraine climbed up, Nepal climbed up, Mongolia dipped down. So I think the tie that we have, if I'm not mistaken, will be with Mongolia, Nepal, Argentina. Ukraine was the one, the last time we saw the standings, was the team at a more comfortable spot, cozy in second, next to Cambodia. It'll be so wild if the moment we see the graphics pop up, it's just a bunch of like
different.
2-2-2 or like 3-3. It's like multiple tiebreakers all around. Like I want to complain. That just means like we get more time to see what happens.
We get more matches.
Get more matches.
We want
maybe.
more MLB women's action.
Yeah.
Mr. Zipperman, producer man, if there is a best of one, is it going to be on stream?
Yeah, will we broadcast
Will it be
the tiebreakers,
broadcasted?
or will that be behind the scenes? That's a good question.
Because I'd love to see that in person.
Yeah. Right, and I'm sure the people watching at home would love to see that in person too. But if not, well then, I mean, it's okay. We can just sum up. Hopefully we get like a video, you know, and just present it once it is up. Again, thank you for your patience. We're just finalizing the results of the rest of the Group B matches. Again, this was the group that we did tout as the more unpredictable, more high drama, high stakes, closer, and with Argentina getting some key wins, with one of them being up against Mongolia, or Nepal. I may have mixed them up again, but I know Argentina got a big win.
It's okay. We had 18 matches today.
We had 18. We had 18 matches.
We had 18 matches that we need to keep track of.
There's a lot going on. So again, thank you all for your patience, but I love it. I love how it's gone exactly as planned. Everything we've said about Group A has come true. Saudi Arabia, Egypt in 3-2, and then Indonesia absolutely dominating the group. And then now, with the level of mystery that we were going into Group B, knowing that Cambodia is Cambodia, but how will Mongolia, Nepal, maybe the others step up, and then suddenly bang, here's a surprising result. Argentina making a run for the money. Leo's read on Argentina might actually end up becoming true. For a moment, we thought that they were out of it, that Argentina and Colombia won't make it to this situation, but here they are now. Well, you can only get that in IESF.
The possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
And I love the suspense until the final moment.
Yeah.
Because maybe we are waiting for some matches that are still being done right now.
Probably still being done. We're
Could
probably
be,
still
guys.
waiting for just the final results. So again, thank y'all. Personally, I wonder. I'm trying to imagine like who could it be though? That
I don't know.
moves
I think at this point we'll just have to wait. We've assumed, we've wondered. We're just gonna have to wait for the final results, and we want to make sure that the results are right? Because like you mentioned, everything is so close. We want to make sure like that if there are ties to be made, we want to make sure that it's correct as well and accurate. It's coming in a bit. That's what Mr. Zipper said in my ear.
Yeah.
We love Mr. Zipper. Thank you, Mr. Zipper.
We're on the way
Thank
there.
you for the update.
I'm excited.
If you had to choose one moment of today that you found most memorable.
Vivian's show.
Vivian's show.
Instant.
Not the moment I called her.
Nope. Why did you do that to me? I mean, I've already met her a couple times, and
But you were happy, right? She smiled at you and waved.
Yeah, like I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Vivian and her show.
Exactly. So thank you, Eterna. And thank you, Zipper.
Bring up the standings.
Yeah, thank you, Zipper. We're going to bring out the standings right now, ladies and gentlemen. Drum roll, please. This is the moment that we have been waiting for Group B. There it is. Cambodia is not #1 in the standings. It's actually Ukraine, Cambodia, and then Nepal. But technically, Ukraine and Cambodia have the same points, so what does this mean?
Ukraine and Cambodia with the rush of a lifetime. Gonna get a head-to-head tiebreaker. So we'll have to confirm if that will be played or if they're just gonna be comparing the results of the two. But Nepal is at 3rd. Argentina, Mongolia, unfortunately not gonna make it. And of course, Colombia as well. I'd like to thank you for your participation here with us in IESF and showing us what you got. We hope more opportunities come your way and come to your region to prove to the rest of the world just how great you are at MLBB. While Nepal, on the run of a lifetime, has made it into the top 3, they've secured the lower bracket slot. But Ukraine and Cambodia, we're still not quite sure who's going to be placed where in 1 and 2. Indonesia and Egypt are waiting. But what a run by the Ukrainians. Well, if I'm not mistaken, we saw them in like one broadcasted match. And behind the scenes, they just went on a run, tearing through everybody else in the group, only dropping 1. If I'm not mistaken, it was it Ukraine and Cambodia that we were able to see?
Ukraine and Cambodia was earlier, actually, and it was Ukraine winning that best of 1.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why I think they're the ones that are placed at #1 at the moment, despite them having tied points at 12.
Who did Ukraine drop a game to? Was it Nepal or Mongolia? I remember it was there yesterday, wasn't it? It must have been Ukraine and Mongolia. Again, there are so many games that just popped up right now. My goodness. Group B. Not failing to surprise at all. Still living up to the narrative that we set up for it.
We had a feeling. We talked about it from yesterday. We're like, this is a group where we might not know who makes it. Right? I mean, we were definitely talking about Cambodia because of the experience that they've had under CFU Serendipity in the previous tournament. But, man, we didn't expect Cambodia to come second here. So, quite surprised, immensely happy about it. And this is the brackets that we are going to be getting heading into playoffs for tomorrow. So Ukraine is first seed because they won the head-to-head. Indonesia will be facing off against Cambodia in that first match. Ukraine will be facing off against Egypt. And whoever wins that will move forward into the upper finals. Those who lose will have to go to the lower bracket where Nepal and Saudi Arabia are waiting.
Since Ukraine won their series against Cambodia, that's why they got top 1 and they'll be facing Egypt.
Exactly.
So what we thought wouldn't happen earlier, that we probably wouldn't see Cambodia and Indonesia up until the upper final, we're getting it as the first upper semis match. That's mind-blowing. Oh, Group B has just shattered expectations. That's wild.
And technically, whoever loses that will still be able to go through the lower bracket run.
Yeah.
So there is potential that we will see it in the grand finals. I mean, it really depends on how things go tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, because it's always been a best of 1 so far. Tomorrow, it's going to be a different game altogether. It's a best of 3.
The threes.
And that changes things.
Yeah.
Strategy is going to be put up to the test.
For sure.
Endurance is going to be put up to the test. Mentality is going to be put up to the test as well.
Everything's going to be tested.
Everything. the trials and tribulations to this point, man.
Yeah.
And we're still halfway. I'm excited. I'm excited. But ladies and gentlemen, that does mean that it marks the end of the day. Thank you so much for tuning in for the group stages. It's been me, Eterna, as your desk host, alongside with Renmar. We want to say thank you, and we're going to see you tomorrow for the playoffs.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.